Exploration starships that were refined with such complicated technology could be regarded as upgraded versions of the primeval warships. Their specifications were far from those of the real messenger starships. If the messenger starship was a giant warship that could sail through the ocean, then such an upgraded version of the ancient warship was a sampan that could only cruise offshore at best. It was impossible for the starship to carry them to the black hole barrier at the center of the multiverse. The starship could only explore other universes near the Pangu universe that were also backwater towns. Even so, the leaders of the civilization of mankind and the survivors of the primeval era still decided to make the first step in the exploration of the multiverse ocean with the technology that belonged to them. However shabby the technology was, at least 100% of it belonged to them, and it could be improved in the subsequent voyages and explorations. After all, they did not intend to get in touch with the Resistance Alliance for now. Instead, they planned to explore the environment near the Pangu universe first. Most of the time, the rapid development could solve a lot of problems on its own. Maybe they were hesitating whether or not to be involved in the war between the Flood Tide and the coalition of the resistors. But after 500 years, when they grasped more advanced technology and communicated with the dozens, if not hundreds, of universes near the Pangu universe, there would certainly be smarter, more rational, and more far-sighted ways to solve the problems. All the problems would be solved easily. With such thoughts in mind, the volunteers or messengers, who were the first batch to board the upgraded prehistoric exploration starship, and ready to cross the black wall to explore the space zones, soon selected their names and set off. Grand Desolate War Institution, Heaven's Origin. Early in the morning, on the boulevard, a beautiful girl in sportswear was jogging barefoot on the cobblestone path. Her signature red hair was tightly wrapped in a headscarf painted with a crimson dragon. In addition, the morning mist had yet to completely disperse, so the people exercising in the distance did not recognize her. She was the former Speaker of Parliament of the Federation. Other than Vulture Liao, she was the Grand Desolate War Institution's most famous alumni, Ding Lingdang. After 100 years of development, countless people had gone through the arduous journey of fighting against the heavens and the earth. In the past, sand was flying, and dust was flying. The sky was dark, and the sun and moon were lackluster. The Grand Desolate War Institution had long turned into a fertile, prosperous, and fruitful paradise. The Grand Desolate War Institution had also changed from an institute that was known purely for its combat department and refining department to a comprehensive, advanced institute that was well acknowledged in dozens of sectors. With the support of the ultra-level federal heroes and the former Speaker of the Federation, as well as the continuous investments from the supersects such as the Glorious Sunlight Group, the Grand Desolate War Institution's research results in various cutting-edge fields were even more eye-catching than those of the established colleges in the 9 elite universities of the Federation, which were almost as good as the Imperium universities of the Imperium of True Human Beings, Imperium Colonization Universities, Imperium Advanced Technological Universities of the Imperium, and so on. Not only were all the young people of the Federation crazy about it, even many citizens of the Imperium had come to the place from thousands of kilometers away to seek enlightenment humbly. Since last year, the Grand Desolate War Institution had even become the first academic Holy Land to receive the people of the Sanctuary Alliance, the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, and other prehistoric species in the entire Federation. It could be said to be a place where all the students were taught without discrimination. Ding Lingdong's mother was a teacher of the Grand Desolate War Institution. She had grown up in the Grand Desolate War Institution. Although the former Grand Desolate War Institution had been destroyed and the new campus rebuilt from scratch, she still had deep feelings for the place. Walking on the boulevard, Ding Lingdang couldn't help but fall into a trance when she saw the greenness, the singing birds and the fragrance of flowers, and the carefree college students sitting in gardens or on the grass with smiles on their faces. The picture in front of his eyes seemed to overlap with his memories from more than 100 years ago. The young man and the young girl leaning against each other and smiling in a low voice seemed to be her and Liao in the old days. At that time, the two of them, who were still a young lecturer and a college student in the Grand Desolate War Institution, were still gritting their teeth and thinking hard about the invasion of the demon race. The world in front of them was just a tiny Heaven's Origin sector with, at best, a tiny blood demon planet. The so-called 3,000 Worlds, Star Ocean Imperium, was just an imaginary legend that had nothing to do with them or the Star Glory Federation. They did not see it coming. They did not see it coming at all. In only 100 years, the world in front of them seemed to have expanded thousands of times, if not millions of times, like a big explosion. The enemies of the past had turned into allies. The legends of the past had turned into a world-shaking stage for her. Her dreams of the past had become reality bit by bit. Soon, she would grow wings and create an even greater miracle together with Liao. Slowly, Ding Lingdang stopped. Everything that had happened 100 years ago flashed before her eyes. She remembered the first time she met Liao. He was just an ignorant, reckless high school student. She had never thought that her life, the fate of the Federation, and even the future of the Pangu universe would be changed by this high school student. While she was thinking, Ding Lingdang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Liao, you've created enough miracles and caused enough trouble. This time, please stay on Earth. Ding Lingdang narrowed her eyes and mumbled to herself, no matter how far away you are, no matter how long it takes, I will find Earth and rescue you. The sun rose in the east, dispersing the mist. Quite a few students were already casting suspicious gazes at her from afar, seemingly unable to determine whether or not she was Ding Lingdang. Ding Lingdang smiled and snapped her fingers. A streamlined, small shuttle that looked like an arc dart without any gaps immediately appeared above her head, startling the college students. Let's go to the traveler base. Ding Lingdang waved her fists at the rising sun. The shore of the East Ocean in the Great Qian dynasty. The 3,000 sword cultivators were completely silent. Their long swords had been firmly suppressed within their scabbards. Not even the slightest sound of tigers and dragons could be heard. Everyone's soul had been seized by a single sword, and that sword was nothing more than an ordinary 3-foot-long blade. It was Sword Addict, Yen Liren, the 3 saints for villains and the leaders and elders of the major sects, who were known as the top 10 experts of the ancient saints, were all solemn too. They stood straight and stared at Yen Liren's hands. Watch carefully. I will only use it once. Yen Liren was floating in midair, as if he had melded with the clouds and the waves. Then he unsheathed his sword. There was no dazzling brilliance, no ear-splitting thunder. The surging ocean seemed to have been frozen by his sword aura, so that everybody could count the number of the waves and the swirls clearly. It was not until one breath later that an immeasurable canyon was opened on the surface of the ocean. The seawater on the 2 sides of the canyon was as smooth as a mirror, and it was not closed again until it was frozen by an unbelievable force for 3 to 5 breaths. It seemed that Yen Liren's attack had the effect of stopping time. This is the first strike, Yen Liren said to the dumbfounded crowd. Next is the second attack. He slowly raised his short sword, pointed the tip at the 3,000 sword cultivators, and lightly stabbed. The 3,000 sword cultivators suddenly felt that this sword had pierced towards their eyes at the same time. Their hearts and the web between their thumb and index finger seemed to emit a clang-crisp sound from their sheaths. Even though they knew that no matter how terrifying Yen Liren's sword technique was, it was impossible for him to break the flying swords of 3,000 people. None of them had the courage and ability to draw their swords to verify. Some of the weaker sword cultivators really grunted and clutched their chest hard. Lastly, the third strike. Yen Liren waved his long sword to the sky. An unforgettable picture appeared. The sky that was as blue as the ocean was torn apart by his invisible sword aura. 2. Leaving a black gap that looked like a roaring black dragon that was going to swallow everything on the ground. The 3 strikes just now contain all the sword will that I perceived in the ancient relics. You can learn as much as you want. Yen Liren sheathed his sword and looked at the mountains and rivers that were both familiar and strange. He sighed and said, These are my last gifts to the ancient saint world. Hardly had his voice faded away when a round, small shuttle that looked like bent mercury appeared behind him. Holding a short sword in his arms, Yen Liren stepped on the shuttle and flew higher and higher, until he disappeared through the black gap. Countless ancient cultivators were dumbfounded when they saw the 3 remaining sword wills on the surface of the world. Inside the imperial city of Empyrean Terminus, in the Imperium of true human beings, Mother, have you made up your mind? Li Jialing asked solemnly. You must know that neither the space navigation technology of the Pangu civilization nor the anti-space folding technology brought by the messenger starships have been fully grasped yet, including the super teleportation array technology left by Gu Wuxin. Many technical difficulties have yet to be overcome. The new generation of super long-range exploration starships based on the technology still have a lot of safety hazards and are extremely unstable. There is no need for you to be the first batch of messengers to explore the unpredictable foreign space. Yes, I've made up my mind. Li Linghai looked at his son, who was maturing day by day and was truly as magnificent as a golden lion. He smiled and said, Emperor, you've done very well over the past 6 years. Your growth has far exceeded my expectations. Right now, you are the real master of the Imperium. You don't need me to tell you what to do anymore. Truth be told, you and I, mother and son, are not women who are used to doing nothing and enjoying the rest of their lives. I also have a bunch of loyal subordinates who have been following me through life and death with me since decades ago. Even if I am willing to relinquish all my power, as long as I stay in the Imperium, these people will never be 100% at your disposal. Therefore, I'm afraid that this is the best choice for the immortal cultivators. Isn't it? There's no need to worry about me. Don't forget that I was the first to discover the ancient relics in the past. Maybe I will be as lucky as you during the exploration and make more marvelous discoveries. Before Li Jialing continued his persuasion, Li Linghai had already leapt backwards into a silver brightness with a relieved smile. Other than Ding Lingdang, Yan Liren, and Li Linghai, boss by Long Yongjun, Little Ming, and Wei Qingqing, as well as the first batch of messengers, had settled all their affairs in the Pangu universe and gathered at the transmigrating base. Wei Qingqing told everyone that in the multiverse sea, every natural paradise with abundant spiritual energy often had a thin barrier between them and the outside world because of the drastic changes in the concentration of spiritual energy. It was not necessarily a high wall or a stone belt that was visible to the naked eye, but it was certainly different. It was called Crystal Wall. Fearing that everybody would not be able to understand the concept of crystal wall, she gave 2 more examples. The first one was that the seawater would be divided into distinct lines because of the different concentration of salt. The color, nutrition, and even the ecosystem inside the lines would be entirely different. Secondly, the magma that had an extremely high temperature would quickly condense into a shell when it came into contact with the ice that had an extremely low temperature. The shell was essentially a crystal wall. The natural paradises that were surrounded by crystal walls were known as subuniverses. For example, the spiritless worlds that were not surrounded by crystal walls and did not boast any spiritual energy, such as Earth, the birthplace of human civilization, were a miracle among miracles. They were not part of the exploration this time. Since they were going through the crystal walls to arrive at a completely different, unpredictable, and mysterious world, they were naturally travelers, and their base was the traveler base. Since the coordinates of the primeval relics were unpredictable, they did not choose to build a base inside the Heavenly Palace. Instead, they listened to the suggestions of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan and chose an abandoned world that seemed to be barren. 1,000,000 years ago, the abandoned world was the forward base of the first expedition of the Pangu civilization. There must have been a good reason why he chose this place as his starting point to cross the Black Wall. With the guidance of the survivors of the primeval era and the cooperation of the 3 major forces of the human civilization, a magnificent new base that looked like the future was established very quickly. Thankfully, Liao had chosen communication and cooperation instead of hostility when he met the full moon girl of the Nuwa clan. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the human civilization to find the forward base of the Pangu Expeditionary Force in the past. Looking at the bases and starships that were both primeval and futuristic, Ding Lingdang felt that she was back to the time 100 years ago when she and Liao were preparing to explore the worlds around the Star Glory Federation. In fact, the messenger plan right now was exactly the same as the Heavenly Path plan 100 years ago. They were both meant to explore the wider living space for their civilization and look for more like-minded friends, or at least the kind of people that they could communicate with. When a civilization was born in communication, it was bound to grow stronger in communication, too. A civilization that lived in seclusion for a long time might be able to take a moment of rest, but it would also put an invisible noose around its neck and cut off the possibility of growth. Compared to the Heavenly Path plan 100 years ago, the Messenger plan right now was a completely different one. When the Heavens Path plan was implemented, the Federation only had the Heavens Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector. The fire of war between the three worlds had only just died down. Just like the Bloody Dawn when the darkness had just dispersed, the Starship and the hibernation system that they used to explore the Sea of Stars were also crude and highly dangerous. Countless explorers had fallen before they saw the dawn of a new world. But today, the entire base was packed with cutting-edge technologies that even Ding Lingdang had never seen before, and Wei Qingqing had retrieved a lot of precious star maps from the debris of the messenger starships. Countless experts and scholars of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan had been busy providing the greatest technical support for the exploration operation. In fact, the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan had been the best candidates for the exploration. After all, their ancestors had carried out a similar operation 1,000,000 years ago. Although the exploration was not very far away from the Black Wall, the scale of the operation was tens of thousands of times larger than that of Operation Messenger. However, the simplest and most important reason was still that they had to retreat to the back lines and give up on the first wave. They were too large and too heavy. It was going to be a long journey in the Sea of Stars. The energy and resources required to increase the size and mass of the starship were astronomical. It must be noted that the latest exploration starship might have to perform tens of thousands of space jumps. The difficulty and danger of the mission would be 10 times higher if the mass of the space travelers was increased by 1 gram. Therefore, in order to explore a few subuniverse, where intelligent creatures might exist, human beings that were smaller in size and lighter in mass were more suitable to take the lead. Passing through the silver, almost transparent crystal pathway, Ding Lingdang met the other travelers in the last preparation cabin. She, Long Yongjun, Boss Bai, Yan Liren, Li Linghai, Xiao Ming, Wei Qingqing. Maybe they were her old friends, maybe they were her old enemies, maybe they were in different life forms, and maybe they had different ideas and expectations about the future. But right now, all they could do was smile at each other and sense each other's beliefs and determination. It seems that everybody has made clear where they want to explore. Ding Lingdang looked around and smiled at Boss Bai. Boss Bai, where are you going to start? Here. Boss Bai took out a star map from the crystal processor on his wrist without any hesitation. The battlefield where the expedition army of the Pangu clan fought the Flood Tide Legion was an earth-shaking, epic war. Even after 1,000,000 years, I believe that countless starship remnants are still floating among the stars. Maybe there are still some interesting things that can survive and develop with the remnants of the battlefield. I want to check it out first before I make any plans. What about you? It is indeed the style of the pirate potentate. Ding Lingdang brought up her own star map, too. This is my first target. Sister Qingqing said that, according to the astronomical parameters and the ancient intelligence collected by the Resistance Alliance, it is very likely that a furious undercurrent of spiritual energy exists in the Sea of Stars. If a habitable planet happens to be wherever the undercurrent goes, and if it is selected by the survivors of the primeval clan, it will most likely evolve into a universe where the strong reign supreme and the martial arts reign supreme. I want to go there and experience the legendary battle aura. Same as me. Xiao Ming rubbed his hands and grinned. My target is this space zone. Aunt Qingqing said that there are a lot of weird heavy elements in the Sea of Stars. If the survivors of the primeval clan choose this place as a shelter, it is very likely that a deformed, mechanical universe will be developed in millions of years. It sounds very suitable for me. While they were talking and laughing, they introduced their first target. Of course, the intelligence that Wei Qingqing brought was vague. Nobody knew whether or not the so-called Battle Aura universe and mechanical universe really existed. But they firmly believed that they were not alone. Their own kind and friends must still exist in the vast universe. Even if they were not battle aura or mechanical, there must be something different about them. Hey, wait! After everyone finished their introductions, Wei Qingqing suddenly frowned and said, "Why do I feel that we are missing a person? I'm here. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow cultivators, my friends who have been waiting in front of the spiritual nexus and the light beam for a long time, it's finally my turn. The new legend of the universe, the great sorcerer Han Te, has shown up. Ha 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 ha." After a burst of ear-splitting laughter, a crimson cloak that was carved with countless weird runes and out of place in the world of cultivators flew into the room. The cloak was fluttering even though there was no wind, as if it belonged to a guy who was enjoying himself. Then the guy suddenly appeared in front of the cloak. "Are you shocked? Are you shivering? Are you dumbfounded? Is this the power of magic?" Veins were bulging on the foreheads of Ding Lingdang, Boss Bai, Li Linghai, Long Yongjun, and Yen Liren. They looked over Han Ti's shoulder at the boxing champion who was walking close slowly. "Punching King, have you really decided to let the boy explore the magical universe in your place?" Ding Lingdang hesitated. "You must know that, according to the information awakened in your core database, the magical universe is the one that is most likely to exist and the one that is most likely to be found. It was your home in your previous life. Do you really not want to go back and take a look? The past is history. Right now, the Pangu universe is my only home." The Fist King was still controlling the broken civil puppet that was so rusted that it was hard to tell whether it was made of metal or wood. More wildflowers and gold foils were growing out of the joints. However, the air around him made Xiao Ming, who was carrying the latest combat puppet, unable to look at him in the eyes. After 6 years of hard training, Han Te has grasped the mysteries of magic, and he has passed all of your tests to prove that he is strong enough to explore the space zones, hasn't he? "Indeed, but..." Ding Lingdang frowned. "Are you sure that injecting unparalleled magical mysteries into his brain in only several years will not cause any permanent damage to his brain?" "Rest assured, Han Te is the most talented man in the Pangu universe. He is born to be a sorcerer and not a cultivator. The magical universe and the magical towers are the best choices for him. I believe that he will find the magical universe and be like a fish in water there. Besides," the Fist King said, "we can't send all the top experts out. Somebody has to stay and protect the Pangu universe. Recently, I've had a vague feeling that danger beyond our calculation is lurking somewhere in the Pangu universe." "No danger calculated?" Ding Lingdang and the other experts all put on solemn expressions. With the talents of both the civilization of magic and the life of information, the boxing champion was among the top 5 experts of the Pangu universe, or even the top 3. His computational ability and deduction ability were unparalleled, too. Nobody dared to underestimate his senses. "What do you mean? Evil. Unspeakable evil." The Fist King mumbled. "Since I finished my training in the Tower of Heaven 3 years ago and tried to connect the other half of the mainframe crystal processor of the Heavenly Palace to my core database after hundreds of upgrades, my computational ability has improved by at least 10 times. Even so, I can't describe the full picture of evil clearly. I only have a vague feeling that the darkness of the past hasn't entirely dispersed yet. One day it will change the future of the Pangu universe and the entire cosmos. It was like the other half of the Fuxi did not calculate the rise of the civilization of mankind and the mutation of Gu Wuxin precisely, but it still responded vaguely. A voice in my core database told me that I should stay and find a balance with the evilness so that I could protect the Pangu universe. That way, the travelers such as yourself could complete your mission better." Ding Lingdang and Li Linghai looked at each other. The Pangu universe was indeed faced with many problems. The flood tide and the coalition of the resistors were just far-fetched concerns. The attack, defense, and balance of the 3 forces of the Federation, the Imperium, the renaissance of the civilization of the pioneers, the rise of the life of information, and so on. If the next-door worries were not handled properly, they might indeed lead to unspeakable evil. With the Fist King in charge of the Pangu universe, and with the continuous growth of the new generation such as Li Jialing, Jin Xinyue, and Wen, they were able to focus on the future without worries. "Special Agent Han," the boxing champion patted the arrogant young man's shoulder, neither lightly nor heavily, and said solemnly, "Are you ready?" "Completely, absolutely, 120% ready. Han Te bellowed, revealing his arms that had been carved with dense magical runes under the red cloak. 6 years of hard training and inhuman torture. Not just the girls. I've only seen my favorite glass 3 times. After such crazy training, I finally blew up the mysterious gate of the world of magic. Just look at my strong arms. There is no power that can stop me from becoming a magical cannon king. No, a magical cannon king that rules the sea of stars, commands the universe, and is loved by everyone. Very good. In that case, I will entrust the sacred mission of exploring and saving the magical universe to you. Deep and solemn brilliance beamed out of the crystal camera of the Fist King. He pointed at his head and said in a trustworthy voice, "Believe me, I've inferred your future with almost unlimited computational ability. I seem to see a new generation of dominators of the universe rising like the rising sun. Maybe your future will be more promising than anybody could ever imagine. Not only will you rescue the magical universe from decay, you will also be the one who defeats the tides and saves the multiverse ocean, including Earth. You will be the savior." I think so too. Really. I don't know when it started, but I felt that a mysterious force was surging upwards from my abdomen. My heart was beating fast and my blood was boiling. Is this the legendary fortune? Han Te was grinning from ear to ear like a drunk baboon. He patted his chest and said, "Rest assured, everybody. Although Vulture Liao, the great hero that everybody admires, is no more, the invincible legend of the new generation has risen. If the story that took place in the 40,000 years of cultivation is a magnificent, brilliant epic, the prequel of the epic has just come to an end. The glamorous legend about me, Han Te, is about to be unveiled. I will make it. Ding Ling Dang. Li Linghai. Boss Bai." The boxing champion coughed in the back. "Well, what I meant was..." Han Te scratched his hair and hurried to explain. "I also believe that my most beloved old Yao is not dead but locked up in some ghost prison or planet. So, you don't have to worry, because one day, I will blow up the planet with my magical cannon and rescue old Yao." Ding Ling Dang laughed. Looking around, his smile was purer and his eyes more determined. "Yes, although I am Li Yao's wife, I agree with you on this point." Ding Ling Dang said firmly, one word after another. "A war cannot be fought by a single person. A home cannot be guarded by a single person. The universe cannot be saved by a single person. Li Yao has already completed his mission. No matter how brilliant the fireworks are, there will be a moment when they dim. However, I believe that the sparks he once shot out in the dark universe will eventually attract more latecomers. They will blossom with flames that are millions of times more brilliant than his. In the end, they will ignite the entire sea of stars and illuminate the entire universe. It's time. Let's go. Fellow cultivators, let's illuminate our universe." Later that day, in a maintenance room deep inside the Transmigrator base, the boxing champion, who had just finished 8 launches and was exhausted, walked into his room like a piece of rotten wood. But he soon stopped in his tracks. A ponytailed girl in cargo pants, with pockets all over her body and with all kinds of tools in them and oil stains on her face, was standing in his room and staring at him. "Miss Lioli, why are you here?" The crystal camera of the boxing champion was blinking in panic. "Lord Fist King, why are you still here?" After 6 years of immersion, the girl was no longer young and aggressive. "I know that you are eager to explore the mysteries of your origins in the magical universe. Why did you give up the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and stay here?" I sensed evil," the boxing champion stammered. The iron shell that could resist the bombardment of the main gun of a starship seemed to be unable to resist the burning eyes of the girl. "I have to stay and protect the Pangu universe." Is that all?" The girl took a step toward him, her eyes shining with unparalleled courage and determination. "Just to protect the Pangu universe?" Yes. The boxing champion tapped his head. A few mutated gold foil crawled out of the gaps of his skull. "I suddenly remember that there are some unfinished work in the control room. I'm leaving." Don't go, Fist King. The girl shouted at the boxing champion's somewhat ragged back. Answer my question. Did you stay just to protect the Pangu universe? Or do you have something else to protect? Are you still willing to protect me like before? The gears and bearings all over the boxing champion's body were squeaking. The crystal processor was humming like a broken fan. The simple and feeble puppet seemed to be unable to withstand the overflowing heat from his core database and was about to melt. Someone will protect you in my place. A certain man. A handsome, confident man. The boxing champion said somewhat clumsily and sadly, I am just a machine. I know. But so what? You've been like this since we first met. You've never changed, and neither have I. I'm already used to the boxing champion. The girl gritted her teeth, her fists shivering because of nervousness. Turn around and look at me, Master Fist King. Tell me the answer. If I say that I don't care about handsome and confident men, and that I don't like the protection of great sorcerers, will you still protect me like before? The boxing champion did not turn around. But he stood where he was for a long time, as if an invisible lightning had cut off his logic. I am willing, he said in a voice that the girl could not hear. But the blossoming flowers on his head betrayed him. Until forever? Oh no. Until the day you or the universe is destroyed. No, Miss Luli. As long as you exist in the universe, I will never allow myself or the universe to be destroyed. At the same time, in the big red spot, an ancient giant in the Gemini Nebula, in the eternal storm, the ocean of lightning was surging. Billions of lightning were interweaving, as if billions of enormous cells were swallowing and changing each other and roaring. In the middle of the thunderstorm, voices that did not make any sense and could not have come from such a harsh environment echoed. Whistles. Yes, it was indeed a high-pitched, weird whistle. If a cultivator from the Star Glory Federation came close and heard the whistle-like sounds in person, he would definitely be shocked and shudder. It was because the echoing whistles had twisted into the melody of the national anthem of the Federation. The source of the whistle was a giant swirl of lightning and plasma. In the depths of the swirl, lightning wriggled like vipers and formed an extremely ugly face that looked like a human being lying in a sea of lightning with his arms as a pillow. After the national anthem of the Federation was played, the face, or rather, the bean sprout-like person, suddenly thought of something and smiled silently. No, calm down. Now is not the time to go out. Neither human beings nor the survivors of the primeval era had stopped monitoring the ancient giants. They were still very wary of the lightning creatures. However weird and powerful the lightning creatures were, they would not survive long if they left the ancient giants, not to mention conquering the entire Pangu universe or the multiverse. However, the wariness would not last long. After all, they were faced with serious internal and external problems. He was not their number one enemy. The first batch of travelers had already set off smoothly. Who would have thought that he would be able to hack into the spiritual nexus through the magical equipment that human beings used to monitor the ancient giants and steal the top-secret information of the transmigrator bases? For the next 500 years, their focus should be on the messenger plan. However, even if more subunits were discovered, would they be so easy to communicate and integrate with? As for the Resistance Alliance, were they really the so-called freedom-loving, indomitable fighters who defend their dignity? He did not believe it at all. All in all, the Pangu universe would be torn apart again and sink into unimaginable schemes and darkness. As long as he waited patiently, he and his new friends would have many, many opportunities. Messenger, Time Traveler, Resistance Alliance, Flood Tide, Reincarnation Prison, Earth. Such a splendid and interesting universe was too much to bear. He could not help but wonder what the legendary Earth looked like. Then, as I said before I left, the lightning-like man in the sea of lightning chuckled. Let's meet again on Earth, Uncle Lee. The Tyrannosaur was only one step away from him. He could clearly see the interconnecting wrinkles on the Tyrannosaur's body. The wrinkles divided the enormous body into the shape of a chessboard. It was not ugly. Instead, it was glittering and translucent like a body of colorful jade. Illuminated by the sunlight, The jade armor of the tyrannosaur blossomed with a rainbow-like brilliance and rose up like a chimney, before it turned into a surging redness that seemed to be burning furiously and stimulated a certain strength deep inside his heart that had been sleeping for a long time. Like a nightmare, he could neither move nor shout. He could only stare at the tyrannosaur. Such a scene seemed to have been repeated countless times. Every time, he had a vague feeling that the tyrannosaur wanted to say something to him, but the roars were all lost in the wind and sand. There were even many times when a bottomless canyon appeared between him and the tyrannosaur. They could only look at each other across the river. But this time, he was so close to the tyrannosaur that he could see the lipstick smeared on its bloody mouth. A T-Rex wearing lipstick? He was dumbfounded and found it hard to believe. For a long time, he could not understand the science behind the weird picture. When he gazed at the tyrannosaur gazed back. The scorching flames spurting out of his nose, which looked like a train tunnel, ignited the fire in the bottom of his heart. He felt restless and eager, as if his other self was about to break out of his chest and jump on the back of the tyrannosaur. Weirdly enough, the eyes of a tyrannosaur should be dirty and brutal, just like those in all the monster movies. But the eyes of the tyrannosaur were full of humanity and indescribable emotions and information. His heart was beating faster and faster, and he could not help but move forward. Then he was slapped away by the tyrannosaur. Sleeping? Wake up and fight. The tyrannosaur let out a deafening roar. Ah! Liao screamed and jumped up from the bunk bed. His head almost hit the ceiling, and he almost fell to the ground. Holding the bed, he breathed heavily for a long time, with cold sweat popping out of his pores. His other brothers in the dormitory were already used to his weird behavior. The eldest brother went to the library, but the second brother was still curled up in bed reading a novel with headphones on as usual. The third brother, on the other hand, was scared awake by him. He yawned and said, "What are you doing? Why are you crying and shouting so early in the morning? Are you having nightmares again?" "Yes." Liao looked at his hands. His fingertips were still shivering. There was no telling whether it was because of fear or excitement. "Which nightmare is it?" The third brother, Xianxia, rubbed his eyes and said, "Is it the one where you were ravaged by a female T-Rex time and time again? The one where you were exhausted? The one where you wanted to die? The one where you met a good brother in disguise, and you saw through him but didn't say anything? The one where you got intimate with her, and one night when you were in a trance, you discovered that the good brother in disguise had a monster boa hidden deep below his crotch? Or the one where you dreamed that you would give birth to 2 computers when you were pregnant?" Liao sniffed and ignored Xianxia's teasing. It was not until his hands were no longer shaking that he carefully climbed out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash his face with cold water. Raising his head, what appeared in the mirror was a plain, ordinary face. In this ordinary second-rate university, in this ordinary second-rate city, there were as many as one could imagine. Liao was in a trance. He felt that his soul had left his body and was wandering in the outside world. Is this really me? For some reason, a voice popped up from the bottom of his heart. Who am I? Where am I? He was dazed for a long time, as if he would fall asleep again if he were to stand. He fell into a new, unpredictable dream. The sharp whistle outside the window woke him up. Looking into the distance through the window, one could see that the entire Jiangnan University town was drowned in the slanting wind and drizzling rain. Dark clouds covered the light of dawn. The heavens and the earth rippled with a dark mist. Rows upon rows of tall buildings were lit up one after another like lanterns dancing in the wind. Quite a few vigorous university students were unafraid of the wind and rain. They had already started their morning exercise. There were also umbrellas blossoming like flowers that surged towards the cafeteria, bringing a sliver of liveliness to the university town that had just awakened. Smoke was rising in the sky of the cafeteria. The smoke and fire of the human world covered the earth and blew away the nightmare that he had just had. You are truly the god of sleeping, of 610. With a toothbrush in his mouth, Xianxia walked to the toilet beside Liao and peed. I've never seen someone who likes to sleep so much as you. You sleep on the bed for at least 12 hours a day, don't you? And when you're in the classroom, you have to continue sleeping for 3 to 5 classes, right? Even when you're not sleeping, you look muddle-headed and absent-minded. Last time, when the department organized a football match, you could even fall asleep on the field. Brother, what kind of technique are you practicing? Training? Techniques. Li Yao's pupils constricted violently, but it was zoomed in the next second. He had no idea what Xian was talking about. And those weird, eccentric dreams. Xian grinned. Although everybody dreams in their sleep, I've never seen anyone else's dream as wonderful and exciting as yours. The most important thing is that most people forget the dream completely within 3 to 5 seconds when they wake up, but you remember every detail of the dream clearly. Impressive. If I can learn your trick, won't I be able to remember all the erotic dreams and enjoy them again and again? Li Yao did not know what to say. Ever since the accident 5 years ago, when he woke up from the 3-month coma, he had been having weird dreams. They were not really nightmares, but more weird than shock. The uncanny dreams were like glittering paint that had penetrated deep into his cerebral cortex and wouldn't disperse even after 3 to 5 days. Sometimes, they would even appear in broad daylight and torment him, making him unable to distinguish between reality and falsehood, reality and dream, life and death. It was not a technique but more like a curse. The most direct side effect was that Li Yao was originally a cheerful, warm, and straightforward young man. But every time he had a strange dream, he felt that he had become sleazy, shameless, and dark. But Li Yao also knew that among the 4 brothers in the dormitory, Xian was the one who played the best with him. There was no malice in his jibber-jabber. Those who had not experienced these strange dreams in person would absolutely not know how big of an influence these strange dreams had on people. Could even change one's fate. Are you really all right? Seeing that there was still something wrong with Li Yao's face, Xian couldn't help but extend his hand. Do you have a fever? I'm fine. Li Yao took a step back. Don't touch me with your hands that you just peed on. That's good. Xian wiped his hands on his pants. He thought for a moment and said, Brother, take it easy. In fact, it's not a big deal to have weird dreams, but it doesn't matter if you wake up. It won't be good if you fall into them. Second brother likes to read web novels. I like to read comic books. These are also dreams. Riding the wind, riding the sword, singing a song of chivalry, dominating the world, powerful magic, evil robots, terrifying cosmic tyrants. Modern life is so stressful. Everyone needs a channel to vent. Who hasn't had similar dreams? However, dreams are just dreams after all. They are not reality and can't be used as food. You and I are not some rich second-generation heirs. We are about to graduate, so we still have to find a way to eat first before we dream. Dreams are all false. They are lies or self-deception. Dreams can't affect life. We have to be down to earth, right? Yes. Li Yao nodded his head. He returned to his seat, opened a drawer, and took out a small notebook with a password lock. He opened the notebook. Inside the notebook were densely packed words the size of a fly's head, recording the details of all the strange dreams over the past few years. The notebook had been rubbed so often that the edges were white and yellow. Li Yao thought for a moment, flipped to the latest page of the notebook, and wrote, Early morning, May 19, 2018. I dreamed of T-Rex again, but she put on lipstick. What does that mean? He turned to the first 2 pages and drew a vivid picture of a tyrannosaur with a ballpoint pen. He thought for a moment and added a few strokes to the bloody mouth of the tyrannosaur, which was sort of a lipstick. Then, he looked at the tyrannosaur that had been smeared with lipstick and fell into deep thought again. It's over. It's over. The child is possessed. He's completely hopeless. Xian lamented behind him. Li Yao closed the notebook and locked it. Just as he was about to turn around and refute, he was shocked by Xian's appearance. What are you doing? Why are you wearing a colorful balaclava? And what's with the foam and plastic? What colorful headgear? This is a colorful aura cool suit. Do you know what cosplay is? Xian was wearing a layer of armor made of foam and plastic. He gestured a few bodybuilding movements and said, Isn't today the Heavenly Horse Lake International Anime Festival? I spent half a month's breakfast money to buy this set. Let's see. Let's see how this bro looks. How professional, how domineering. Liao was lost for words. Didn't you just teach me not to indulge in messy dreams? How is that the same? Your big brother's head is very clear. I have a very restrained and bottom line. I absolutely won't let my imagination get mixed up with my real life. After today, of course, I will go all out in the job fair. I will find a job, make a lot of money, get married, have children, buy a house, and so on. But today, I've heard that there will be a lot of beautiful girls and professional cosplay teams from abroad at the comic festival. They are all golden-haired, blue-eyed foreigners. I must go and appreciate them. Xianxia rubbed his hands and suddenly thought of something. Hey, why don't we go together? It's like fighting fire with fire. It's better to think about girls and foreigners than to dream of tyrannosaurs all day long. Chances are that you won't have those weird dreams when you discover the wonderful world of 2D and cosplay. Is that so? Today was the weekend, and Liao was not a fan of studying. It was not a big deal. Go now. On the other hand, Xianxia's interest was piqued. Just based on the fact that you often dream of a giant python sticking out of the crotch of your good brother who is dressed as a woman, I'm certain that you have the potential to develop into the 2D world. Maybe even you didn't realize that you are actually a big shot in cross-dressing who has been hiding himself very deeply. Get lost. Liao laughed and cursed, but he still stood up honestly. He washed up and went with Xianxia. Passing by the bed of Zhao Kai, the second son of the dormitory, Liao patted the bed railing and said, "We're going to the Comic-Con festival to see the girls. Are you coming?" Zhao Kai's muffled laughter came from under the blanket as he said, "No, you guys go ahead. Just take a few more pictures of the girls and bring them back for our brothers to admire. Let's go." I don't know what Zhao Kai has been reading these days, but he's as fascinated as you are. Xianxia dragged Liao out of the dormitory. There are too many wolves and too little meat. Little girls don't wait for others. Go, go, go. It's huge. Liao exclaimed at the Heavenly Horse Lake International Convention and Exhibition Center. The Convention and Exhibition Center was located in a newly developed area of Jiangnan City. It was huge and magnificent. Several silver, bizarre-shaped buildings made people feel as if they were traveling to the future. Even though the main meeting hall was as large as several football fields, today's Convention and Exhibition Center was still packed with people from all over the country, as well as other related manufacturers and workers. As far as one's eyes could reach, there were fans of cartoons and fantasy culture who were dressed in bizarre costumes and pretended to be serious. Like Xianxia, they were dressed in colorful and bizarre costumes. Some of them were dressed as powerful great magicians. Some were dressed as ghastly vampires. Some were dressed as glamorous and charming female demons. Some were dressed as steel-like robots that were armed to the teeth. And of course, there were also some sword immortals who had local characteristics and were dressed in elegant white robes. Some of them were swaggering as if there was no one else in the room. They were walking here and there, displaying their delicate homemade clothes. Some of them were even coming up with short plays with plots, attracting the attention of a large number of spectators. They were like-minded and harmonious. Liao even saw a young black man who was wearing a homemade armor. His hands and back were shining and smoking. As an ordinary youth of this era, Liao had, of course, come in contact with fantasy entertainment products such as cartoons, web novels, and sci-fi movies. He didn't have any resistance to this. It was just that in the past, when he was plagued by strange dreams, he spent most of his time sleeping or daydreaming. He wasn't as engrossed as Xianxia and Zhao Kai. Today, when he arrived at the animation festival, his mood had been infected by so many fans, and he was also interested. He carried a plastic inflatable prop known as the Sword of Vast Heaven. He looked here and there. It was quite refreshing. Wow, so big! Xianxia was next to him, too. He was drooling while he looked around lewdly. Look over there. Look over there. That hammer is so white. No, what I meant was that the sabers are so round. No, well, you will know when you see them. I really want to suffocate in them. Liao was somewhat speechless. He said, "Speaking of which, why do we have to stand in this place? This seems to be the entrance of a toilet. You don't understand. We're here to see a young lady, but everyone is dressed so gorgeously. Do you know who the young lady is and who the cross-dressing big shot is if you don't take off your pants? What if you drool for a certain succubus or female demon for a long time, and when you're in a hurry to pee, you find out that the other party went to the men's restroom with you? The guy will take it out and it will be even bigger than you. Don't you think it's awkward?" Xian said, "So, of course, I'm going to stand at the entrance of the toilet and figure out which girls are the real girls, so that it will be easier for me to take action later. Don't look at me like that. I meant to take a picture with them, have a heart-to-heart competition, leave a phone number or a WeChat message. That should be fine, right?" "Yes." Liao watched absent-mindedly. Suddenly, his gaze froze and he poked Xian. "There seems to be a musical in the booth over there. Do you know what it is?" Where? Xian squinted his eyes and read for a while before saying, "Oh, it's Legend of the Super Cultivator. It's quite a popular online novel. Recently, it seems to have been adapted into a comic and a game. The game manufacturer wants to use the Animation Festival platform to advertise first. Not only have they arranged musicals and imitation shows, but the author of the novel will also be present to sign the book. He's the legendary web novelist. If he can get an autograph, Zhao Kai will definitely like it." Legend of Super Cultivators? Liao subconsciously pressed his temples and felt that his head was aching again. "Yes. You haven't seen them? Sword immortals, cultivators, demons, devils, and so on. I've read half of them. Not bad." Xian said, "I have to ask Zhao Kai whether or not I should bring an autograph back for him. Let him manage my breakfast for a month." Cultivators? Liao stared at the girls in the booth who were wearing the same clothes as before, singing and dancing, and the scenes where flying swords were flying and shooting mystic rays with various sound and electricity effects. For a moment, he felt that the scene in front of him was blurred again, and a distant world was becoming clearer and clearer. Right at this moment, a commotion broke out in the surroundings. Quite a few animation fans and cosplayers took out their cell phones, lowered their heads, and started discussing. Xian had just taken out his phone and was about to contact his roommate when he saw a message pop up. He was also stunned and said in disbelief, "Gilson is dead? No way. Which Gilson?" Liao was baffled. "It's Gilson, the one who is known as the Butcher. He is the author of Blood and Sand, a world-famous author of serious fantasy literature. He is a real god who is best known for his cruelty and mercilessness to his characters." "You don't know him?" Xian said. "The novel is named Blood and Sand. Later, it was adapted into a serial called Song of the Abyss. It has been quite a hit over the past 2 years. Many people have been chasing after it. Even if you haven't read the novel, you should have read a few of the serial, right?" "Now that you mention it, I remember now. I've watched a few episodes of Song of the Abyss, but I didn't know that it was named Blood and Sand. I didn't know that this Gilson was dead, either." Fantasy literature, or rather fantasy entertainment works, were all budding in China. They had just entered the blossoming stage. Even the world-renowned gods might not be known by society, but this was the Comic-Con. Most of the tourists and the audience were fans of the related fields. Naturally, they had a strong reaction to the collapse of the industry. Liao did not have much of a reaction to the death of a foreign fantasy writer, but seeing that many people were talking about it, he asked casually, "What a pity. How did he die?" "I think it's a heart attack. The old man isn't young anymore, and he's also fat. All day he's been killing and killing in the novels. His blood flows like a river, and his head is rolling. Even he can't stand the stimulation. In the middle of the night, he had a heart attack. It seems so. The specific news hasn't been released yet. It's all gossip. Let me look at another website." Xian lowered his head and scrolled through his phone. He switched to a forum dedicated to the discussion of fantasy entertainment works. Suddenly, his fingers and his breath came to a halt. His pupils constricted to the minimum, and he looked like he had seen a ghost. "What's wrong?" Liao was shocked. You don't have such feelings for this Gilson, do you? I remember that you like to read comic books, but you don't particularly like to read fantasy novels or watch dramas. What are you doing here? That's impossible. Xianxia mumbled. Gao Wui is dead, too? Huh. Liao was baffled. Who is Gao Wui? It's a mangaka from Fusong. His name is Strong Colonization Hunter. He has been drawing on and off for 20 to 30 years and killed a lot of readers. I started reading it when I was in primary school. Now that I'm about to graduate from college, it's impossible for me to finish it. There's no way that I can ever finish it. Xianxia glanced at his phone quickly. The news has been confirmed by the police of Fusong. It is not fake news. It seems that he was crushed to death by an out-of-control truck when he went out to play mahjong. He has been crushed into pieces beyond recognition. His hands, in particular, have been crushed into minced meat. Oh, he is doomed. Xianxia heaved a long sigh and slapped his thigh. It could be seen that, for him, who was an experienced comic fan, the death of the mangaka Fusong was obviously more heartbreaking than the passing of the Western fantasy novelist. However, Liao could not tell whether he was crying or laughing, lamenting the death of a genius mangaka, or gritting his teeth and saying, "Good death." It was truly strange. The atmosphere of the Comic-Con festival was apparently more solemn. In this era of super-advanced information, even across the ocean, nothing could stop the speed of news. Very soon, the news of the passing of two masters in different fields, one in the East and the other in the West, who brought endless imagination and happiness, spread to every corner of the convention center. Although it was not enough to extinguish the joyful atmosphere, it at least brought two topics that were not so easy to talk about. Judging from the time, the two masters seemed to have passed away at the same time, no more than an hour before and after. There was no telling whether or not it was the will of heaven, but it was quite a pity. Although he was in a bad mood, he could not postpone the series of events that he had prepared for the Comic-Con festival. Soon, with the background music, the atmosphere was heated again. In the booth of the game Legend of Super Cultivators, the author of the novel stepped onto the stage and started interacting with hundreds of crazy fans or the official fans. Thank you for your support. Without you, there would be no Legend of Super Cultivators. Thank you very, very much. The author of the novel was jumping up and down on stage. Watching him from afar, Liao had an ominous feeling deep inside his aching brain. Creak, creak. He seemed to have heard something. He saw a few screws that were not fixed properly break and fall off. No. Liao cried out involuntarily, yet he was unable to stop everything. He could only watch helplessly as a combination lamp weighing hundreds of pounds fell from the sky above the booth and ruthlessly smashed the author of the novel who was promoting the game in front of countless people. When Liao and Xianxia returned to the dormitory, they looked like two disheveled chickens. It was no laughing matter that an accident had taken place in the crowded animation festival. At that time, order was already in chaos. The two of them had just run out, and one of Xianxia's shoes had been knocked off. He had no choice but to buy a pair of slippers. Somebody's dead. Somebody's dead. Somebody's dead. His excitement didn't diminish in the slightest. There wasn't the slightest bit of fear or sorrow in his expression. Instead, he knocked on the bed railing of the second brother of the dormitory, Xiaokai, and shouted, "Take a guess. Who's dead?" "I'm not talking about Gilson or Gao Wui. I guarantee you won't be able to guess." "What the heck?" Xiaokai stuck his head out from under the covers and pulled out one of his earbuds. Although his tone was dissatisfied, there was still a smile on his face as he said, "Stop fooling around. I'm reading a book." "What dead people? What does it have to do with me? What book are you so engrossed in?" Xianxia shrieked. "You didn't know such a big thing happened?" "I don't know. I've been reading books for the past 2 days. Ha 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 ha. I don't know what the author's dog brain is thinking. It's quite interesting. I'll be damned if I believe him." Xiaokai chuckled. "I sincerely recommend you to take a look. It's been a long time since I've seen such nonsense." "Is that so?" Xianxia wanted to tell Xiaokai about the accident at the Comic-Con festival, but he was attracted by Xiaokai's words and said, "What book? Who wrote it?" I'll read it when I'm free. It doesn't matter whether you flip it or not, but Liao is definitely going to flip it. I guarantee you a big surprise. Zhao Kai waved his phone at Liao and said with a smile, "The title of the book is, the author's name is, oh, it's a newcomer. The name is quite awkward to pronounce. It's something called Master Snail. I was wondering what book it was. So it was this book." Before Liao could react, Xianxia pursed his lips and said, "I've already skimmed through this dam a while ago. It's clearly a big poisonous grass that's both white and watery. The plots are simple, the characters are crude, and the writing is crude. TSK, 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 TSK. The entire article is shoddy. It's all nonsense. Zhao Kai, your taste hasn't plummeted so much as to recommend this kind of trash, right?" Zhao Kai's face was flushed red from Xianxia's words. He spat and said, "Where's the big poisonous grass? I think it's all right. I can still read it alive. As for online literature, I don't have high requirements for the characters. It's fine as long as it's passable. The key is creativity. Do you understand creativity? The requirements are not too high. It's not that there are no requirements. Even if it's online literature, there can't be 3 dumbfounded, 5 racing to the limit, and 7 huge." Xianxia paused for a moment. "Wait, let me confirm with you first. This book you were talking about, is it the one with a lot of stunned, soaring to the limit, enormous and astronomical figures? I've been reading so many books every day that I've almost forgotten its name." "You are exaggerating." Zhao Kai also started laughing. He scratched his head and said, "All right, the words used in this book are a bit monotonous. The writing style is a bit like a high school student's essay, but there aren't 3 to 5 dumbfounded words on each page." "Yes, yes," Xianxia said. "Not only will the author be dumbfounded, he will also be dumbfounded. I told you not to bother about the details." Zhao Kai was somewhat embarrassed by Xianxia's rebuttal. He waved his phone and said, "Don't you think that the writing method of cultivation and technology is very creative?" "I don't think so. Cultivators are cultivators, and technology is technology. Not everything can be mixed together. What kind of creativity is malatang and pasta?" Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and said, "What's more, even if it's creative to combine completely unrelated elements, this author simply doesn't have the ability to mix them. All right? On the surface, maintenance, magical equipment, sex going on sale, all these messy things are quite interesting. But if you look at the back, you will know that it's still the same old wine in the new bottle, the same water in the new bottle, the same medicine in the new bottle. It's the same little white acting cool face slapping set. Moreover, it's written in the most ancient, the crudest way. Don't glare. I remember there's a villain in front. What's his name? What's his name? Helian Lai?" Zhao Kai said. "That's right. Their class monitor was also the president of the student union. For the sake of a class beauty, he took the initiative to come looking for trouble with the protagonist. In the end, he was ruthlessly beaten up by the protagonist." Xianxia said, "Wow, how many years has it been since I've seen such an idiotic villain, such an idiotic plot, and such an idiotic author? At that time, when I saw this Helian Lai being beaten up by the protagonist, I couldn't help but abandon the book. I reckon the latter part of the story will be similar to this. Acting cool and slapping the face, subduing the class belle and school belle, becoming the king of the universe. In short, there's no need to waste time on this kind of trash book. All right, I admit that this book is a little childish in the early stages. I really didn't have any books to read, so I casually flipped through it." Zhao Kai's face was flushed red. However, what Xianxia said was reasonable, and his deduction was quite reasonable. He had nothing to say, so he could only say, "But you'll know after you read it. It's still all right to use the game as an example. This book follows the path of late-stage development. At worst, you can skip ahead. Jump over." Xianxia asked, "How much?" "Well," Zhao Kai thought for a moment. "In fact, I think we can watch the beginning, but you really don't have the patience. 400 chapters should be enough, but this way, we won't be able to see the growth of the protagonist. Maybe it will affect the brilliance later." "What? 400 chapters? 3,000 words per chapter means more than 1,000,000 words. Big brother. Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How many words has this stupid book written? What's there to read if it's over 1,000,000 words? Believe me, it is true. Zhao Kai's face was about to turn purple. It could be seen that he sincerely wanted to recommend to his roommate. The author himself has said that this book will be written very, very long. It will take more than 1,000,000 words to leave the novice village. More than 1,000,000 words to get out of the beginner village? Then wouldn't the entire story be over 10,000,000 words? These unscrupulous writers nowadays, in order to cheat money, are really getting more and more unscrupulous. Xian said in disdain. Zhao Kai, do you really not have a conscience to recommend such hydrology and poison to your brothers? Zhao Kai was rendered speechless by Xian. Liao watched the fire from the side with a smile. He didn't feel that Xian's words were too sharp and caustic. The way the second brother and the third brother got along was just like this. The second brother was a fan of novels, while the third brother was a fan of comic books. The two often recommended their favorite works to each other. However, their aesthetic tastes were a bit different. Every time they recommended something, the other party would bring a gun and a stick to the head and criticize it. They would make a big fuss and completely forget about it the next day. They would continue to suffer and forget to remember the beating. Once again, they would enthusiastically recommend something to the other party. There was also a reason for today's incident. A few days ago, Xian had recommended a comic that was said to be extremely good to Zhao Kai. In the end, when Zhao Kai read it, he had criticized it with thousands of holes, angering Xian. Today, it was Zhao Kai's turn to recommend his beloved novel. How could Xian have any good words to say? However, Liao didn't care as long as he had his own dreams. He wouldn't argue with anyone over a novel or a comic. Forget it. If you don't want to see it, then don't. It's not like I'm recommending it to you. The argument between his two roommates had reached its climax. They were both blushing and foaming at the corners of their mouths. Zhao Kai said angrily, "You deserve to be short of books. I recommended this book to Liao. If you can't find a good book to read, you don't have to force yourself to swallow a poisonous grass with more than 1,000,000 words." Xian said, "Liao, you don't need to waste your time. Just think about it. A book has over 1,000,000 words written. The author's writing style, ideas, and characters are all fixed. The author's level is all here. How good can the later chapters be? A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Can this Master Liao change his habit of being dumbfounded all the time? Zhao Kai was at a loss for words. After breathing heavily for a long time, he looked at Liao and said, "Anyways, you must go and take a look. The reason is simple. The protagonist of this book is called Liao." Huh! Liao was dazed for a moment. Speaking of which, it was not very strange. After all, the name Liao was too ordinary. He had met several people with the same name when he was growing up. They were almost the same as Xianxia. Even when he was reading a book in the past, he had encountered a villain named Liao in the book. In the end, he was killed by the protagonist after only a few chapters. He had simply laughed it off. If his name was Wang, and the protagonist of the book was also Wang, wouldn't that be weird enough? However, Zhao Kai was looking at him with such eagerness that it was hard to refuse. He could not bear to embarrass Zhao Kai. In fact, Liao was quite grateful to his three bros in the dormitory, because he had a habit of having strange dreams. Many a time, he would wake up from the dream with a start and cause quite a stir. If it were his dorm mate with a bad temper, they would have long been at loggerheads with each other. In the end, no matter how Zhao Kai and Xian ridiculed him, they didn't care about it in their daily life and were quite concerned about him. Everyone got along quite well. Liao nodded and said, "All right, cultivation and technology sounds very interesting. I'll check it out later." Yes, you must be patient. The beginning isn't that bad. You can still continue watching without a brain. Then, there will be a change in the first 100 chapters. The entire theme will sublimate. Then, you have to grit your teeth and persist until 400 to 500 chapters. Everything will be flat. The more you watch, the more exciting it will be. All right. Liao couldn't help but laugh. In fact, he also believed in Xianxia's theory. Although online novels nowadays were getting longer and longer and 3 to 5 million words were nothing unusual, 1 million words was enough to show the skill of the author. Even Zhao Kai, who liked it so much, didn't dare to say how good it looked in the beginning and even asked him to grit his teeth and persist. It seemed that this was indeed lacking. Liao did not believe that such a mediocre work would be reborn after 1 million words. Unless it was a different author, or the author was suddenly struck by lightning, or the author's brain mutated, and a few imps crawled into his brain to help him write. In any case, whether it was gold wrapped in dog shit or dog shit wrapped in dog shit was not a big deal. Just now, it was just a joke. If he continued talking, it would hurt the Brotherhood. Right? Don't you know? Liao changed the topic. Gilson had a heart attack and died. He is the author of Blood and Sand and Song of the Abyss. Liao didn't say anything about Gao Wui because he knew that Zhao Kai was not very interested in Fusang comics. Maybe he didn't know who Gao Wui was. In fact, Liao didn't know why many netizens were celebrating Gao Wui's death, but he had seen Zhao Kai watching Song of the Abyss on his phone. Even if he was not interested, it would still be a piece of news. As for the online novelist's death, it was not a big deal in the first place. Now that it was so noisy, nobody really cared. As expected, Zhao Kai's interest was piqued. He crawled a bit out from under the covers. What's what? Which one? What's going on? Let me tell you. Such a big fatty, with a heart attack. He died all of a sudden. He's even more fragile than the characters in his books. Xian had forgotten that the two of them had been arguing with each other just now. Instead, they were telling Zhao Kai what had happened today in great interest. Seeing that both of them were born in the year of the bear, Liao smiled and walked to the balcony at the end of the dormitory. For some reason, his heart was beating faster and faster. Liao was still thinking about what had happened during the day. Although he was far away from the web novelist at that time and didn't see the scene clearly, he didn't know whether or not he was hallucinating. But he seemed to have heard the sound of a chandelier breaking, falling, and the web novelist's bones breaking. Later, when the crowd was rioting and everybody was running away, he vaguely saw that the blood on the booth was like a zigzagging snake that was trying to send him a message. Later, he received news that the web novelist had passed away due to serious injuries. Modern society had developed a lot of information. Most of the young people had seen a lot of bloody and brutal videos. Their psychological endurance was not that bad. But Liao's heart was still beating fast. The whole thing was echoing in his head. Was it fear? No. Other than fear, there was confusion. Something inexplicable was flowing inside his brain. Liao thought of the two masters in the fields of fantasy and animation from the East and West, Gilson and Takaya Ibo's death. After half a day of fermenting, the two incidents had already caused a huge uproar in the small circle of fans of fantasy literature and animation. All kinds of half-truths and half-false posts were flying everywhere, and netizens were spontaneously mourning and so on. Logically speaking, Liao was not a particularly enthusiastic fan of fantasy literature or comic. There was no need for him to join in the fun. However, he could not help but watch the news of the passing of the two masters again and again, not letting go of a single photo. He even compared the two news clips with the accident at the comic festival. He didn't know why he was doing this. A Japanese cartoonist who loved mahjong, a ruthless master of Western fantasy literature, and a local web novelist. There was not the slightest bit of similarity, nor was there any connection. Although it was a bit of a coincidence that accidents happened at almost the same time, there were so many authors of fantasy, science fiction, and fantasy literature around the world, as well as a large number of cartoonists and animation producers, as well as 10 times the number of workers. It was not strange for accidents to occur. But Liao just felt that, through the slanting wind and drizzling rain on the balcony, one could see that the entire Jiangnan University town was flickering with a dim yellow fire under the illumination of the twilight. Not far away, the construction had just been completed, and the rumbling of a car could be heard coming from the high platform that connected the entire city. The campus was filled with colorful umbrellas, forming a world as gorgeous as a kaleidoscope. This world seemed to be a bit duller than the previous one. No, not now. More precisely, when the burning lamp fell from the sky and hit the web novelist's head, Liao felt that the color of the world had become duller and lackluster. It was like a world made of 18,000 colors. One color was gone, and only 17,999 colors were left. Maybe one day the entire world would turn black and white, and maybe even black and white would cease to exist. There would only be dead silence and gloom, forever and ever. What kind of hysteria am I having? Liao woke up from his trance and couldn't help but laugh. He tapped his head hard. Did you read too many novels or have too many strange dreams? What are you thinking about? It was already graduation season. The students were all busy writing papers, doing their internship, looking for a job, and welcoming the first wave of society. Liao's grades and family were ordinary. They were not good enough for him to daydream all day long. He was not particularly ambitious, but he was not so depraved that he would abandon himself to despair. After all, he was just an ordinary person in the world of mortals. He could live however other people lived. As long as it was neither too high nor too low, he could live as long as he had 60 points and 100 million years. Wasn't that the case for the vast majority of the people in the world? Stop thinking about these useless things. Liao took a deep breath and extended his hands to the outside of the balcony. He caught a handful of cold raindrops and rubbed his hot face hard. Do you think you can get a good job by daydreaming all day? Starting from tomorrow, I really can't fall like this. I have to prepare my graduation thesis and participate in the job fair. I have to try to find a job with a bigger development opportunity. Buy a house, buy a car, marry a wife, have children. Speaking of which, it's really hard to find a job this year. Now that the property prices are so high, I don't know when I will be able to collect the down payment. Who will marry you if you don't have a house? Liao sighed. He felt powerless from the bottom of his heart. He felt that an invisible membrane was covering his head, making him unable to see the direction, breathe, or exert any strength. Maybe this was how real life was like. There was a lot of pressure. Everyone had to do everything they could and be exhausted in order to fight for some breathing space in the steel forest. Only in this way could they complete their duty and mission. It was better to be down to earth. After all, he was no longer at the age where he could dream irresponsibly. They could not live in absurd dreams forever and never grow up. Could they? Liao shook his head hard, trying to get rid of all the messy thoughts. The accident during the day, the death of Master Fantasia in the east and the west, and the tyrannosaur that had been smeared with blood in his dream. He washed up simply, climbed into his bunk bed, and threw his entire body into the bedroll. His body was extremely tired, but his mind was extremely clear. He resisted the thought of falling asleep. He didn't know what he would do if he fell asleep and saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex, who had smeared red lipstick, in his dreams. And if the Tyrannosaurus Rex invited him to wake up and fight again. Liao turned on his phone and prepared to read a few more news and posts. In the pop-up window, Zhao Kai's profile picture blinked as he sent Liao a link, the web address of 40,000 Years of Cultivation. It seemed that Zhao Kai was really excited. In the beginning, Liao didn't have the mood to read any novels. It was said that from tomorrow onwards he couldn't fall so low. He had to work hard, he had to struggle, he had to study hard and improve every day. However, it was not tomorrow yet. Liao opened the link and was ready to close the web page at any time. The title of the book was somewhat exaggerated. This is a heavenly wolf-level crystal warship weighing 390 million tons and manned by 1,523 refinement stage cultivators. The mainframe crystal processor can calculate 90 million telepathic thoughts per second, and its computational ability is equal to that of a nascent soul stage cultivator. It can suppress a planet instantly. Standing in the middle of the endless sea of stars, Liao looked at the enormous object in front of him and calculated silently. I need 7 seconds to dismantle this warship into scrap. In the cultivation era of 40,000, an ordinary teenager at the border roared at the stars and dominated the galaxy. Liao was not excited at all when he saw his name appearing in the introduction in such an awe-inspiring way. Instead, he felt both embarrassed and amused. The introduction was too silly. What nascent soul stage cultivators? What computational ability? What mainframe crystal processor? What were they talking about? Roars of the stars and dominates the universe. The authors nowadays can't even write a proper book about the armed conflict between two villages. And yet they dare to write about planets, galaxies, and universes? They are really too arrogant. As for the word, hot blood, according to Li Yao's limited reading experience, it meant that the author would use a lot of exclamation marks. Li Yao yawned and scrolled to the top of the page. Isn't this a cultivation novel? How did it end up in the science fiction section? If this roaring the stars and dominating the galaxy thing could be considered a science fiction novel, then snails were also awesome. The title, introduction, and column were enough to make Li Yao lose 90% interest. However, he was afraid that Zhao Kai would ask him about it tomorrow morning, so he decided to just casually browse through a few chapters. Li Yao clicked on the main text and opened the first chapter, which was named Magical Equipment Graveyard. Magical Equipment Graveyard? For some reason, Li Yao's heartbeat was disrupted. A needle that was thousands of times thinner than a hair pierced his heart softly. Wake up! Wake up! The heroic spirit that had slept for billions of years woke up. The war had begun. Horns were roaring. The universe ocean needs you. We need you. What the hell? Have you been worrying about graduation and finding a job recently? Did you not sleep well and have a nervous breakdown? Li Yao dug his ears hard to clear the annoying noise. Then he rubbed his chest and continued reading. Lake Rusty. Special Waste Treatment Plant Number 23. It was also known as the Magical Equipment Graveyard. With the continuous development of the cultivation civilization, the magical equipment that used to be high and mighty and could only be driven by cultivators had entered thousands of households, becoming a necessary tool for ordinary people to stay at home, travel, study, and work. Not only did it bring convenience to his life, it also produced a lot of wasted magical equipment and metal garbage. Most of the garbage magical equipment still had a lot of spiritual energy left, which could easily lead to radiation pollution. The rune arrays to build the magical equipment were extremely unstable, too, and there was even a risk of explosion. If left alone, the environment could be seriously damaged. Therefore, in every major city of the Federation, there would always be several special waste treatment centers that specialized in the disposal of scrap magical equipment. Special Waste Treatment Plant No. 23, located in the southern suburbs of Floating Spear City, a major cultivation town of the Federation. Li Yao stared at the words for a long time. It was indeed as Xianxia had said. The writing was rather crude. It could only be considered as explaining things clearly. There was not much outstanding about the background setting. It was the usual opening of such a garbage dump. Even though Li Yao did not read many web novels, he had read more than 10 similar opening novels. He simply could not understand why these authors were so passionate about the garbage dump. Or was it because they did not use their brains when they wrote and simply refer it? This is a common, plain, and shoddy web novel. There's no need to waste any more time. Li Yao bit his lips hard and warned himself in a high-pitched voice. Stop watching. There's no need to keep watching. Stop. 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 However, his fingers and eyes seemed to be manipulated by a mysterious force as he flipped through the pages. As the characters flickered, a vivid, illusory, and real modern world of cultivation appeared in front of his eyes. He seemed to be able to see the lackluster sky, the red and purple gutter, the rusted magical equipment graveyard, and the countless garbage bugs living inside. He could even clearly smell the nauseating yet incomparably familiar smell that was a mix of rot, mold, and blood. What is going on? Why does this damn magical equipment graveyard look so familiar? It's clearly a very pale and weak template for descriptions and routines. It's no different from the novels I've read before. I can't tell how skilled the author is, but it feels different. Is it my imagination? Fatty Liang. What an ancient name. Why is it that a clear image popped up in my head the moment I heard the name? I've never seen the author spend so much time on Fatty Liang. Liao swallowed hard and opened the second chapter. The title of the chapter was Hologram Projector. Obviously, this was a word coined by the author. There was no such thing in reality. However, before he started reading, a piece of magical equipment named hologram projector popped up in Liao's brain. The structural designs and spiritual energy circulation diagrams of hundreds of different light beams appeared, too. Countless complicated structures and circuits interweaved into a mess and almost spurted out through his ears and nose. His fingers, all 10 of his fingers were twitching unconsciously, as if they had been possessed by a talented pianist, as if they would turn into lightning and gray mist at any moment. One must always dream. Before he turned to the last page of the second chapter, Liao mumbled, "What if it does?" Then he saw the sentence at the end of the second chapter. Every word pierced through his soul like a burning bullet. Boom, 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 boom. Ear-splitting engine noises came from outside the window. Ever since the viaduct that ran through the entire city had been built, many racing fans had taken advantage of the dead of night to treat this place as a racing arena. No matter how much they tried to ban it, it was to no avail. Liao's dormitory building happened to be the closest building to the viaduct in the entire Jiangnan college town. It was not unusual to hear a loud noise in the middle of the night. In the past, they could only curse or complain to the school. But today, the engine noise was particularly loud and ear-piercing, as if it did not come from outside but directly from the depths of Liao's mind. In a trance, he saw another picture. He was wearing a maintenance suit that was full of oil stains and driving a high-speed racing car that had been modified by brute force. He was racing on the overpass and on the bank of the river, overtaking one opponent after another and even surpassing himself in time. In the end, there were brilliant fireworks, boiling blood, and miserable death. Liao's hands and feet started shaking. The feeling of holding the steering wheel, stepping on the brake, and stepping on the accelerator was too real. It was so real that he forgot that he was a college student lying in his dormitory. Instead, he was like an underground racing driver sitting in the wreckage of a racing car, furiously burning. The back of his hand and the back of his foot were bulging with thick blue veins. The blue veins were like snakes that had been electrocuted and were swimming crazily below his skin. His skin was stretched to the limit. At any moment, a strange and powerful force was about to break out of this ordinary body and completely change the future of him and the entire world. Liao tapped the screen of his phone with his trembling fingertips. Liao was dazed. The content of the chapter happened to be the story of Liao, who lived in the 40,000th century of cultivation in the Star Glory Federation, or Cultivator Liao, who recalled the past and discovered that he was a time traveler from Earth and an underground racing driver in his previous life. It was almost identical to what Liao had seen a moment ago. What the hell? Liao curled up. He felt like screaming, touching the goosebumps that had expanded to the size of corn kernels. He said in a trembling voice, "What kind of damn book did Zhao Kai recommend? It's too strange. I can't read it anymore. I absolutely can't read it anymore. How about I read another chapter? I must have been hallucinating just now. I must have been frightened during the day and had a nervous breakdown. I must be hallucinating and hallucinating. Yes, that's right. I'll read another chapter to confirm. Otherwise, how can I sleep at night?" Liao continued clicking. Fiend Blade Peng Hai, Imitation College Entrance Examination, Great Dark Age, Second High School Goddess. The familiar yet strange feeling still lingered in his heart, causing him to unknowingly place himself in the role of Cultivator Liao. It was quite strange. Although the novel was written in a mediocre style and the characters were few, the plot was still the same as the old practice of cultivation and face-slapping. The combination of cultivation and technology was not very wonderful. On the contrary, it was a bit of a claptrap. In order to attract people's attention, it pretended to be shocking. But once one read it and really accepted this kind of setting, many parts of the novel felt quite good. Mad Dog Hellion Lie? Liao couldn't help but laugh as he watched. This must be the so-called rich second-generation monitor that Zhao Kai and Xianxia were arguing about. He doesn't even know that he is the president of the student union. Does he? What an old-fashioned way of writing. What a stiff conflict. He simply wants to create contradictions even if there are no contradictions. After saying that, he was dazed again. What did I just say? He was somewhat in disbelief. I said Mad Dog Hellion Lie? That's right, that's what I said. It's true that Hellion Lie's nickname is Mad Dog. I won't be mistaken. He didn't know why. But the character of Hellion Lie in the book left a deep impression on Liao. He was the first antagonist to appear in the entire book. Even if he was at the level of a minion, Liao wouldn't have mistaken his nickname. However, whether it was the first few chapters or the later chapters, from the moment Hellion Lie first appeared, the author had never once mentioned the word Mad Dog. No, not at all. When he first appeared, the title used by the author was Crimson Nimbus II's First Expert, Hellion Lie. And after the protagonist, Cultivator Liao, and Hellion Lie had a conflict, the word to curse the other party was bastard. Thinking about it, it did make sense. At the very least, in the first few dozen chapters, Hellion Lie had the image of a high and mighty noble young master. He had his own demeanor and upbringing and simply didn't place the protagonist in his eyes. As long as he used one hand, he would be able to blow the protagonist away. How could he reveal such a vicious image of a rabid dog in front of the protagonist? Not just the protagonist, even the passers-by and the author wouldn't give such a character such a weird nickname as Mad Dog. The author had always wanted to describe Hellion Lie's arrogance, indifference, and tyranny. He wanted to use this method to increase the pleasure of Cultivator Liao's counterattack. Although the author's description was not very successful due to the restriction of his writing, in any case, Hellion Lie had never been reduced to the level of Mad Dog. However, when Liao looked at the author's depiction of your noble son Hellion Lie, a face that had clearly lost everything, was like a trapped beast struggling to survive, looked like a fiendish beast, had scars all over its face, and had a malevolent look on its face. It truly looked like a mad dog whose spine had been broken and reattached. That's right, this was the Hellion Lie in Liao's imagination. The Mad Dog Hellion Lie. Liao, go eat shit. Mad Dog Hellion Lie's wild laughter echoed in Liao's mind, as well as the blossoming flower of flames among the dark stars. It was truly strange. Not only did this kind of Mad Dog Hellion Lie not incite the slightest bit of anger in him, it even caused the corners of his eyes and nose to feel somewhat sour. A faint feeling of guilt and admiration was born. What's wrong with me? Liao shuddered. He put down his phone and slapped himself. I feel guilt and admiration when other people ask me to eat shit? I'm not that cheap, am I? Am I a psycho? Of course. Whether it was Mad Dog Hellion Lie or Cultivator Liao, they were both characters in the book. They were made up randomly by novelists and had nothing to do with him. Therefore, they did not really ask him to go to that place. In short, he didn't know how to put it, but it still felt weird. I understand. Liao held his phone and pondered for a long time. Finally, he came to a reasonable conclusion. In fact, I've read this 40,000 Years of Cultivation before. It's very likely that I skimmed through it a few times and left a vague impression on some of the characters and plots in the book. However, I've forgotten the title and the author a long time ago. Now that I've read it again today, the memory pieces that have been buried for a long time will naturally surface. It was not unusual. Web novels were not scientific papers. There was no need to read them too carefully. For a veteran fan like Xianxia, he could finish reading a large volume of several million words in 2 to 3 days. Over the past few years in university, he had read 300 to 500, 700 to 800 web novels, but it was not a lot. Although Liao was not as exaggerated as him, he had read over 100 of these web novels, and even more so, he had casually flipped through countless of them. For the vast majority of them, even if he had read them, he could forget the title, the author, the characters, and the plot completely. Sometimes, after reading with great interest for a long time, he would remember that he had read this book before. This was a common occurrence. So I have read this book before. No wonder most of the plots look so familiar. Liao nodded heavily. Yes, that's right. Everything makes sense now. Now that he had seen it, there seemed to be no need to waste his time watching it again. Tonight, he would strive to go to bed early. Tomorrow he would wake up early in the morning. He absolutely could not laze around in bed and degenerate. He had to be reborn and become a new person. He had to go to the library to prepare his thesis, and he had to gather information about the job fair. In short, he had to pull himself together, he had to strive forward, he had to be in his prime, he had to be vigorous. He absolutely could not continue reading these damn web novels. He had already seen through the hallucinations and auditory hallucinations, as well as the neurasthenia. Even the book reading software might as well be uninstalled. Wasting time and wasting life's meaningless things. That's right, let's do it. Uninstall it. Yes, tomorrow the moment he got up, he would uninstall it. He swore. Well, since it was about to be uninstalled, why not read the last chapter again? After all, he was going to be reborn early tomorrow morning. It wouldn't be too much to watch the last chapter as a memorial, would it? He swore that he would never read this chapter again. Really. Even if he was bored to the point of crashing into a wall and jumping off a building, he would never read this damn again. Thinking like this, Liao lit up the screen and entered the 47th chapter. The name of the chapter was Ding Ling Dang. Boom! Kaleidoscope seemed to have exploded in Liao's mind. Countless gorgeous and modeled scenes flooded in like a surging tide. He seemed to see a tall, slender girl with honey-colored skin and a big mouth and ears. She was not very pretty, but she was full of vitality. She walked toward him casually. They cried, laughed, roared, and hugged wantonly. He also saw two tyrannosaurs rolling on the ancient wasteland as if there were no one else in the world. He saw two weird trees tangling with each other for thousands of years. He saw pairs of wolves, tigers, and leopards rubbing their heads against each other in the hot afternoon. He even saw two planets. Two shooting stars rushed close and crashed into each other brutally. 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Hot magma surged out, and the scent of life spread throughout the universe. What's going on? Liao scratched his crotch and mumbled to himself. Why do I suddenly feel that my back is sore and my legs are weak? Why do I feel so empty and lonely? It's like I've been robbed of my belongings. My entire body is exhausted and dull. I haven't had sex in the past 2 days. Liao calmed himself down and continued reading. Very soon, he was attracted by Ding Ling Dang, this seemingly unconventional female character. According to typical novels, such a fierce big sister who could kill a bull with a single punch was unlikely to be the heroine. But for some reason, Ding Ling Dang's lively and blossoming flame-like image faintly emerged in Liao's mind. This image was shining brilliantly in every brain cell, causing him to be unable to restrain himself from watching. He wanted to know everything about this girl, as well as what exactly had happened between her and Cultivator Liao. This chapter is too short. The author really knows how to write. There's no content at all. This chapter doesn't count. Doesn't count. Read another chapter. Sigh, this damn chapter ending dog just so happens to be stuck at the critical point of the plot. Isn't this too shameless? Can't you let me sleep? Why don't I finish watching this so-called Devil Flood Dragon Island plot? I'll sleep after watching it. As expected, this cultivator Liao is still the same old-fashioned unconscious, weak, ridiculed, and considered to be trash. But what's going on? He can't really be in a relationship with that muscular girl, Ding Ling Dang, right? If he really has found that muscular girl, I won't watch it. I won't watch it even if I'm beaten to death. Without me knowing, I've already read almost 100 chapters. Why don't I just make it up? I'll sleep when I see 100 chapters. I swear. It's time. Yes. It's 11:57 in the middle of the night. Speaking of which, it's sort of today. In the last 3 minutes, watch another chapter. Go to bed at midnight and welcome a brand new tomorrow with a brand new appearance. What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? Why did it turn from 11:57 a.m. to 2 a.m. after only one chapter? What, it's not one chapter. I've already seen 182 chapters? That's impossible. What the hell? Alright, since it's already 2:02 p.m., let's round it up and try to see 200 chapters at 2:30 p.m. Then, delete this book completely. Even the book reading app will be removed. I will be reborn and become a new person. 3 o'clock? Why? Oh my God. Oh my God. Why is this happening? 3:30? How come it's already 3:30? This is depravity. How did I degenerate to this extent? Could it be that I've been under too much pressure recently writing a paper and looking for a job, and I'm in desperate need of a channel to soothe my nerves? That's right. The necessary rest and entertainment are still necessary. One moment of relaxation, and the next moment of relaxation. The path of civil and military. Don't dwell too much on the matter of the paper and the work. The body is the capital of the revolution. It's not good to have a screw loose when you're head over heels. Speaking of which, this author really doesn't know how to write a love story. Ha 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 ha. I treat you as a brother, yet you want to sleep with me. I've never seen this kind of male and female protagonist. Ha 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 ha. What's going on? I feel that my legs are getting weaker and weaker. My lower body is aching. It's like I've been crushed by a train back and forth. I should really lower the frequency in the future. No, I have to sleep. I have to read the last chapter. I have to sleep. I swear. Liao was in a daze. He rubbed his stomach while he typed on his phone. It was truly strange. Besides the gimmick of cultivation and technology, the novel was indeed plain and uninteresting. There was nothing extraordinary about it. It was like a standardized product from a large industrial assembly line. One could look at it or not. The blood-boiling scene on the Grand Desolate War Institutions train could not get rid of the author's hot-bloodedness. Instead, it gave the readers goosebumps. However, why did Liao find it more and more familiar the more he looked at it? Most of the scenes and pictures were as hazy as memories from 100 years ago. He felt that he had seen them before, but the more he looked at them, the more he wanted to know what had happened to cultivator Liao and his friends. Zhao Kai is not lying. Is really good. Liao yawned. I'm going to take a piss. I'm going to sleep after that. I'm not a human being if I don't sleep. Liao fell asleep. Or rather, he felt that he was asleep. It was because he was having countless bizarre dreams. But today, the dream was hundreds of times clearer than before. It was so clear that he could not tell whether he was dreaming or sitting at the desk below the bunk bed, reading a web novel named 40,000 Years of Cultivators wholeheartedly. He saw the T-Rex with the lipstick again. But this time, a queen of the barbarians was riding on the back of the tyrannosaur. She had sharp eyes, a straight nose, honey-colored lips, and wheat-colored skin. Her entire body exuded an aura of supremacy. She was none other than the character in the novel, Ding Lingdang. For so many years, I've been looking for you in the endless sea of stars. Starting from the Battle Aura universe, I've killed my way through so many universes, so many worlds, and so many charming havens and terrifying hells. Ding Lingdang stared at Liao. Her voice was deep and full of magnetism, pure and filled with the vicissitudes of life. Everybody says that you are dead. Your soul and your life information have been completely shattered into nothingness. But I don't believe it. I know that you are still alive. You must persist in your own way, even if your enemy is Earth or the entire universe. Do you still remember our parting words? Like I said, even if you die one day, it doesn't matter whether you go to the netherworld or the deepest level of hell, because I will demolish the netherworld, blow up the netherworld, burn the deepest level of hell and rescue you. Liao, hang in there. I'm here. Liao was suddenly woken up again. He felt that his fingers and waist had never been so sore in his entire life. It was like someone had ruthlessly stabbed a red-hot iron needle into his 10 fingernails and ruthlessly hammered his waist with a red-hot iron hammer. Although his body had woken up, his consciousness was still in the swamp of his brain. He sat next to the chair in a daze for 10 minutes. It was not until the pale sunlight pierced into his eyes that he realized it was already 9:30 in the morning. Today was Monday. Although there were not many classes in the graduating class, his roommates had either gone to the library to prepare their papers or to do their internship and recruitment. The dormitory was extremely quiet. The sound of time passing on the wall clock was so loud that it was unbearable. Liao held his breath and thought about what had happened last night. He seemed to have read a very interesting web novel until the latter half of the night. Then he got out of bed and went to pee. When he was done, he sat on the chair below the bunk bed and read another chapter, and another chapter, and yet another chapter. There was no telling how many chapters he had read. When his blood was boiling and his heart was surging, he even took out the small notebook in which he had recorded his strange dreams to write and draw. Then, in a daze, he fell asleep on the table. Novels are killing people. Liao scratched his hair, which was as messy as a bird's nest, hard. He thought to himself in his sleep, "All right, I've fallen again last night. I'll delete the book later and uninstall the software. Then, I'll take a nap at noon today. No, I'll take a nap at noon. I'll be reborn at 10 o'clock at night and be a new person. That's right. It's decided then. Speaking of which, why does my waist hurt so much? I can't even stand up. That's not right. My underwear is very dry. I really don't have that." Liao tilted his head and yawned. He tried his best to recall what he had done after he peed last night. Other than reading, he seemed to be scribbling in his notebook. Liao opened his most private notebook. Then he was dazed. His face was pale, as if he had seen a ghost. He found that a valiant, dominating queen of the barbarians had appeared on the back of the tyrannosaur that had been smeared with red lipstick. Her eyes were so deep that they could pierce through the notebook, the desk, and even the crust. The queen extended her hand to him, as if she were trying to pull him out of the abyss or an invitation to fight. Liao touched the queen of the barbarians that he had drawn with his trembling fingers. A weird electric current flowed out of his fingertips and was about to detonate his heart. Lum, 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 lum. His heart was beating faster and faster, reaching its limit. He could not help but let out a roar that had been suppressed for countless years. Did I draw this? Liao asked himself in disbelief. When did my drawing skills become so good? The person I drew looked so similar. Flipping to the back, there were still new paintings. Using the ballpoint pen and pen on his desk, he drew random graffiti. With just a few strokes, he outlined cities, buildings, and natural landscapes. Liao's pupils constricted violently. His heart was about to grow arms and legs and jump out of his chest. Floating Spear City, Magical Equipment Graveyard, Crimson Nimbus Second, Distant Expanse, Grand Desolate War Institution. Although there were no annotations, Liao knew with a single glance that they were all scenes from the novel. There was a drawing of a ballpoint pen depicting the Grand Desolate War Institution's train. It was even possible to clearly see the soldiers who were fighting, the cultivators who had sacrificed themselves, the screaming passengers, and the ghost-face silver mosquitoes that were shrieking in the distance. Although the strokes were clumsy, one look at them was enough to make one's blood boil. It was as if one had returned to the wasteland, the thunderstorm zone. Seeing the doodles on the ballpoint pens and pens, Liao's heart was beating fast. He had to cover his chest with his hands to suppress the familiar yet weird feeling in his heart. Flipping to the back, there were also some sketches of magical equipment. Most of them were chainswords, vibration sabers, and storm bolters. Not only did they look decent, they were also uniform and harmonious. One could tell that they were of a mature industrial design style that was completely different from the common designs. Moreover, there were also very delicate internal structures that looked like intricate, detailed circuit boards. That was even weirder. Liao majored in economics. He was very sure that he had never taken any courses in industrial design or circuit design. If the previous novel scenes were just graffiti, what were the delicate and rigorous structural designs about? Liao tilted his head and thought for a long time. Could it be that I still have potential that even I have not discovered? Could it be that I am a self-taught genius who should have taken the exam for industrial design? He continued reading. There were more. This time, it was a few interconnecting sketches that looked like a 3D labyrinth. Liao flipped the notebook over and over for a long time before he came to a sudden realization. It was finally not the characters, scenes, or magical equipment from the novels, but the architectural blueprints and terrain of their dormitory, school building, and even the entire university. although it was difficult for Liao to determine the precision of the structural designs and the topographic maps. Just the complicated lines and the seamless scale were enough to show the artist's skills. Liao didn't think that he, who had never studied architecture, would have such skills. What was odd was that, be it the school building or the dormitory, the ventilation ducts and the sewer ducts were all highlighted by him. Even the winding ventilation ducts and sewer ducts leading to the female toilet had been meticulously drawn by him. Is there a mistake? Could it be that all of this came from my hands? What kind of person am I exactly? A hidden genius in industrial and architectural design, or a deeply hidden perverted peeping Tom? Looking at the structural design, Liao was dazed for a long time. What one thinks in the day, one dreams at night. After staying on campus for several years, it was not strange for him to be familiar with the general structure of the school building and dormitory building. But these blueprints did not even leak out the ventilation ducts and sewer pipes hidden between the floors. It was truly too strange. However, it also explained Liao's other question. From getting out of bed to suddenly waking up, only 3 to 5 hours had passed. Those that could be used to paint without being discovered would take at most 1 to 2 hours. To draw so many detailed, vivid, and seamless scenes and structural designs within 1 to 2 hours, no wonder his fingers were aching so much. Liao rubbed his fingers and found a few dents left by him holding the brush too hard. There were also traces of ink between his fingers, which further strengthened his belief. He vaguely recalled that the scenes, magical equipment, and structural designs were indeed drawn by him. It was probably the darkest time before dawn. His blood was boiling when he read the novel, and he felt that he had nowhere to vent his anger. He felt that his 10 fingers were turning into 10 tiny lightning railguns, and countless burning runes were appearing on his palm and the back of his hand. For some reason, he started writing furiously and leaving the pictures behind. It was obvious. If he didn't draw it himself, could it be that someone secretly came to his side in the middle of the night and played pranks on his pen and notebook? Liao knew Zhao Kai and Xianxia very well. They were not the kind of people who would play pranks like this. Besides, the guys in the dormitory were all the same. They did not have the slightest bit of artistic or design cells. Who could draw such a complicated thing? Liao flipped to a blank page and held the pen again. He really wanted to draw a new one when he was sober. Whatever he drew would do: scenes, magical equipment, architectural blueprints, maps. Of course, the one he wanted to draw the most was still Ding Ling Dang. He wanted to draw 10,000 different Ding Ling Dong's appearances so that he could clearly see who this mysterious girl was. It was a pity that the burning feeling in his palm was gone. He chewed on the brush for a long time and managed to draw a few sketches, all of which were crooked doodles. He could not find the spirituality from last night anymore. What's this called? A genius from one night ago. Liao raised his chair and shook it, but he failed to find any clues. At this moment, he discovered that there was something wrong with his right hand. He had just picked up a pen and was drawing, but at this moment, he held the pen between his 2 fingers and unconsciously rotated it. This kind of small game called reversing pen was something that all the students in high school, middle school, and high school liked to hear. It was a leisure and entertainment sport, a folk sport that everyone knew. Of course, the vast majority of people would at most place the pen between their fingertips and spin it a few times. If they could play 1 or 2 fancy moves, they would be considered to be an expert. If they could receive cries of surprise from their companions, then it was the same for Liao. Usually, he would fall asleep whenever he had the chance to be in a daze. When would he have the time to practice spinning the pen? To be able to spin it 2 or 3 times without dropping it was already his limit. But right now, his right hand seemed to have been injected with a mysterious spirituality. It seemed to be alive, or maybe it was surrounded by a weird magnetic field. He manipulated the ballpoint pen to jump and dance on his fingertip in a way that he had never seen before. The revolution of the ballpoint pen gave him a soul-stirring feeling and wind-breaking sound. No matter how he moved, the ballpoint pen stuck to his finger. How is that possible? Liao was dumbfounded. He didn't know whether or not it was his imagination, but he felt that his 10 fingers were getting more and more agile and slender, allowing him to perform some inconceivable movements. He even saw that the ballpoint pen, which had already slipped away from his fingertips, was pulled by an invisible force and once again jumped into his palm, spinning at lightning speeds like a drill. Besides, the more distracted he was and the less he thought about his fingers, the faster he would spin the pen, and the more glamorous and glamorous his movements would be. When he paid too much attention to it and tried to manipulate his fingers and the ballpoint pen consciously, he would end up being clumsy. The more he tried, the more out of control he became. In the end, the ballpoint pen finally fell to the ground. The fingertips of his right hand were red from the rubbing, too, as if he had been stung by needles. Liao stared at the pen on the ground as if it were a hibernating viper. Why were his hands so agile all of a sudden? There were a few students in Liao's class who were particularly fond of spinning pens. Liao had also watched a few videos of the so-called masters of spinning pens through them. It was not that he was boasting, but compared to his fancy moves just now, the hands of those masters of spinning pens were no different from chicken feet. They were the kind that had been marinated. For some reason, Liao thought of a word or a description. Master Liao, the author of 40,000 Years of Cultivation, had a rather poor vocabulary and writing skills. Every time he described Cultivator Liao's speed of magical equipment maintenance and his amazing skills, he would always describe it as his hands turning into two gray mists. Although Liao had complained many times when he was reading the book, he had to admit that his hand had indeed turned into a gray mist when he recalled the movement of his pen. If he had been faster, electric arcs might have burst out of the gray mist. He must have been as fast when he was drawing the sceneries, structural designs, and terrain designs. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to finish half a notebook in only 1 to 2 hours. It's a ghost. Liao was restless. He paced back and forth, only to feel that the small dormitory was gloomy and creepy. He was so scared that he shivered and had goosebumps all over his body. But no matter how he racked his brain, he could not figure out what was going on. He had only heard of ghosts hitting the wall and ghosts hitting the bed. He had never heard of ghosts being possessed to teach people how to spin pens. His hand, an unbearable feeling of heat spread from his heart to his entire body, and then from his entire body to his fingertips. He suddenly felt that his 10 fingers were itching. It was not the itch of being bitten by mosquitoes in the ordinary sense, but an itch that was 100 times more unbearable. He wanted to shout. He wanted to tear. He wanted to rub his 10 fingers against the roughest bricks. He even wanted to burn his fingertips with fire. But what he wanted to do most was still dismantle things. Yes, he suddenly knew what he was going to do. He was going to dismantle everything that could be dismantled into the most basic components. It was an irresistible feeling like a fatal lightning. Before his brain realized what was going on, he had already extended his evil hands toward his desk, breathing heavily. In the blink of an eye, before he was able to see the gestures clearly, all the pens on the desk had turned into the tiniest parts, sorted and arranged neatly. Still not satisfied, he trembled as he pulled open the desk. Inside was a broken calculator and a radio for listening tests. Although the two electronic products were not too complicated, they were still made up of hundreds of components. Moreover, the parts were very close to each other with tiny screws. Liao did not have a screwdriver, but he had dismantled the calculator and the radio within 3 minutes with just a ballpoint pen. Every component had returned to the state when it had just been manufactured. Liao stared at the 2 piles of components for a long time before putting the ballpoint pen in his mouth and biting it. Pa! Pa! He suddenly slapped himself twice to wake himself up. Then, he closed his eyes and mixed the 2 piles of components together, making sure that the calculator and the radio were completely mixed up. It's impossible. It doesn't make any sense. There's no way to explain the whole thing. How did my hands end up like this? Besides, the structure, weight, materials, dimensions, and other data of every component is swirling inside my brain. My hands. Wait. What are my hands doing? Liao suddenly opened his eyes and saw that he was putting the button battery and the number 7 battery into a brand new calculator and radio. Yes, he was very sure that half a minute had passed. The clock on the wall on the other side of the room had not been completed yet. The pile of components that were so messy that even the creator might not have been able to distinguish them had been neatly restored. Sunlight slowly rose up from Liao's feet like crimson mist, making him fall into a warm and fuzzy dream. To this moment, he was still not clear-headed enough to tell whether he was in reality or in a dream. But the impulsiveness, passion, and strength in the bottom of his heart were fading fast. It was an indescribable feeling, but every man knew that it was like the double cooling of the body and the mind after an outburst of passion. Ding Ling Dang, Floating Spear City, the Grand Desolate War Institution, the Star Glory Federation, the Cultivators, the Demon Beasts. The pictures that were extremely clear a moment ago were now modeled and hidden in the depths of his brain cells like a receding tide. They had been replaced by memories of the real world. His hands, which were so light that they seemed to be burning a moment ago, were now as heavy as cold granite. He couldn't even lift them, much less perform any dazzling movements. Other than the paintings in the notebook, there was simply no evidence to prove that he had encountered a strange thing. And these paintings, were they really painted in the early hours of this morning? Was it possible that he had remembered wrongly and had drawn them a few days ago? Liao looked at the intact calculator and radio. Had he really dismantled the two electronic products into parts and assembled them again? Or was it just a nap and a dream? Liao tapped the calculator softly. A few black numbers immediately jumped out on the LCD screen that was covered in dust. Liao's pupils constricted violently, and he found it hard to breathe. He remembered clearly that the calculator had been broken for a long time. There was no way to display the number no matter how he pressed it. It was not very valuable in the first place. He was too lazy to fix it and simply threw it to a corner of the desk. How could it be? Could it be that the electronic components had malfunctioned because of dampness and were left in a corner by him? The interior was gradually drying up, and naturally it was repaired? It's decided. Liao suddenly slapped the table and stood up. I should brush my teeth and wash up. I should be refreshed and go out for a delicious breakfast. Then, I should come back and continue sleeping. It seems that I've been under too much mental pressure over the past few months. I've almost become mentally ill. Today I'm going to take a good rest and restore my former vigor. Starting from tomorrow, I will absolutely not look at these messy things, nor will I dream of nonsense. I will face reality and work hard. I will fight. I will fight. The plan was perfect, but Liao went back on his word again. One could not blame his weak willpower. The novel was truly too strange. Every time, he would remind himself that he would stop reading the last chapter after reading the first one. But his hands and eyes seemed to be controlled by a mysterious force, and his head and heart seemed to be cursed too. He could not stop reading chapter after chapter. Liao's entire soul was attracted by the novel. The world of 40,000 years of cultivation had turned into a terrifying black hole. Not only did it consume his energy, it also consumed his time and life. Often, when he raised his head, it was still noon. He lowered his head and read 2 chapters. When he raised his head again, it was already 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. He was shocked and was about to close the web page. In the end, he flipped to a few pages of comments. When he raised his head again, it was already 1 p.m. During this period of time, Liao experienced quite a few bursts of passion, a strange state where he was impulsive to the point where he had nowhere to vent. It was absolutely not a phenomenon of overflowing spiritual energy that an ordinary teenager was very familiar with. It could not be solved by moving his hands up and down and enjoying himself. He drew crazily, dismantled, repaired, and assembled crazily. The notebook that was originally used to record dreams was filled with dense characters, scenes, and magical equipment blueprints. There was also the map of the entire Jiangnan city, which Liao was currently in. He had even unconsciously devised several escape routes. Even if an entire army was surrounding and hunting him, he could still calmly escape through the underground passageway. God knows whether or not these maps and escape routes were accurate. God knows why he was drawing these things. He could not even tell whether he was reading the novel or he was dreaming that he was reading a novel. Once, when he was engrossed in reading the novel, the veins on the back of his hand protruded out and formed a weird pattern of flames. Then, a tiny flame appeared on his finger and lasted for about half a second. This must be a dream, right? Either his eyes were playing tricks on him, or the self-combustion of the human body had been exposed as pseudoscience a long time ago. Were there really such things as special abilities in the world? Ha 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 ha. It was simply impossible. Liao shook his hands and continued reading. He had passed the first 400 to 500 chapters. Just as Zhao Kai had said, the style of the first chapter and the second chapter were completely different. The Flying Star Sector, Iron Plateau, and the Blood Demon Sector behind them, as well as all kinds of new worlds and weird concepts, were all presented to him. He was dazzled and greatly enjoyed. Vulture Plan? It sounds very familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere. Why are the engines outside so noisy? Speaking of which, what exactly is the content of the Vulture Plan? Why is he keeping me in suspense and whetting my appetite? I really want to find the author right now and punch him in the stomach so that I can dig out all the treasures in his stomach. Li Yao! Li Yao! Xianxia was calling him. Li Yao was dazed for a moment. Then he heard the lively laughter around him. You can't be serious, right? It's not easy for boss to treat a guest, and you're actually not giving him any face. He's only drunk half the wine, and you're already lowering your head to read a novel? Xianxia shrieked and smashed a bottle of cold beer in front of Liao. No, I'm going to drink. Blinking his eyes, Liao finally withdrew his attention from the novel and looked around. It was a flies restaurant that could be found everywhere around the university town. The environment was not very good, but it was cheap and delicious. It was most popular among college students. Since it was the graduation season, many brothers, sisters, and lovers had spent a few unforgettable years with each other. Soon they would have to go their separate ways. It was inevitable that they would drink until they were drunk and cry before they left. Therefore, it was also the best season for business in the restaurant. In the small shop, almost 10 tables were packed to the brim. Many people were sitting in the open air, enjoying the breeze, drinking wine, and humming songs. Cheers and laughter were echoing non-stop. The place was quite lively. Liao thought carefully for a moment. All right, he was acting up again. Today, it was indeed Zhou Ping, the big brother of the dormitory, who had invited the few of them to have a good gathering. This was because Zhou Ping had found a good job in an investment company. The base salary was high, the benefits were good, and the promotion channels were smooth. In the economic crisis, this year was the year when it was the most difficult to find a job. However, Liao, Zhao Kai, and Xianxia, who were also unemployed, were not jealous of Zhou Ping's luck. Usually, Liao, Zhao Kai, and Xianxia would call each other by their names, but Zhou Ping was their boss. Firstly, Zhou Ping was 2 years older than them. He had gone through a lot to get into a university. His skin was dark, thick, and mature. He looked like a middle-aged man in his 30s. Secondly, in their mediocre second-rate institute, Zhou Ping was a rarely seen top student. Over the past few years of his university career, he had spent almost all his time in classrooms and libraries. Before he had even graduated, he had already gotten quite a few very valuable certificates. Thirdly, Zhou Ping took very good care of everyone. Although he didn't talk much, he was very reliable and sincere. He never said no when he needed help. He indeed had the demeanor of a big brother. He had a younger brother and a younger sister at home. He was the big brother in the first place. Fourthly, although Liao, Zhao Kai, and Xianxia weren't some rich second-generation heirs and were at the bottom level of the city or were youths of a small town, at the very least, their family didn't have much of a burden. At most, they had to start from scratch. As for Zhou Ping's family, it was much more difficult. In his early years, his father had been paralyzed in bed. It was said that his father had spent a lot of money on medical treatment and even owed a lot of money. His father had to rely on his mother to work all by himself. It was truly like breaking a copper coin into 2 halves to spend. Over the past 2 years, with his scholarship, things had only been slightly better. It was just slightly better. Under such circumstances, when Zhou Ping found a good job, not only were Liao and the other 2 not jealous, they were actually happy for him from the bottom of their hearts. According to Liao and the other 2, there was no need for Zhou Ping to treat them to a meal. Thanks for the thought, brothers. Later, it would still be AA. In the end, Zhou Ping's stubbornness flared up. He said that today's meal had to be treated by the boss. He had received a lot of care from his brothers. He couldn't just freeload off his brothers for 4 years in university, could he? He also had a little scholarship. Whoever wanted to go Dutch was not giving him face. The 4 of them ordered a table of delicious dishes. Zhou Ping also generously ordered a crate of beer. But in the end, none of them knew how to drink. Half a crate of beer was not finished yet. One by one, their faces were flushed red, and just as they were about to slip out of the table, Liao picked up his cell phone again. After reading 2 chapters on his cell phone, he forgot that he was still eating and drinking. That's not right. Boss is so absent-minded when he's treating you to dinner. Zhao Kai was also a bit drunk. He held his belly and tapped his chopsticks as he said, I'm starting to regret recommending you to read. No matter how good it is, it's just an online novel. It's a pastime when you don't have anything to do. You've been engrossed in it for several days and nights. It's a bit scary to watch. Yes, Liao. Is it really that good? Xianxia continued. Look at your scary appearance. I turned around and flipped through 2 pages, but I still couldn't find anything good about it. It's just a common trick. Do you have to make it look like you were possessed? Possessed? Liao put down his phone and touched his cheek. What do you mean? You don't know what you look like when you're reading. Zhao Kai took out his phone and began to act. One moment, I'm gritting my teeth. The next moment, I'm scowling with anger. The next moment, I'm wearing an evil smile and grinning hideously. I'm just like a weasel that's preparing to steal a chicken. There's no need to mention how shameless and sleazy I look. We wanted to ask you to come with us to yesterday's job fair. We called you several times, but you ignored us. When I stabbed you, the look in your eyes was really as fierce as an awl. What's going on with you? I'm also chasing after 40,000 years of cultivators. It can't be as exaggerated as yours, right? Is that so? Liao vaguely recalled that it did seem to be the case. He had heard somebody calling him and stabbing him, but he had been watching the Cultivator Liao versus Iron Plateau's Xiong Yan Shibei during the Great War on Iron Plateau. It had been a thrilling moment, and he had been filled with brutality and brutality. Then, Liao slapped his head. Damn. Yesterday's job fair. Oh my. You can't blame us for that. Xianxia said, we really wanted to call you. We wouldn't have joked with you about such a big thing. But you didn't know that there was brutality in your eyes, cunningness in your brutality, and shamelessness in your cunningness. In short, Zhao Kai and I were too scared to call you again. I say, Liao, are you all right? It doesn't matter if you don't go to a job fair or not. In any case, we went to take a look. Those who came were all pheasant companies. But your mental state is clearly problematic. Exactly. Zhao Kai said, if you don't believe me, you can ask boss. He heard you screaming the night before yesterday. You really have a problem. Do you want us to accompany you to the hospital? Ghost screams. Liao looked at Zhou Ping. Boss, what's my name? They are not lying to you. Zhou Ping smiled and said, 2 nights ago, when I came back from the library, it was already very late. The 2 of them were both lying on the bed with headphones on. I don't know whether or not they were asleep, but as soon as I opened the door, I heard you scream, stretching out your arms and shouting, Cultivators are here. I was so scared that I didn't dare to move for a long time. The 2 of them also jumped up from the bed and almost fell off. The 3 of us were dazed for a long time. Then, we noticed that you were snoring again. Your hands that were hanging on the edge of the bed were cramping fast, and your fingers seemed to be cramping crazily, as if you were playing a piano that did not exist at all. By the way, do you know how to play the piano? I don't know how to play the piano. Liao scratched his head for a long time. Probably a cramp in my hand. I don't think his hands are cramping. It's his brain. Xianxia cursed. Degenerate. What the heck? Liao also started laughing. He tried his best to forget all the inexplicable strangeness amidst his brother's laughter and curses. The 3 of us are more or less the same. Let's not talk about the pot calling the kettle black here, alright? I like to daydream. Zhao Kai likes to read web novels. Xian, don't tell me that you haven't been secretly reading comic books over the past few days? Sai, if you really want to talk about depravity, it's not up to the two of you. Our boss is an authentic top student, a soon-to-rise investment magnate. Only he has the qualifications to say that the three of us have fallen. Yes, Xian and Zhao Kai, these two fellows were not ashamed. On the contrary, they felt proud. With a grin, they acknowledged Li Yao's theory. The three of them raised their glasses towards Zhou Ping. Boss, a toast to our future big shot in the investment world, the big shot in the financial world. In the future, us three degenerates will have to hug your thigh. What are you talking about? Zhou Ping was embarrassed. His face was flushed red. He wasn't someone who liked to show off and talk, but his brothers in university had indeed gotten along quite well with each other. Today, they had just settled the matter of work. He thought that his years of hard work had finally paid off, and his future days were getting better and better. He was indeed full of emotions and wanted to give an explanation. He drank a cup of beer in one gulp and wiped his face as he said, "Reading a few comic books and daydreaming is considered depraved? I never thought so. You don't know this, but I've been living too hard over the past few years. It's too hard, but there's nothing I can do. If I had conditions like yours, I would also want to live a comfortable and relaxing life for a few years and watch the novels and cartoons that I like. I would be carefree and let my imagination run wild. Really, this is not depraved. This is called youth." Really? Li Yao and the other two were all interested. Xian slapped his thigh and said, "Boss, you like cartoons too? I didn't know that. We always thought that you were a saint who had no desires and only wanted to travel in the sea of knowledge. Come on, tell us what you like to watch. Chances are that we are the same kind of people." No. Of course, I'm not watching it now. I watched it when I was little." Zhou Ping didn't know what to say. He thought for a long time and burped. His eyes were red even before he opened his mouth. He said, "I don't know what's popular with kids nowadays either. Anyway, when I was very young, I saw a TV station play a cartoon called Space Fortress. It was about a giant spaceship that contained the entire city and a war against the aliens." "Yes, that's a very old film." Xian said, "Boss, how many years have you been doing this? I remember that you are only 2 to 3 years older than us. Why do you look like you are 12 to 13 years older than us? Are you a post-80? Li Yao and the other two all laughed. Zhou Ping started laughing himself. "Our small town can't be compared to your city. All kinds of information come in slowly. Anyway, it's fine as long as you know that there is such a cartoon." Zhou Ping said, Now that I've said it, don't laugh." "Nonsense. Who dares to laugh at our most admired boss?" Xian said, "Boss, just say it. We've been together for so many years, and I've rarely heard you talk about your childhood and your family. Now that we're about to go our separate ways, just say what you want to say. Whatever you're happy or unhappy about is in the wine. Let's get drunk and forget everything tomorrow. It's a new day. In fact, who doesn't like watching cartoons, reading novels, playing games, and doing those very interesting, bizarre daydreams, right? I still remember that when I first saw the cartoon called Space Fortress, none of you knew." Stimulated by the alcohol, Zhou Ping finally opened his heart. "At that time, our family was boat runners. We drove the kind of tu-tu-tu-tu-tu-tu diesel-powered barge all day long. We rarely went ashore, so naturally we didn't have much entertainment. When I was young, I thought that the whole world was like this. A few narrow waterways, a barge carrying sand, stones, or all kinds of goods, an unpleasant smell of diesel, and a tu-tu-tu-tu-tu sound. The only joy was to climb to the top of the cabin every night and look at the stars in the sky. It was not until I watched Space Fortress that I realized that there was such an amazing world out there. A starship that could fit an entire city, a deformed fighter jet, a giant alien, and a dazzling space war. Really, I'm not good with words." "It's all right." Li Yao spoke on behalf of everyone. "We all understand. It's like our souls have left our bodies and entered a new world. Yes, soul out of body. That's it. Zhou Ping continued. I was hooked by the cartoon Space Fortress. I was completely hooked. When I finished watching it, it was gone. It was as if the entire world had collapsed. I don't feel good. My heart feels like it's being scratched by a cat. Every night when I sleep and dream, I dream of a lot of space fortresses, Star Wars, transformation planes, and giant robots. The scenes are very vivid, as if every scene and every character has a life of their own. They are completely different from the usual dreams. I feel that you are not allowed to laugh when I say it. I feel that I lived in the universe in my previous life as the captain of a super large warship. Poochie. Xianxia still laughed out loud. Zhou Ping glared at him. Liao and Zhao Kai each knocked Xianxia's head with their chopsticks. I'm not laughing, boss. Holding his head, Xianxia grimaced and said, I did drink too much. Please go on, boss. I'm not laughing at you. Almost all the kids have had such dreams before. I did too. Really. I dreamed that I was a certain someone in the endless universe in my previous life. Of course, I was not as awesome as the captain, but I did. Please go on. I knew that nobody would believe it, not even myself. But when I was young, I truly believed that I was the captain of a cosmic warship in my previous life. Zhou Ping narrowed his eyes, lost in his memories. Every night, I pondered over the plot of Space Fortress. Then I dreamed of a cosmic warship. I remember that there were a lot of details, from the structure of the warship to the distribution of personnel to the route in the Sea of Stars and the various problems that the captain would encounter during the voyage. It was as if a large logbook was burning inside my brain. I have an exercise book. It's the most important treasure of my childhood. I've drawn a lot of sketches of cosmic warships, some of which are similar to Space Fortress, but most of which I came up with myself. It's very beautiful and delicate. I can't believe that a 10-year-old can draw something like that. There are also fighter jets and many, what are you called? Mechs and such. I can also steer a ship. I'm not lying to you. I seem to be a natural at sailing. The dashboard and the steering wheel of our barge are even simpler than toy blocks in my eyes. The river in front of our house is even more peaceful than a brook in my eyes. I've been helping my father take care of the affairs on the boat since I was 11 or 12 years old. I can tell the status of the diesel engine just by listening to it. I can tell which part of the boat is wrong with a touch. I seem to have melded with the entire boat. I can steer the boat all the way to the sky. I thought that I would be tied to the starship for the rest of my life. One day, I would sail the biggest, most awesome starship to explore the entire world. Once, when I saw an aircraft carrier on the news, I was immediately attracted by the magnificent object. I thought to myself, no. I firmly believe that my dream is to be the captain of an aircraft carrier. I was born for the dream. I can. I will. Veins were bulging on Zhou Ping's forehead and fists. He punched the desk heavily. But nobody noticed that all the college students were immersed in their own emotions. Liao and the other two were fascinated. What happened next? Xianxia asked. However, it was a silly question. Their university had nothing to do with the oceanic shipping industry. Their boss had never received professional training in the field. Besides, he had just found a job in an investment company. Naturally, his absurd dreams and hilarious ambitions were gone. As expected, Zhou Ping picked up a piece of food but didn't eat it. He stared blankly for a long time before he put down his chopsticks and said, Later it was nothing. Later, my dad's health wasn't very good. When he went to town to buy some things, he was hit by a motorcycle. At that time, there were no surveillance cameras. In the dark, there was no way to find the perpetrator. What could he do? He could only blame his bad luck. He was in the hospital for 3 months. He borrowed all the relatives and friends he could at home. At the very least, he managed to keep his life. But it was impossible for him to stand up. He could forget about doing the work on the ship. As it turned out, our family's conditions were not bad. Not bad, really. At the very least, we didn't need to worry about food and drink. This won't do. My father can't move, and my mother can't take care of such a large barge by herself. So, she sold the barge and returned to her hometown to open a grocery store. From then on, Our family has never touched a barge again. Oh. This was the first time Li Yao and the other two had heard Zhou Ping mention his father's health. The three did not know how to comfort their eldest son. It's all right. It's all in the past. Isn't life better now? Zhou Ping smiled and said, the first few years were really difficult. Really, the feeling of not having money is too fucking uncomfortable. At that time, I was around 13 to 14 years old. I thought that I might as well not go to school and go out to work to help make up for my family's expenses. In the end, my mother went mad and beat me, insisting that I go to school. She said that this was the only way out for our family. Yes, the only way out. In fact, I'm not very smart. You should be able to tell that I'm really not a top student. Besides, I've never studied hard since I was a kid. I'm not interested in anything except the affairs on the Starship. I'm not good at studying at all. However, every time I read a book and my head started to hurt, the image of my mother crying and beating me would appear in my mind. Sigh. When I thought of this, no matter how much my head hurt, there was nothing I could do. Later, there was no later. Later, I was admitted to our school. Although I wasted a few years more than others, I still had a solid foundation. Now, I have also found a job. Just now, I called my parents and my sister-in-law to tell them the good news. They have not been so happy for many years. I am also very happy to see them happy. Really, I am very happy. Then you? Zhao Kai drank a bit too much and asked, you don't want to be the captain of an aircraft carrier? That's just the imagination of a child. How is it possible? Zhou Ping pursed his lips. I don't know how to say it either. In any case, ever since I focused all my attention on my studies and had not touched a ship for many years, the feeling, or rather spirituality, slowly disappeared from my body. As time went by, I rarely had messy dreams about starships, nor did I think about the boring things such as planetary wars or space jumps. Sometimes, when I passed by the river, I felt that the noises coming from the starship were strange, too. A few years were as long as decades or even hundreds of years. Felt like a lifetime ago. Very normal. Xianxia said, everybody used to feel that way. You've grown up, right? Did you ever think of applying to a shipping school? No, Zhou Ping shook his head and said, even if you went to such a school, it's impossible for you to become a captain the moment you graduate. You still have to start from the bottom. Even if your salary at sea is a little high, it's very normal for you to not go home for a year and a half. With my dad like this, my mom is getting older. Her entire body is aching and she has all kinds of illnesses. I pushed her to go to the hospital, but she refused. It would be even worse if I was away from home all year round. Therefore, this is the dream of my childhood. An aircraft carrier? How is that possible? Even if my father wasn't hit by a motorbike, I wouldn't have been able to become the captain of an aircraft carrier. That's just the imagination of a child. Isn't it? I wouldn't have been able to become the captain in the first place, would I? All in all, my current job is in the capital city. I can get anything I want, and I can always go home. If I work hard enough, I might be able to buy a suite in the capital city and bring my parents over. That is my biggest dream right now. Exactly. Liao, Xianxia, and Zhao Kai all gave Zhou Ping a thumbs up. That's very ambitious of you, boss. Buying a suite in the provincial capital is 100 times more difficult than being the captain of an aircraft carrier or even a spaceship. You are indeed an investment magnate and a financial magnate. For a moment, all four of them laughed. Since boss has said so much, I will tell you my childhood dream too. Zhao Kai burped as he said, the vivid dream that boss spoke of, in fact, I've also had it before. Really, I'm not talking nonsense at the dinner table, but I've forgotten exactly what cartoon it was. It might not be a cartoon, but something else. All in all, I had a lot of bizarre, colorful dreams when I was a kid. In the dreams, I seemed to be a explorer who didn't know anything about special forces. I didn't even look like a human being. Instead, I had 4 arms and a tail. Then, I was running in all kinds of harsh and dangerous environments, including jungles, cliffs, volcanoes, and magma. Many ferocious alien beasts were chasing after me. I thought to myself, if people really had a past life, Then in my past life, I was probably a strengthened super special forces soldier who went out to adventure, scout, and fight all day long. Haha, isn't it exciting? Then, because of the weird dreams, I've been very active since I was a little kid. I couldn't sit down for even 1 second. My parents and teachers all said that I had needles on my ass that would prick me whenever I sat down. I liked to go to gym class or go running on the street by myself after school, climbing trees, climbing buildings, and so on. One time, even my parents didn't know about this. One time, I fell from a tree that was more than 10 meters tall. It was really more than 10 meters. It was at least 3 to 4 stories high. And guess what? I seemed to have awakened some kind of strength in midair. All of a sudden, I saw all the bones and muscles in my body. Like a cat, I adjusted my posture in midair and landed lightly. Other than spraining my ankle, I was completely fine. Really? Li Yao and the other two exclaimed. However, speaking of which, Zhao Kai's physical fitness was really good. Usually, he would be holed up in his dormitory reading novels. His physical education results were very outstanding. Moreover, his arms and legs were long, but his torso was not clumsy at all. He was like a giant spider. If I had been born 20 years later, I would have known that I should have been a parkourist or a rock climber or an explorer in my life. Zhao Kai sighed and said, "At that time, we didn't know about these professions. We only knew about the gymnasts. Being a gymnast is not bad." Xianxia said, "You are so talented in sports. Why don't you try it?" On the other hand, a gym coach has come to our elementary school to pick good seedlings. He has also taken a liking to me. Zhao Kai opened his hands and said, "Do you think my parents will agree? How can a bowl of rice like gymnastics be so delicious? Of course, it's glorious to win the championship. If you don't win the championship, you'll be injured. If you practice until you're neither good nor bad, what are you going to do in the future? So just study honestly. Later on, the number of books you have to study is increasing. Our school's PE class has gone out of tune. After school, we don't have time to climb trees and go running on the streets. It's just as boss said, those strange dreams of adventuring on foreign planets are getting fewer and fewer. Naturally, the spiritual is gone. That's true. Even sports aren't easy. Xianxia thought for a moment and asked, "Do you like gymnastics, rock climbing, or parkour?" Zhao Kai raised his head and drank half a bottle of beer. He used a wet towel to wipe his eyes for a long time before saying, "Is it important? That's true. Ha 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 ha. Although childhood dreams are interesting, one has to grow up and face reality." Xianxia smiled and said, "I had dreams when I was a kid, too. I often dreamed of a lot of colorful paintings. Some of the paintings were even the size of an entire planet. I thought that I had artistic cells. In my previous life, I was a world-renowned artist. My paintings even had all kinds of ability. Why do I feel so ashamed to say it out loud? All in all, it was not until I grew up that I realized that every kid thought that they were a unique existence when they were little. They thought that they had a special mission when they came to this world and that they had countless messy, colorful dreams. It was not until they grew up that they realized that there was nothing special about themselves at all and that they were merely daydreaming. That was when they truly matured. Yes, everyone is the same. Everyone is the same. Zhao Kai muttered, "Hey, weren't we talking about Li Yao reading novels in the beginning? Why are we talking about some bullshit dream and growth now? In short, you should understand what we're trying to say, right? Li Yao, everyone has experienced your state before, but you have to get rid of it. You must not be addicted to these nonsense web novels. Yes, Li Yao. Everybody cares about you." Zhou Ping sincerely said, "If you have anything to say, just say it to us brothers. If you feel uncomfortable, we will accompany you to watch. Don't always be alone in the world of fiction, unable to extricate yourself. Novels are all false, made up, and meaningless. The real life in front of you is real, right?" "Correct." Liao nodded hard. He thought so, too. "I understand what you mean, brothers. There has been something wrong with me recently. But today, after drinking and talking, I feel that I'm fine now. Really, I know what's good for me. Thank you for your enlightenment. I really can't daydream anymore." We are all brothers. Don't talk nonsense. It is not as serious as you make it out to be. Xianxia smiled and said, speaking of which, nowadays, everyone's childhood dream is quite colorful. They are going to be captains, artists, athletes, and scientists when they grow up. When they grow up, everyone will only have one dream, to make money. Yeah, how boring. Zhao Kai said, why don't you help me realize my dream? I can make money, and you can be a gymnast, alright? Bullshit. Xianxia said, why can't I make money? Why don't you help me realize my dream of being an artist and become the captain of boss's carrier? That's why money comes first. Money comes first. Long live money-making. Zhao Kai was completely drunk. He leaned back in his chair and started dancing with joy. What a bullshit dream. Go to hell. That night, the 4 people of dorm 610 were all drunk. Anyway, just like all the college students who had gone on a farewell dinner, they hugged each other and said a lot of things. They cried and laughed a lot of times. They talked about money, their dreams, their women, their careers, their ambitions, and their love. They made countless unrealistic promises and made countless heroic words that they would forget tomorrow morning. In the end, the 4 of them supported each other and staggered out. Liao was somewhat awakened by the breeze at the entrance of the restaurant. A few colorful bubbles appeared in the depths of his mind. Boss, you can go now. Liao said to Zhou Ping, who was still sober, I want some fresh air to refresh myself. In fact, Zhou Ping was not interested in talking. He waved at Liao and left with Xianxia and Zhao Kai. Boss! Liao suddenly shouted, where's your homework? Zhou Ping stopped. What workbook? He turned back suspiciously. The workbook that you said was full of cosmic warships, your childhood workbook. Liao didn't know why he suddenly asked such a question. I don't know. Zhou Ping's face was indifferent. He stared at Liao and thought for a long time before he remembered what Liao had asked. I probably fell into the water when I sold the barge, or I burnt it myself. Who knows how long it took? Then, do you remember how to paint a starship? Liao replied, the starship that appeared in your dream. It's been a long time since I had such a dream. Zhou Ping thought for a long time but could not remember the last time he had such a dream. He could only say, it's been a long, long time. He waved his hands hard. There was no telling whether he was driving away Liao or something that popped up from the depths of his soul. He walked into the black and white shadows illuminated by the street lamps. Liao waved his hands, savoring the feeling of his hands turning into a cluster of gray mist while he pondered over his own thoughts. With the breeze, he was no longer so drunk. The words of boss, Zhao Kai, and Xianxia echoed in his ears again. It seemed that there was more than one person who was as confused as he was. Maybe most people in the world were wandering between their dreams and reality, hoping for more. Besides, he had always wanted to be the captain of an aircraft carrier or an ocean liner, and he had always wanted to be a gymnast or an artist. Those were all his dreams. He had only read a few novels and had nightmares about tyrannosaurs, and he had been living in confusion all day long. What kind of dream was that? Liao didn't know where he had heard the saying, dreams are just excuses to avoid reality. But on second thought, it did make sense. At the very least, it was very suitable for him. Maybe it was because he was avoiding growing up, society, work, and a difficult and boring life that he was trapped in the world of fiction and fantasy. Fake, fake, those were all fakes. Liao burped loudly. He felt that his throat was on fire. He felt like vomiting. He wanted to spit out the confusion and the weird dream that had been haunting him for the past few days and stop bothering him. This area used to be the outskirts of Jiangnan City. Ever since some of the city's universities had moved here, forming a university town, the surrounding area had spontaneously formed quite a lively neighborhood. A myriad of lights illuminated the city, making it quite lively. On the other side of the broad road, a new development zone was being built. There was also a 10-lane highway leading to the downtown area. From time to time, the roaring of engines could be heard. The sports cars that were rushing past reminded Liao of what was real and what was not. Beat, beat, beat you to death. I won, oh 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 oh. A few children were playing by the road. They were wearing the masks of monsters, superheroes, and robots, and they were holding guns that were emitting light. They were playing the ancient war games that they would never get tired of. Laughter was echoing non-stop. One of the children was retreating while playing and accidentally bumped into Liao. He exclaimed, took off his mask, and stuck out his tongue at Liao. A few women's curses came from the restaurants, grocery stores, and stores not far away. The children were all shocked and ran to their homes. The restaurants and small shops here were mostly managed by the residents nearby. They were both shops and their own homes. After school, their children would feel that the weather was too hot, so they would move their tables and chairs outside to let the wind blow while they did their homework. In fact, it was just convenient for them to play with their little friends. Liao vaguely remembered that it was the same when he was a child. His gaze fell upon the open textbook of a child. He could not help but laugh. The textbook had depicted an ancient poet or politician, but the child had smeared it with a ballpoint pen until it was beyond recognition and turned it into a one-eyed dragon warrior wearing a helmet and armor. Not just any armor, but also a crystal cannon on his shoulder. His body was glittering, and flames of war were surging on his back. He was somewhat similar to the crystal suit in Liao's dream, like a space pirate who had dominated the Sea of Stars. Liao recalled that he seemed to have done similar things when he was a child. All the ancient celebrities in the textbooks were never let off. They were smeared all over by him, making him look neither human nor ghost. Presumably Yu Xian, Zhao Kai, and even Zhou Ping were the same. It was an urge that could not be described with pen and ink. In his boredom, he would smear the ink subconsciously. Often, the textbook would turn into a picture book before he realized it. But there was no telling whether or not the children were dreaming of the dreams related to their past life, the Sea of Stars, the war against the universe, and the billions of splendid worlds. There was no telling what the dreams of these children were at this moment. To be a scientist, to be an artist, to be an adventurer, to be the captain of an aircraft carrier, or even more exaggerated, to be a superhero who shook the universe. There was no telling whether or not, when these children grew to the age of Liao, Yu Xian, Zhao Kai, and Zhou Ping, would they still remember the joy of playing the hero today, the heroism of being a scientist and an adventurer, and the courage to realize their dreams without caring about anything. Liao sighed and suddenly felt dispirited. It's useless. It's impossible to win. He mumbled to himself, face reality and give up. It is too strong. Too strong. Nobody can defeat it. Give up. Liao did not know what he was talking about either. Maybe the drinkers were just talking nonsense. Holding the railing, he staggered forward and took out his phone. His finger lightly touched the icon of the reading software. He hesitated for a moment before deleting the entire software. Useless. Give up. Nobody can defeat it. Dreams were all false. Reality was real. Everyone had to live in reality and could never escape, right? Human beings were just ants living on Earth. They would never be able to fly into the Sea of Stars, would they? Pursuing an illusionary dream was useless except for hurting oneself and the people around them, right? Yes. But why did he still feel a little unwilling? He always felt that he was missing something very, very important that he had sworn to defend and pursue with all his strength. His internal organs and brain were empty, as if something had withered. He was no longer his real self. He was just a walking corpse with his own body. Boom! 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 Right at this moment, the sound of a thunder-like engine came from behind Liao. It was obvious that it was a super powerful luxury sports car. In front of him, a child was chasing a bouncing ball to the road. Liao's pupils constricted violently. The alcohol flowing inside his veins was all burning. The immense energy was flooding into every brain cell, turning them into supercomputers with amazing computational ability. Even if he didn't need to turn his head, he could hear over 100 different engine sounds in an instant. It was the sound of all the cars driving on the street within 1,000 meters. He could even analyze the brand of each and every car, as well as their performance parameters and status, as well as their position in the previous second, the next second, and the next minute. The chaos caused by the bouncing ball, the routes of the children, and even the trajectories of the falling leaves in the breeze were all within his control. Liao was not thinking at all. Everything was as natural as breathing and heartbeat. When he exerted strength in his legs and dashed out like an arrow released from a bow, he did not feel drunk at all. He only felt that every muscle and every bone in his body had turned into a component on a precise machine. It was seamless and seamless. There was nothing soul-stirring about it. It was definitely achievable. He even lowered his head on purpose, paying attention to the angle of his entire face. At first, he didn't realize why he was doing this, but very soon, he was dodging the surveillance cameras near the streetlights and traffic lights. He seemed to know how many surveillance cameras there were in the area. Even when he was the most drunk, he still tried to hide his face from the cameras. His figure was ordinary, his face was ordinary, and there was nothing special about the way he dressed. If one looked at the university campus, they would be able to find 300 to 500 college boys dressed like him within a minute. This was not intentional, but a natural habit. Boom! When the powerful luxury sports car whizzed past him, Liao just happened to push the child to the ground. Fortunately, the child was not injured, but his face was pale because of fear. He was speechless for a long time. Liao, on the other hand, was scratched by the rushing air currents and fell to the ground unsteadily. His elbow was scratched hard, and he was bleeding. The accident was so sudden that few people noticed it. The driver of the sports car, on the other hand, should have sensed something. Although it was wrong for the child to suddenly run out, the speed limit was still higher than 50%. However, the racing car, which was as red as fire, only slowed down for a moment. Seeing that the two of them were fine, it roared again and drove away as if nobody was watching. The on-ramp of the overpass was not far ahead. It was a smooth road dozens of kilometers from the bridge. Since it had just been repaired, there were not many vehicles at night. Therefore, it had become a racing field for many people. The fire in his heart suddenly exploded. There was no telling whether he was angry or excited. Maybe it was both, but the inexplicable excitement was even more intense. The engines of the sports cars that were rushing past him were roaring like thunder and explosions. They bombarded his heart and woke up the existence that had been sleeping for a long time. Shwa! 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 Sharp brilliance beamed out of Liao's eyes as he read all the information nearby. Within a 1-kilometer radius, there were a total of 47 surveillance cameras installed on street lamps and traffic lights. Other than them, there were also 132 merchants who might have installed their own personal surveillance cameras. Over the past 1 minute, a total of 166 vehicles had entered the on-ramp one after another, of which 19 had been modified sports cars. It was obvious what they wanted to do by appearing in this place at this time. The noodle restaurant 370 meters ahead of them was run by a young couple from the Shanbei province. Most of the taxi drivers in Jiangnan City were from the Shanbei province. Therefore, every night, many fellow villagers would gather here. Naturally, there were always a few taxi drivers parked by the road. Then, there was only one question left. Liao looked at the child in his arms. The little fellow was only 6 or 7 years old. He had still lost his soul, so it was naturally impossible for him to remember his appearance. Liao looked at the robot mask hanging around the little guy's neck and laughed silently. Liao was dreaming again. He dreamed that he was driving a burning tank on a road that was full of thorns under the dark night sky and the roaring wind. Not only did he overtake the vehicles of his competitors one after another, he also forced them to crash into each other and roar in the darkness. Sometimes it was not a tank that he was riding on, but an iron demon that was hundreds of times larger than a tank. He was like an invincible expert who was roaming among the stardust and laughing in the galaxy. All kinds of weird-shaped, ferocious enemies had fallen because of his roars. Even the shining stars had to restrain their furious brilliance in front of him. The Valiancy Valkyrie riding on the Tyrannosaurus re-emerged and overlapped with the image of Ding Ling Dang in the novel 40,000 Years of Cultivation, inviting him to wake up. Just when he was about to agree, his opponent seemed to have been greatly affected and turned into a cluster of smoke, breaking into pieces and fleeing into the void. Liao woke up and found himself lying on the bed of his dormitory. His limbs were sore, His internal organs were empty, and he had a splitting headache. Woo! He had never felt such pain in his head before, as if a burning nail had grown out of the center of his eyebrow. He had never been so hungry before. The hunger seemed to be swallowing his own internal organs. Holding back the pain and hunger for a long time, he recalled that he and his roommate were drunk. Then, his memory was fixed on a few kids who were fooling around in toy masks. Later, he seemed to have lost his way. He must have called a taxi back to school. The driver of the taxi was driving so fast that goosebumps were all over his body. He took out his phone and looked at the time. It was already the afternoon of the next day. I really can't drink like this in the future, Liao thought to himself. For a moment, he did not dare to get out of bed for fear that he would be dizzy and fall off the ladder. He heard what Xianxia and Zhao Kai were talking about. They were beaming with joy and gloating. Liao, are you awake? That's perfect. You were the last to come back yesterday. I have something to ask you. Hearing the noises on Liao's bed, Xianxia shouted. Did you hear anything on the overpass when you came back? What's going on? Liao didn't know what was going on, but the name of the bridge brought back some of his broken memories. God of racing, Xianxia shouted in an exaggerated manner. The mysterious god of racing has actually used a taxi to take down more than 10 sports cars. This is truly inconceivable. Today, the entire school is discussing this matter. We thought that you would at least have heard some sound when you came back and would have some first-hand gossip. Mysterious, racing god. Liao's eyes bulged. He vaguely remembered that there was indeed such a thing. What had he done when he was, drunk? You can check it out on the campus network. Zhao Kai also laughed and said, These guys run like lightning on the highway all day long. I don't know how many people have woken up from their dreams. This time, they probably met a professional racer. They really deserve it. Even a professional racing driver wouldn't be this crazy, right? Xianxia stuck out his tongue and said, I've never heard of a taxi being able to compete with a modified sports car. How professional is this? Liao calmed himself down and opened the campus network of his school. Since the school was very close to the highway, they were not the only dormitories that were disturbed by the roaring engine in the middle of the night. Therefore, many posts were discussing the matter. As it turned out, when the group of bikers from last night were running as fast as lightning, a taxi appeared out of nowhere. Yes, it was an ordinary taxi that had not undergone any special modifications. The taxi squeezed into the group of bikers and sprinted among the dozen or so priceless, highly modified sports cars. Not only did the taxi suppress all the sports cars and take the lead, it was also intentionally or unintentionally interfering with the route of the sports cars. As a result, 7 to 8 sports cars were continuously rear-ended. Although there were no major casualties, the sports cars worth tens of millions of dollars had turned into scrap metal. Many drivers had broken bones and were screaming. It was quite a thrilling and satisfying scene. In the first place, the students and residents of this area loathed the street racers who disturbed the residents in the middle of the night. They had reported them many times. However, those who had the ability to drive millions of luxury cars and chase after each other were not powerless civilians. Before the big accident, they had turned a deaf ear to such reports. Now that such a serious accident had happened, these people were asking for trouble. It was unlikely that they would be able to become a racetrack near General Gao openly. At least, the students and residents would have some peace and security. They would not be stingy with a magical urban legend. Most of the urban legends were just rumors. But the soul-stirring racing match last night on the high street of the college town had been witnessed by a lot of videos. Although most of the videos had been shot by the dashcam and were barely legible, one could still see that the rumors and the rapid brightness were tearing apart the darkness like glittering wolves and leopards. Liao opened a random video clip. The deafening roar of the engine immediately triggered his memories. Liao's eyes were bloodshot, and he was sweating hard. It is said that the mysterious god of racing was not driving his own car, but a random taxi that was not locked. Xianxia was still talking. The weirdest thing is that, although there are a lot of surveillance cameras on the side of the road, none of them captured how he stole the car. The taxi that was stolen by him was found under the highway later, too. In order to avoid quarrels with the passengers, the taxi nowadays has surveillance cameras inside, too. But the driver's face was never captured. Only a funny mask. How weird. Maybe he was not a professional racer at all. Zhao Kai thought for a moment and said, "Judging from his methods, he seems to be one of those mysterious special forces soldiers." Mysterious special forces? "I'm in the Dragon Group," Yu Xen scolded jokingly. "Your imagination is quite rich. You've read too many web novels." Liao could not bear to listen any longer. Jumping off the bed, he first went to the toilet to retch for a while before ruthlessly washing his face. Ignoring the shouts of his two roommates, he clutched his stomach and ran out. He had never been so anxious, nor had he ever been so hungry. He felt that every drop of energy in every cell of his body had been drained last night. He needed to eat. He needed to eat a lot of things. "Fellow student, your noodles." The auntie at the window of the cafeteria pushed out a bowl of noodles and stared at Liao with a very strange look, causing Liao to break out in cold sweat. No matter who it was, after eating 3 bowls of super beef noodles with beef and 2 sunny-side-up eggs in one go, it was likely that the cafeteria auntie would look at them like this. And before he ate 3 bowls of super beef noodles, Liao had already run through all 3 cafeterias on campus. On average, he changed 4 windows in each cafeteria and ate food that an ordinary person might not be able to eat for half a month. But right now, his stomach was not as hungry as before. It was no longer growling. He was still far from being full, not to mention bulging and burping. Liao was not someone who liked to copy the ostrich. He thought that he was safe just because his head was buried in the sand. He thought that the problem did not exist when he covered his eyes with his hands. Such a self-deception was not going to solve anything. He was very clear about that. Besides, no matter how much he tried to fool himself and explain himself with excuses such as illusions, nervous breakdown, or drunk, there was no way to explain how he could eat hundreds of buns, dozens of bowls of noodles, and countless high-calorie foods. Although he went through 3 cafeterias and a dozen or so windows, the way he ate was enough to attract everyone's attention. Thankfully, it was already past dinner time. Otherwise, he would definitely be surrounded by people. That's impossible. Such a way of eating has long surpassed the limits of a glutton. He will definitely be stuffed to death. But I didn't feel uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, I felt that there seemed to be a supercompressed crystal reactor inside my stomach that turned all the food into pure energy and nourished my long-dried cells and limbs. I could even feel the growth of my muscle fibers and nerve endings. What is going on? Last night, the so-called god of racing. Was it me? How is that possible? Although I have a driver's license, I went to take the exam together with Yu Xen, Zhao Kai, and the others not long ago. I only passed the 3 tests after stumbling and stumbling. After I got my driver's license, I didn't even touch the steering wheel once. It's the standard, original driver. If you really want me to drive, it would be good enough if I could walk in a straight line. Moreover, I drank alcohol, so I was dizzy. I didn't know my own name. I couldn't even walk steadily, so how could I drive? Hehe. Stop lying to yourself. How can it be possible? Haven't you seen enough weird things over the past 2 days? Compared to eating hundreds of buns in a row, racing is nothing. It is much more relaxing and refreshing than eating buns. Liao held his head and moaned in pain. A peaceful life was like the surface of a frozen lake. Once it cracked, it meant that a great change was coming. Maybe it was a storm, or maybe it was a thunderstorm. In short, it was impossible to return to the past. Not far away from him, the TV in the cafeteria was playing the latest international news. Tragedy is unfolding in the biggest T3 game exposition in the United States. At least 3 armed gunmen have broken into the hall and opened fire. Several players, spectators, and visitors have been assaulted, including the production team of the popular game World of Stars. At least 100 people have been killed or injured. Please watch the detailed report later. The breaking news caught Liao's attention. It was not that the shooting itself was strange. In the hegemonic country on the other side of the ocean, guns were everywhere, extremists were everywhere, and there were ambiguous interests between the leadership and the arms dealers. The Gun Control Act was often aborted, and similar shooting incidents happened from time to time. This year alone, Liao had heard of at least 3 to 5 shooting incidents with heavy casualties. There was even a concert in which there were more than 500 casualties. It was an out-and-out massacre. In the beginning, there were still people who considered the shooting case to be a negotiation. They were in high spirits, and their saliva was flying everywhere. As similar incidents occurred more and more frequently, more and more people stopped caring about it. To this day, however many massacres there were, it was still not big news. Liao was only concerned about the location of the shooting. Although he was not very interested in games, he knew that T3 Game Exhibition was one of the 3 traditional games exhibitions in the world. It had everything from console games to online games to cutting-edge gaming platforms and technologies. Every year, it would attract hundreds of thousands to millions of tourists and fans of games to participate. Of course, first-rate video game producers and distributors would also take part in the exhibitions. Countless important works would be released in this place. It would even attract a large number of fans of animations and fantasy entertainment to play their game characters, enjoy themselves. The lively scene was 10 times grander than the Skyhorse Lake International Animation Festival that Liao and Xianxia went to a few days ago. It was not hard to guess that the security measures of the exhibition hall, which was packed with people, must be very tight. However, as long as the gunmen had a way to bring the deadly fully automatic guns into the exhibition hall and start slaughtering, the damage they could cause would certainly be very serious. Watching the TV, Liao saw shaking pictures on the news. The blood-drenched crowd was still in a state of shock. The special police, armed to the teeth with loaded guns, and the shrieking alarms were mixed with what sounded like gunshots. It was like the end of the world. According to the latest news, John Garriott, the ace producer of the Grey Island game producer company, known as the father of the Star Ring, was also assaulted in the shooting incident. The status of his injuries is unclear, the news reported. Liao was dazed for a moment. He had never heard the name John Garriott before, but he had played the game World of Stars before, and he had heard a thing or two about Father of the Stars. World of Stars was one of the most successful and influential games in the industry over the past 10 years. It was no longer a simple game but one that lived up to its name. With the joint efforts of John Garriott and countless other game players, it was built into a world that was close to reality and became a memory of a generation of youth. In the beginning, Battle of the Rising Star was just a shooting game, but it was well received because of the real-life rendering of the world outside and the vivid depictions of the alien species. Later, Star Ring, The Darkest Hour, Star Ring, The Supreme Throne, Star Ring, Children of Liberty, Star Ring, Brotherhood, and a series of other games, including multiple platforms and games of various genres, were released. Almost every sequel or expansion was very successful. A lot of novels, cartoons, and doujinshi were born out of it, too. Last year, the first movie adaptation of the game was released. Although it was mediocre in quality, it earned a lot of box office sales with the help of more than 10 years of popularity. Last year, Liao, Zhao Kai, and Xianxia had gone to watch the movie adaptation named Star Ring Origin. They had played a few games about the world of Star Ring before, so they knew a thing or two about it. It was said that, in this year's T3 game show, Father of the Ring's John Garriott was going to reveal more details about Star Ring World's latest heavyweight work, Star Ring Final War. The completion rate of the entire game had exceeded 70%. Not only had he and the Grey Island game producer company worked hard for 10 years to produce this masterpiece, but it had also already cost several $100 million to produce. It exceeded the cost of Hollywood's heavyweight special effects blockbusters and was no less than a gamble. It was also the undisputed ace masterpiece of this year's T3 game exhibition. Although it was not 100% completed, it had already attracted countless Star Ring fans to come and complicate their dreams. No wonder the gunman chose to take action near the booth of the World of Stars. This would indeed cause the most damage. World of Stars had a lot of forums in the country, too. Liao thought for a moment and opened one of them on his phone. As he expected, all the posts on the homepage were discussing the bloody shooting that had just taken place in T3 Game Show. Naturally, the information on the forum was much more abundant than on the news. Many fans of Star Ring were on the other side of the ocean, participating in the series of experience activities in the booth of World of Stars, and interacting with the game producers such as Father of Stars. They had sent live posts about the live stream with the intention of showing off and sharing. They did not expect that they would encounter such a tragedy. Through the introduction of some posts, Liao had a deeper understanding about John Garriott, the Father of the Rings, as well as the entire world of the rings. Ever since the entertainment form of video games was invented, it had been closely related to the concepts of science fiction, outer space, and alien creatures. From the earliest space intruders to the later soul duos and demonic beasts, everything had been associated with science fiction, fantasy, and magic. Before the world of space rings, there had been countless games describing space wars, alien species, bizarre-shaped aliens, and even the ultimate mysteries of the universe. But the World of Stars series was based on the detailed descriptions of the extraterrestrial species, the solid deduction of the extraterrestrial history, and the soul-stirring and reasonable plot. It was a bloody road through countless similar works. It was all thanks to the gold medal producer, John Garriott, who had painted a splendid, bloody new world for the public with his extraordinary imagination and solid knowledge in physics, biology, and astronomy. He was the well-deserved soul of the world of the rings. Many game critics even said that they suspected that John Garriott was an alien pretending to be a human being. If there were not such a star ring in the depths of the sea of stars where tens of thousands of species coexisted, and he was one of them, how could he have painted such a world? Even John Garriott said that he once had countless bizarre dreams in which a circular city larger than the entire solar system appeared in which countless alien species were living. He was enlightened by the dreams and created such a game. No, a world. I am like a mirror, John Garriott once said, or rather, an observer, who did not know himself reflected all the information that the universe sent to my brain. Liao sighed. After all, he had played other people's games and watched remakes before. It was truly regrettable that such a talented game producer had met with misfortune. After refreshing the webpage, a new thread popped up. If Liao was not mistaken, there were hundreds of replies after only 3 minutes. It was a video thread. The title of the thread was straightforward. The Father of the Ring of Stars was shot in the moment. Liao's curiosity was aroused. When he clicked on the video, he found that it was a short video shot by a fan of the Star Ring on the spot. The camera was aimed at the booth of the World of Stars, which was splendid and full of futuristic and sci-fi feelings. In the middle of the booth was a middle-aged man wearing a promotional t-shirt and jeans. He looked casual, but his eyes were extremely deep. Naturally, he was John Garriott, the Father of the Star Ring. Liao's English was not very good. Besides, there was too much noise in the hall. Nobody could hear what the Father of the Space Ring was talking about clearly. Thankfully, someone had already thoughtfully translated the video into Chinese. Even if there were some mistakes, one could still make out the general meaning. I have a dream that I've been having for 20 years and has become part of my life. John Garriott pointed at his temples and said, "Some people say that I'm an alien who has crawled into the skin of an earthling. I have the same feeling myself. In the deepest part of my brain, there is always a voice that is screaming, roaring, and urging me to tell you everything I know and share my dream with you. It is not just for me but for thousands of people to dream together." Therefore, World of Stars was created. The dream that lasted for 20 years gave birth to countless works about star rings. But instead of dimming and dispersing, it became clearer, and larger. I even felt that a star ring larger than the solar system would jump out of my brain one day. The Battle of Terminus is such a great work made of real dreams. It will lead us to the ultimate mysteries of the rings and even the universe. I promise you. Bam! Bam, 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 bam. When the video reached this point, gunshots suddenly rang out behind the cameraman. The crowd was suddenly in chaos. The cameras were shaking crazily, too. In the moment of the shaking, they saw that John Garriott's chest was bleeding, and he fell backwards in shock. The video ended there. Liao was soaked in cold sweat. For some reason, He felt that the bullets did not just hit John Garriot's chest but also his heart. With trembling hands, he refreshed the web page again. A new thread with a bold title popped up in front of his eyes. The latest news. John Garriot, the father of the Star Ring, was declared dead in the local hospital because of the serious gunshot wounds. Boom! The sound of thunder in the summer afternoon broke the stifling heat in the depths of everyone's heart. Large clusters of dark clouds condensed in the sky. Just a moment ago, the sky was clear and boundless, and the sun was shining brilliantly. But at this moment, the heavens and the earth suddenly turned dark. It was as if a faint black veil covered everyone's eyes. Was it his imagination, or was it because of the brightness? Liao suddenly felt that the color of the entire world was a bit dimmer than a moment ago. It was insignificant, almost indistinguishable. This kind of feeling had also appeared once in the Comic-Con that day. It was when he heard the news of the death of a famous fantasy novelist and cartoonist. However, it was only for a fleeting moment, and in the blink of an eye, he could no longer feel it. A person's habitual ability, or rather self-hypnosis ability, was very strong in the first place. Holding his phone, Liao was dazed for a long time. Dozens of posts were refreshed on the forum. Many fans of Star Ring confirmed the death of Father of the Star Ring through different channels. Some of them even commented in a corny tone, "A generation of youth has passed." Taking a deep breath, Liao stood up and walked to the window. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled outside the window, as if a ferocious beast from outer space was roaring. In the blink of an eye, torrential rain poured down like a waterfall. Floods raged between heaven and earth, transforming the world into a boundless swamp. Liao could not go back without an umbrella. He did not want to go back either. What had happened yesterday, what had happened today, what had happened in the Comic-Con a few days ago, and maybe what had happened in the dream a long time ago. Little by little, they turned into a raging meteoroid shower and bombarded the place that had been sealed in the deepest part of his heart, leaving an irreparable gap. Do you want to be muddle-headed and mediocre for the rest of your life and enter the next reincarnation in a fuzzy and lackluster way? Or do you want to follow your dream and find your true self? Even if it means paying the price of destruction, even if it is only for 1 second. Deep inside his brain, a voice seemed to be asking him. Countless thoughts spurted out of his brain like bubbles. Liao felt that he was becoming more and more smart and cleaner to a certain extent. He could think of many things that he had never thought of before, and he could face the weirdness that ordinary people could never understand calmly. He sat back in front of his beef noodles. At first, he wanted to find a notebook to record the weirdness and questions he had encountered recently. However, his instincts rejected the idea instantly. There was no need to leave any notes. Even his dream notebook had better be burnt before the ashes were flushed into the sewer. In that case, he would just meditate and record in his mind. After all, his memory was getting better and better. Firstly, regardless of whether or not there was a scientific and reasonable explanation for everything, at the very least, eating over 100 buns and a dozen bowls of noodles during a meal was absolutely abnormal. It was beyond all the known laws of physics. From this, it was inferred that the so-called superpowers were not illusions. They existed in this world, and he himself possessed. Of course, he could not say that he had the ability of a big eater, but rather, he had the ability to quickly transform matter into energy and store it in an inconceivable way. Moreover, his own body seemed to be being transformed efficiently by energy, becoming stronger and more agile. This point had yet to be verified, so he put it aside for now. Secondly, was the mysterious racer god, who was racing on the elevated ring last night, really him? Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to do such a thing. But if there were really superpowers in the world, it would not be surprising at all. Considering that his memory of racing was quite clear, and that he was extremely hungry when he woke up today, it was evident that he had consumed a lot of energy. It would be terrible if he assumed that he was really the god of racing. Although Yuxian, Zhao Kai, and the posts on the campus network all stated that the mysterious racer god did not leave any traces that could prove his identity, Liao knew that it was impossible for him to hide himself 100% of the time. Wherever he went, he would definitely leave traces behind. Anyone's actions would be exchanged with the surrounding environment. Even the smallest exchange of materials could be found out. The key was how much energy, resources, price, and time it would take to investigate. So, would he be found out? Liao estimated that it was unlikely on the official level, because there were no major casualties. However, what followed was Thirdly, let's say that superpowers did exist in the world, and he was not necessarily the first superpowered person. Then, would the superpowered people be organized? Was a superpowered person kind or malicious to other superpowered people? What was the attitude of the superpowered organizations toward the new superpowered people? Were they recruited as members, or were they going to be experimented on and dissected? Would the superpowered organizations be interested in the videos of the high-rising rings and investigate further? Liao disliked neither the members nor the subjects. He was free and did not want to be controlled by any form or force. Besides, he had a vague feeling that there was a scheme that was even more terrifying than superpowers and superpower organizations. He knew what the scheme was, but he had forgotten it later. He had to find the answer without too much interference. Fourthly, from the looks of it, no matter how many strange dreams he had, the mutations that had happened to him over the past few days were all triggered by the novel 40,000 Years of Cultivation. Why was he so familiar with the scenes and characters in 40,000 Years of Cultivation? Liao was now certain that he had never read the novel before. Definitely not. Who was Master Lin Yo, the author of the novel? What did he know? What was his purpose in writing the novel? It seemed that these questions could only be found in the world of fiction. Fifth, it was a question mark. Was it his intuition or his imagination? It seemed that every time the creator of a fantasy world, be it a novel, a comic author, or a game producer, unfortunately passed away, the entire world would suddenly become a bit lackluster. A master of fantasy novels, a mangaka who was used to procrastinating, and a gold medal game producer. Right, maybe there should be a web novelist, too. They should be 4 completely unrelated creators. Was their deaths within a week a coincidence? Or was there a deeper reason? Was it possible that more similar creators would be killed in the near future? Or that they were just the more successful and well-known creators in the circle? Their deaths would be the news, and outside of the public's attention, countless unknown creators would be killed a long time ago, and nobody would care about them? Liao thought everything through with half a bowl of noodles. He was quite surprised himself. His thoughts were clearer and more agile. Besides, now that he was faced with such a complicated problem, not only was he no longer scared or hesitant, he was also more and more excited. In a month's time, if he still didn't find anything in a month's time, it wouldn't be too late for him to find a job and return to the right path of life. Liao thought to himself, come to think of it, what exactly is the right track of life? The summer afternoon storm came and went quickly. Outside the window, the torrential rain turned into a light drizzle. Sunlight tore through the dark clouds, and a rarely seen rainbow appeared. Liao drank the boiling hot noodles and strode into the drizzle and sunlight. Liao once again fell into the world of. However, this time he had come prepared, not just to read novels for fun, but also to do an experiment on himself. He chose to use the computer to read the web page of the novel. Then, he placed his phone to the side to take a picture of himself reading the novel. His left hand tightly clutched a sharp fountain pen. When he felt that he was about to be completely lost, he ruthlessly stabbed his thigh to regain consciousness. Fortunately, he was about to enter June. Most of the students of the graduating class had found their next home. Yuxian, Zhao Kai, and the others were all out all day. They hardly returned to school unless there was something important. He was the only one left in the dormitory. It was quiet and comfortable, and he was not afraid of being disturbed. Liao was self-taught. He bought a lot of high-energy foods such as compressed biscuits and chocolate from the supermarket, locked the door, and installed a simple alarm device with a basin and a stool. He then closed the curtains tightly. He read each chapter carefully and recorded his psychological and physiological reactions in his mind. It's really strange. It's not an illusion. My body has indeed become stronger. I can do 100 push-ups in one breath. Just a moment ago, he continuously raised his leg and jumped for 15 minutes without even breaking a sweat. If he was outside in the playground, he would definitely be able to run with an astonishing result. What kind of terrifying physical strength is this? My ability to draw a map of buildings and streets has also increased. I seem to be able to draw all the streets that I have walked on in my life. I understand it now. There's a pattern here. It seems that the more chapters one read in, the stronger the cultivator Li Yao in the novel becomes. In reality, I am also known as Earth's Li Yao, and my strength is getting stronger and stronger. Of course, my strength is no match for the characters in the novel, but the speed of my improvement is the same. What is going on? I understand why Zhao Kai said that he wanted to skip the first 400 to 500 chapters. It's true that the style of the chapters before and after is extremely different. It's not that the writing style and the depiction of characters have improved by much, but rather, the things that the author wants to write are completely different. They are simply two novels with the same name. They are written by two completely different people. Has the author been changed? Or has the studio been possessed by the author? Or does the author himself not realize this? Another 3 days passed. Not only was Li Yao's mystery not solved, it was getting bigger and bigger. However, he had a vague feeling. As long as he could finish reading the novel, all his questions would be answered. He would clearly understand who he was. However, the more he read, the more excited he became, and the more he was surprised by the books and himself. The story came to an abrupt end. That's all. Li Yao stared at the Ina days. Li Yao's Adam's apple seemed to have been punched heavily. Then, a ton of cement was poured into his chest from his throat, making him unable to breathe. An inexplicable fury rose up in his heart, making him want to swallow the entire computer. Did he stop updating? He actually stopped updating. How could he stop updating? Wasn't this author too irresponsible? Who would win the war between the Federation and the Imperium? What would the so-called Alliance of Holy Accord, which was 10,000 times more evil than the Imperium, look like? What was the truth behind the Pangu civilization? More importantly, what was the damn vulture plan up to? Would the cultivator Li Yao find Earth and return to it? In the beginning, the author had dug so many pits and painted a splendid universe, whetting one's appetite. But in the end, the author had cut off the chapters irresponsibly and abandoned the pits. How could it be? Li Yao could not wait to crawl into the computer and find Master Snail through the wireless network. Then, he would hold the guy's collar and force him to confess everything. Li Yao's eyes were bloodshot. He gnashed his teeth, not knowing why he was so frustrated and angry. He opened the comments section and saw that there were many people who were equally furious as him. After 7 days of no updates, the comment section was in chaos. Li Yao read the post in order of the time it was posted. In the beginning, some people were concerned about the author and asked him to explain to them. But as the author disappeared, more and more readers couldn't hold back their anger and started cursing in the posts. In the beginning, the book had 400 to 500 chapters. It was quite smooth and easy to read. What was the author writing at the end of the 500 chapters? Was he writing a novel or was he writing a thesis? It was really too ugly. I pinched my nose and read the latest chapter. I thought that I would be able to restore the top level. I didn't expect that the author would actually stop updating. Damn eunuch. I've never seen such a fucking novel. Every once in a while, the two of them would sit there and converse like a broken toilet bowl. 3 to 5 chapters in a row, 10 or so chapters. When it came to the latest chapter, the Ancient Saint chapter, it was even more excessive. The fucking Ancient Saint 12 powerhouses. The 12 of them chattered for several dozen chapters in a crooked meeting. There's no end to it, right? When I saw this, I knew that the author's talent had run dry. He couldn't continue writing. Sure enough, he became a eunuch, right? He abandoned the fucking fuck. In fact, I knew a long time ago that this author was going to be castrated. At first, he could still be considered to be doing interstellar training. But when he wanted to level up his monster fighting essay, he insisted on bringing a lot of personal goods with him. He made the scene bigger and bigger. He talked more and more sense. He reversed the plot time and time again, dragging the plot to the extreme. His grades are getting worse and worse, right? In short, with the author's skills, it's simply impossible for him to handle such a big theme. In short, he just kept digging pits and then used bigger pits to cover up the small pits in the beginning. In the end, when he really couldn't fill them up, he simply castrated. Sigh. It's a pity that I wasted so much time and money. Of course, there were also some diehard readers who were trying their best to defend the author. They said that they had communicated with the author in the WeChat group a few days ago, and the author had only taken a few days of rest because something had happened to him and he had broken his hand. He would continue to update after he recovered. In the thread below, there were immediately people who ruthlessly rebutted. Come on. I can only fool new readers like you. In fact, this author's background has long been exposed by us. This guy is now wearing an alias named Master Crouching Bull. He is still pretending to be some pink and tender newbie, but in fact, he is an old turtle whose skirt reaches the ground. His original name is Zhang Daniu. However, he is always a eunuch and has a rotten tail. He can only change his alias time and time again to deceive innocent new readers. Sigh, I didn't expect that I would be fooled this time. Damn it! Liao browsed through a lot of reviews and comments. Many indignant readers were shouting that they were going to send razor blades to the author. Some of them were planning to beat the author up, etc. But Liao was still brooding over the previous message. Something had happened to the author. He was injured? Liao recalled that had stopped updating 7 days ago. In other words, if the poster was not lying, the author should have been injured 7 days ago. It happened to be the time when the author of the online novel was smashed to death by the headlights during the Pegasus Lake International Anime Festival. When Gilson, the master of fantasy novels, and the mangaka Takaya Ibo unfortunately passed away. Was it a coincidence? So many coincidences. This won't do. I must find Master Snail. It will be best if I can ask him face to face what exactly is going on with his novel. Liao mumbled to himself. Then he hesitated, not sure whether or not he was too obsessed. However, when his eyes fell on the dumbbell in the corner, all his hesitation was gone. The pair of dumbbells had been bought by 4 people in the dormitory together for the purpose of exercising. They were very solid and big. All the barbells added together weighed more than 20 kilograms. However, Liao was not talking about the dumbbell but the grip made of steel. On the grip were 2 deep handprints, which were the traces of his strength yesterday. Even if he was the champion of the Hercules competition, could he leave his fingerprint on the grip? Liao walked over and picked up a 5-kilogram barbell. He held it in his hands and exerted his strength. The barbell was torn open like a sugar cake. Clang! Liao threw the torn dumbbell to the side and looked at his terrifying hands. His heart was in turmoil and could not calm down for a long time. Admit it, it was not a power achievable by human beings. With such power, he would never be able to live a normal and peaceful life. Of course, if he ignored the matter and buried his head in the sand, deceiving himself, such strength and dreams would gradually wither and fade away. However, what kind of person was he exactly? Liao pulled himself together and searched for information about Master Snail. In the information era where the network was highly developed, it was difficult to completely hide a person's information. Master Snail had his own social media account. By searching for words and micromessage numbers, he could gather clues about him. First of all, according to the search entry, Master Snail's real name was Zhang Daniu. He was a resident of Lishan County under the jurisdiction of Jiangnan City and lived there all year round. In the same city as me? That's easy. According to Liao's research, Lishan County was the most remote county in the mountainous region of Jiangnan City. However, with the current state of transportation, even if the author were to hide in his hometown to recuperate, it would not take a day before he was found. Then, following the name of Zhang Daniu, he found some of the novels written by the author in the past. Well, they were all in the same style as the first 500 chapters of 40,000 Years of Cultivation, which did not move him at all. This made him even more certain that the 500 chapters of 40,000 Years of Cultivation did not seem to be written by the same person. Then, Liao entered the Old Bull's meeting room, a group of 40,000 years of cultivation, and asked the readers about the author, pretending that he knew nothing. The smell of gunpowder in the book group was slightly less intense than in the book review section, but it was only a little. Many people were pessimistic and thought that the book was really wasted. Some of them were even cursing and venting their dissatisfaction. However, Liao asked patiently and got a few useful information. Firstly, 3 to 5 days ago, the author had appeared in the group and explained to everyone that he was really injured. However, some of the readers did not believe it and had an argument with the author. In the end, the author said, "I'm a fucking eunuch. I'll be a good man if I change my alias." From then on, he never went online again. Alright, at the very least, it meant that the author was not in an accident at that time. Well, not a serious accident. Secondly, there was the author's WeChat number in the group. Many readers proved that it was indeed Master Snail himself. However, many readers had sent messages to the author, and none of them had received a reply. It seemed that it was impossible to contact the author through this method. Liao opened Master Lai Nyo's WeChat and sent him a message. "Hello, Master Lai Nyo. I'm a loyal fan. Can we talk?" As he expected, there was no reply at night. Liao was impatient from waiting. He simply contacted Zhao Kai. "Zhao Kai, do you know that has stopped updating?" "I do." Zhao Kai replied very quickly. "It's just a web novel. It's normal to break off. Just read another one. What's wrong? You're not still reading a novel in your dormitory, are you?" "No. I was just asking." Liao thought for a moment. "You've read a lot of web novels. Do you know how to reach out to the author and ask him to talk to me?" "Crazy." Zhao Kai seemed to be amused. "You're not a girl, so why would the author want to chat with you?" Hey. Liao, what exactly do you want to do? Are you really staying in the dormitory and not going out?" "A girl." Liao was dazed. He tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then he put on a smile that he didn't notice himself and said, "I have something to tell you right now." He closed the chat window with Zhao Kai and thought for a long time. Very good. He remembered that this damn pervert, Xianxia, had trained with a female character's alternate account when he was playing games last year. In order to fool others, he had specially applied for a micro-message number that looked like a girl's. There were all kinds of photos, moods, patterns, and everything. Therefore, Liao opened Xianxia's profile picture. After much persuasion, at the risk of being mistaken for a fellow cultivator by his roommate, he finally got the female version of his WeChat account. After careful modification, he changed his name to Rabbit in the Sea of Stars and signed it with the words "Love when you want and leave when you want," before he added a few fresh, slightly naughty, and slightly sexy pictures. Taking a deep breath, Liao applied to join the Old Cow meeting room, again under the name of Little Rabbit in the Star Ocean, and opened Master Lai Nyo's profile picture. "Hello, Master. I'm a second-year student of Jiangnan Normal University. I've liked reading science fiction since childhood, and I especially like your works. Can I talk to you?" After sending the message, Liao closed the chat window and returned to the book group and the reviews section to collect more information. Come to think of it, Xianxia's account was not one that he used often after all. His disguise just now was a bit hasty, too, and he had left a lot of loopholes. It shouldn't be difficult for someone to discover that the Little Rabbit in the Sea of Stars was an imaginary existence. If Master Snail was a gentleman with a heart as still as water, or if he had some basic wisdom, it was hard to say whether or not he would be fooled. Therefore, he had better think of more solutions. Liao once again beat around the bush in the book group chat. In the end, those who remained here were all loyal readers of 40,000 years of cultivation. Other than expressing regret and indignation at the author's abrupt loss of updates, everyone else had a lot of insight into the novel. Liao's words drew out the feelings of many readers who were reading the book. Quite a few people gave a lot of insightful comments. It was a pity that, although many readers had high praises for this novel, and there was no lack of diehard fans like Zhao Kai who were addicted to it, there was not a second reader like Liao who had been triggered by into a dream that was both illusory and real, let alone having a strange superpower. In the eyes of most readers, this was just a passable web novel. Even if he really stopped updating and became a eunuch, it didn't seem to be a big deal. All he needed to do was curse a few times. No one had ever felt that Liao was like being bitten by thousands of ants. It was an unbearable feeling. Liao memorized the comments of the readers and some of the highlights of the reviews and comments section, especially the replies of the authors. He tried to figure out the authors' preferences. Then, he found a few comprehensive online novel forums and searched for posts related to whether they were recommended or criticized. The opposing parties' opinions were quickly swept through. If he could really get in touch with Master Snail, how he could attract the other party to communicate face-to-face would depend on his methods. Communication through the network was partly because it was unsafe and other people could steal the information at any time, and partly because the initiative was not in their own hands and they could go offline at any moment. 40,000 years of cultivation was his only clue. If this clue was cut off, it would be extremely difficult to find another clue. Therefore, Liao had to suit his taste. Thankfully, after a few days of training, his eyesight and brain power had both been significantly improved. His reading speed was 3 to 5 times faster than before, and he could deal with both the computer and the screen at the same time. That was why he was able to browse through hundreds of thousands of words of information in only 1 hour. The notification panel above the phone was still empty. There was no response. All right, it seems that the guy didn't see my message at all. Or he simply laughed it off when he saw it. He even saw through my prank immediately. Liao thought to himself, it does make sense now that I think about it. Judging from the plots of the battle of wits and bravery in and the magnificent depiction of the universe, the author should be a person with a high sense of humor and a very quick mind. Such a clumsy beep beep beep. Master Snail's profile picture popped up in the notification bar at the top of the phone. The other party sent a very reserved smile. Liao scratched his hair. All right, since he was hooked, he might as well chat. A real person? Liao said. Are you really Master Snail? I'm sorry, I'm a bit excited. I really like your books. Liao bought a cute, playful, and girlish pink bunny emoji for the account. At the end of the sentence, a pink bunny with starry eyes was attached with an adoring emoji. The other party was silent for a long time. It was so long that Liao thought that the other party had seen through his trick and went offline. Finally, Master Snail said, Hello, hello. I didn't know that there was a female reader in. What are you talking about? Liao sent another pink bunny pouting emoji that seemed to be angry. Who says we girls can't watch sci-fi? Can't we only watch those lovey-dovey and lovey-dovey things? Can't we imagine an impassioned and soul-stirring story happening in the sea of stars? Let me tell you, there are many female students in our department who like to watch your. I alone have recommended it to 3 to 4 sisters. We are all chasing after it and often discuss the plot after lights out in the middle of the night. Is that so? Master Snail seemed to be at a loss. Really? Of course it is. Liao once again sent a pink rabbit emoji with its hands on its hips, nodding its head heavily. Although we usually read more novels in the girls' channel, it doesn't mean that we will reject the real good books in the boys' channel. It's just that the web novels written by ordinary boys are all about fighting and killing. They are selfish and have a lot of harems. They simply treat us girls as machines without feelings and will. We are at the mercy of the male protagonist. Of course, we don't like reading such things. However, your novel is different. Although at the beginning it was still an old-fashioned way of leveling up and fighting monsters, your values are very upright. The protagonist is not a scumbag who has no moral bottom line. Moreover, he is very serious when it comes to relationships. After writing millions of words, he still only loves his wife. He is simply a clear stream in online novels. As the saying goes, a book is just like a person. I believe that a real person must be an upright person in life. A noble person who has broken away from the vulgar interests. Most importantly, he is very loyal to his feelings and knows how to respect and love women. Right? Yes, of course. Master Snail said. You are too courteous. Your evaluation is too high. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Ha 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 ha. You are indeed modest. As I expected, you are as low-key, easygoing, and elegant as Master Liao. Liao probed. Right? Can I call you real person? Or should I call you Teacher Zhang? No. I wouldn't dare call myself a teacher. Master Snail said, my pen name is Master Snail, and my real name is Zhang Daniu. Everybody calls me Old Bull in the book group, but in fact I'm not old. We are all friends. Why don't you call me Big Bull? That won't do. Your novel has indeed given me a lot of inspiration. I have been deeply influenced by both in life and in work. Of course, you are my teacher. Liao confirmed that the other party's name was really Zhang Daniu. How about I call you Teacher Nyo? You can call me Little Rabbit. Oh right, Teacher Nyo, why did you suddenly stop writing such a good novel? I saw in the group chat that you were injured. Is it true? Cough. Don't mention it. Master Liao, Zhang Daniu sent a frustrated emoticon over. He was no longer as reserved as before. Don't listen to the comments section and some people in the book group. It's true that, oh my, how should I put it? The endings of some of my previous books are not perfect, but a bad ending is not equal to a eunuch. How can these people insult my innocence out of thin air? As for this time, I was really injured. I slipped in the bathroom and fell heavily on my right hand. The bone in my right hand is broken, and it's swollen to the point that it's even thicker than my thigh. The moment I touched it, I felt an excruciating pain. The doctor said that I need to rest for a while. The swelling has only just subsided today. How can I have the strength to write? Is that so? Liao pondered for a moment and did not think that the guy was lying. Then, will you continue to write and paint the marvelous world of 40,000 years of cultivators for us after your wounds are healed? I really want to know what happened later and what the so-called vulture plan is. Well, Zhang Daniu hesitated for a moment before he laughed and said, I will definitely write it when I have the chance. Really, thank you for your support. Let's see how it goes. I will try my best. Is that so? Liao found a pair of round eyes, drooping rabbit ears, and the cutest and most cute emoticon from the emoticon pack and sent it over. Please, Teacher Nyo, can you spoil the rest of the story in advance? Just a little bit, just a little bit. Sob. I can't wait. Well, spoilers are not mysterious at all. Zhang Daniu was still very persistent on this point. However, I can tell you in advance that the rest of the story is very grand, brilliant, soul-stirring, and bizarre. It's true. I've thought through all the final secrets of the Federation, the Imperium, and the Sanctuary Alliance, as well as the Panga civilization and even the entire universe. Of course, the Vulture Plan and the Origin of Earth are necessary, too. I've written the outline. I guarantee that nobody will guess what I'm going to write. The outline had been written. The Vulture Plan, the mission of Earth, and the ultimate secrets of the universe were all inside. Liao's heart was beating fast. He was getting closer and closer to the truth. Chances were that, as long as he got the outline of the author, his superpowers would be maximized. If you say so, Liao sent a few smiley faces. I'm more interested in what happened next. Cough. Zhang Daniu said, there's still a lot of stuff that needs to be sorted out. I can't explain it in such a short time. Then, why don't we talk face to face? Liao said, are you in Jiangnan City, too? Why don't we have a chat? I have a lot of science fiction questions that I would like to ask you in person. Ha! Zhang Daniu said, Hey. Please don't blame me for my presumptuousness. This is sort of privacy. In fact, I came to you with a mission. Liao sent an emoji of a rabbit sticking out its tongue. There's a science fiction association in our department. All the sisters in the association like to read your novels very much. We've been preparing to share the book with the theme of 40,000 years of cultivation. Then all the sisters said, I heard that Master Snail is in Jiangnan City. I wonder if he could be invited as a guest of the reading club. If he could come, everyone would be so happy. So I shamelessly asked you to come. You don't mind, do you? Of course not. Of course not. Zhang Daniu said, Sisters of the Science Fiction Association? Exactly. Liao said, The Teachers' Institute has always been a bit disproportionate between men and women. Our department is even more miserable. We are all girls with long hair and swaying skirts. There are not many boys. The development of our science fiction association is quite difficult. Teacher Nyo, please guide us. Invite me to be a guest? Oh my, invite me to be a guest. Zhang Daniu's tongue was a little tongue-tied. Is this also considered science fiction? How funny. How is yours not science fiction? Liao sent another smiling emoji. Didn't you post it in the science fiction section on the Webnovel website? That's true, but at that time, wasn't it because the competition in the fantasy column was particularly fierce and there were too many gods that I had to avoid the limelight? Zhang Daniu said in embarrassment. Don't tell me you don't think that mine is pseudoscience fiction or something. I've heard that you university students are all particular about this. You like to watch the more orthodox mainstream science fiction. You don't like to watch our kind of fighting pseudoscience fiction. This guy had some self-awareness. Liao thought to himself. But there had to be a reasonable explanation for the question. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to fool the guy out. His pupils constricted slightly, and his computational ability soared to the maximum. The weird stories that he had just found on the Nexus were all broken into pieces and condensed into a flawless speech. What are you talking about? The sci-fi fans in our university are not as shallow as you think. There are so many ridiculous stereotypes. What orthodox sci-fi and pseudoscientific? I don't agree with such a method, Liao said solemnly. In my opinion, the reason why our country's sci-fi industry can't be developed and why it's been struggling for so many years is because there are too many people and fans in the industry who don't focus their attention on the content and ideology of the work. They don't want to promote it together and improve it together. Instead, they work together to condemn other people and themselves. Are these people really passionate about sci-fi? No. They are merely using something that even they don't understand to generate a ridiculous sense of superiority and pitiful vanity. The temple is small, but the wind is strong. The pond is shallow, and there are many turtles. The science fiction field itself is a very small circle. The science fiction industry of our country has been lagging behind the developed countries for a long time. It really can't be any smaller. As fans and people in the circle, if we don't think of doing everything we can to make this small pond bigger, to turn it into a big pond, a big lake, and even an ocean, and then introduce all kinds of strange and bizarre species to form a colorful ecological circle, we will start biting each other when we are still a small pond. We want to drive other people out of this pond and call ourselves kings behind closed doors. Can such a pond give birth to a flood dragon other than turtles? You don't need to undervalue yourself. Really. I've seen some of the posts on the net regarding orthodox sci-fi and pseudoscientific science fiction. It's pure nonsense. It makes people think of the struggle for power and profit in the little court of South Brightness. What kind of situation is this? Who's orthodox and who's not? What's the point? When it comes to although many people say that it is a fantasy in the skin of science fiction, I feel that it is the exact opposite. In fact, you are still a science fiction in the skin of fantasy. You are full of thoughts about human nature, history, and the universe. The brilliance of compassionate humanitarianism and ultimate care is shining everywhere. It is not hard to say that your thoughts are profound. Moreover, you can quietly integrate these profound thoughts into the soul-stirring, perilous plots one by one. Reading them is gratifying, and after reading them, the aftertaste is long and drawn out, making people unable to help but clap the table and exclaim in admiration. I really don't know how your brain grew. It's too awesome. There was no response from the other side for a long time. They seemed to be intimidated by Liao's words. Crap! Liao was somewhat annoyed. Such cheesy flattery is too much. Anyone can hear the sarcasm in it and know that I'm talking nonsense. Did the guy go offline because he was angry? Just as he was about to reply with a few words of compensation, a message came from the other side. It's true. Zhang Daniu seemed to be so excited that he was about to cry. I didn't expect you university students to understand me so well. You've practically spoken to my heart. Huh. Liao was dazed for a long time. He mumbled to himself. He believed it? No way. He actually believed such shameless flattery? Although it was somewhat unbelievable, there was no turning back now. Now that he had come this far, he could only continue with this train of thought. It's true, Master Nyo. I meant what I said. Liao spat on the screen of his mobile phone. He tried his best to hold back his disgust as he typed, "Let's take a step back. Let's take a step back and take a step back. Let's say that there are still some omissions in your work. With such a long length and such a fast updating speed, it's only natural that there are some omissions. But no matter what, you've always been down to earth. One step after another, you've done your best to contribute to our country's sci-fi industry and make your own contributions. As for those people who shout authentic sci-fi all day and mock pseudo-sci-fi, what have they done other than ridicule? Not really. I didn't contribute anything. I only did what I could," Zhang Daniu said somewhat fearfully. "Then, don't tell me that the students of your science fiction association don't find my too long-winded and a little boring?" This was a big problem. Liao thought for a long time but failed to come up with a response. It was indeed lame. How the fuck was he supposed to flatter it? Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. His fingers were like flowing water as he sent out lines of information. "I remember that in one of Mr. Feng Zikai's essays he once said, in his hometown the water-grilled rice cake is a very nutritious thing, but the rice cake made from glutinous rice is too solid. Even if it is cut into pieces the size of fingers and cooked, it is still difficult for the elderly and the children to digest. Eating it can easily hurt their stomachs. They can only eat 3 to 5 slices at most before putting it down. However, if the rice cake is sealed with explosive rice cake and processed at a high temperature and high pressure, the rice cake as thick as a finger will explode into the size of an arm and turn into food. A bento the size of an arm has the same nutritional value as a rice cake the size of a finger, but it is more likely to be absorbed by the human body. It is an appetizing fruit for the young and old. Even many people who don't like rice cake in the first place like to hold a few bento rice cakes and taste the slightly sweet flavor. Don't you understand the logic? The so-called orthodox science fiction and hardcore science fiction are, in fact, the rice cake. Of course, its nutritional value is very high, but it requires a certain degree of scientific literacy and aesthetic interest in order to enjoy it. The threshold is too high. Many people will be scared away after seeing it. As for I can't go against my conscience and say that it doesn't have the slightest bit of water. However, it just so happens that this water changed it from an annual cake to a bumpy rice cake, allowing more readers to accept it. It even caused readers who were originally completely uninterested in science fiction to gradually fall in love with the sea of stars. They fell in love with the universe. They fell in love with thinking about the past, present, and future. From then on, they stepped into the temple of science fiction and slowly came in contact with more science fiction works. Just think about it. You have so many readers. Even if only 1/10 of them were influenced by you and became true fans of science fiction, you would still have made a great contribution to our country's science fiction industry. Ouch! Ouch! Zhang Daniu said. Even I didn't know that my 40,000 years of cultivation had this much significance? Of course you don't. I can tell from your words that you are too humble. Liao said, "It's all right for you to be humble, but we, your loyal readers, will not allow you to suffer the slightest grievance. How about it, Master Nyo? Come and be our guest and guide us. The students really want to meet the legendary Master Nyo." The other side was silent for a while. Liao's heart was in his throat again. "In fact, I've been quite busy recently. As you know, many seminars are asking me to join them. There are also reception parties for some publishing houses, charity events. Of course, I have to think about the important questions about humanity and the future of our civilization." Zhang Daniu's words almost caused Liao's throat to burn. He could not wait to reach his hand into his phone and ruthlessly pull this fellow over. Fortunately, this fellow's next sentence was, "However, since our fellow students are so enthusiastic, how can I say this? For the sake of our country's science fiction career, I have a successor, right? No matter how busy I am, I will definitely make time to support my fellow students. Tell me, what time should I directly come to our normal university? Liao took a long breath in relief and wiped off the sweat on his forehead. Not at all. I'm here to see you first. How about dinner? Liao said, do you live in the downtown area or somewhere else? You'd better find a place that is closer to your house. Don't waste Teacher Nyo's precious time. All right. How about tomorrow night? Zhang Daniu said, you are a student and don't have any income yet, so you don't need to treat me. Let me treat you. Do you know of the hidden crane cuisine in the city? Let's meet at 7 o'clock tonight. All right? Liao knew that it was a newly opened high-end restaurant with an elegant and famous environment. This guy was quite generous. All right, Master Nyo. Liao sent another emoji of a rabbit with starry eyes. 7 o'clock tomorrow night. Hidden Crane Cooks. See you there. After ending the conversation, Liao went to the toilet and vomited for 5 minutes before deleting all the conversation logs. It was too embarrassing. Nobody was allowed to know about it. Whoever did would be executed. As for tomorrow, it was impossible for Liao to play the role of the rabbit in the Sea of Stars anymore. After all, he had locked onto the author and there was no way that he could run away. Liao looked at himself in the mirror and grinned hideously. He roared and exerted his strength. Muscles that looked like bombs bulged out of his body and tore his short-sleeved shirt apart. Veins and veins ran through his body like boas under his bronze skin. Scorching air was spurting out of his pores. He had torn the dumbbell into 2 halves. Zhang Daniu, looking at the super-muscular man in the mirror who had almost doubled in size, Liao grinned hideously. Wait for me at 7 tomorrow night. I'm coming. The Middle District was the oldest district of Jiangnan City. Although it had fallen behind the high-rise development zone in the recent city-building campaign, it was still quite popular because of the beautiful scenery and the favorable location. It was especially so for the few commercial walking streets that had all kinds of distinctive colors. Every time the lanterns were lit, crowds of people would come and go. It was quite lively. The Hermit Crane Cuisine was located in a prime location on a pedestrian street named Pingyang Road. It had a lavish entrance and was a forest of man-made bamboos. In the downtown area, it forcefully created an atmosphere of tranquility amidst the hustle and bustle. It did not have the slightest intention of hiding. Opposite the Hidden Crane restaurant was the top department store of Jiangnan City, which had a history of 30 to 40 years. When it was built, it was the tallest building in the entire city. It had flourished for a time, but naturally it had long declined. No matter how it was renovated and renovated, it could not change the overly cramped layout. However, it was more than enough to act as a high point to control a radius of 300 to 500 meters. In the men's restroom on the 5th floor of the first department store. From here, he could overlook the entire Pingyang Road and clearly see the passers-by and tourists coming and going. 6:30 p.m. Liao had been standing there for half an hour, observing the stores and people nearby with the telescope. Not only did he have to meet the author of 40,000 Years of Cultivation, he also had to determine whether the author lived nearby or far away. It would be best if he could follow the clues and lock onto the author's nest. As time went by, his eyes became sharper and sharper. He could lock onto the different features of hundreds of passers-by and analyze their trajectories clearly. Master Nyo, are you here? After scanning the environment and the passers-by, Liao sent a message in the name of Rabbit in the Sea of Stars. I'm here. I just got here. I'm wearing blue, and there's a grandma fried chicken next to me. Are you here, too? The other side replied. Liao aimed the telescope at a milk tea and fried chicken shop 20 to 30 meters away from the Hidden Crane restaurant. Other than a few high school girls who were buying milk tea, there was a skinny man wearing a wrinkled blue suit. Is it him? Liao observed carefully. The guy seemed to have just shaved his head, but the depression on his face could not be concealed no matter how hard he tried. Maybe because of the years of desk work, his eyes were somewhat green, his cheeks were sunken, and his back was slightly hunched. The cheap suit he had bought was a size larger, too. It looked like a plastic bag on his body. A gust of wind could blow him away easily. Of course, even if the suit was well-fitting, it still looked quite awkward. Today was the hottest day since the summer. The highest temperature was 35 degrees. Other than real estate agents and insurers, who would wear such a serious suit? While Liao was staring at this guy was using the dressing mirror of a nearby clothing store to tidy up his appearance. He sprayed something like a breath of air freshener into his mouth. At the same time, he used the reflection of the mirror to secretly glance at the high school girls who were drinking milk tea. There seems to be no one else nearby. Liao scratched his head. He had thought that he would be able to write characters such as Yan Shibei, Xiao Xuanxia, Jin Tui, Lu Zue, and Boss Bai. The author could be down and out, he could sigh, but there had to be a hint of ambition in him. But it seemed that there were none. After carefully scanning the surroundings and making sure that no one was following the author, Liao sent a message saying that he would be there soon and got off the elevator. He squeezed back into the crowd, but he wasn't in a hurry to greet them. The few female high school students were still drinking milk tea. From time to time, they would burst into a burst of youthful laughter. Zhang Daniu had also been dawdling next to them. His eyes were constantly darting around. Liao took out a toothpick crossbow from his pocket. It was a toy that kids often played with. With the cover of the crowd, he threw a toothpick at Zhang Daniu. The two parties were 7 to 8 meters away from each other. When the toothpick lightly flew over, it no longer had any strength. Zhang Daniu was completely oblivious. It was not until the toothpick pierced into his back that he let out a cry and turned around to rub his back. He simply didn't realize what had shot him. So, he doesn't have any superpowers? And is just an ordinary person with dull senses? Confirming this point, Liao threw the toothpick crossbow into a trash can on the side of the road. Only then did he go forward and heavily pat the other party's shoulder. With a beaming smile, he said, "Master Nyo, hello?" Zhang Daniu jerked his head back and discovered a young man whom he had never seen before. The excitement on his face turned into surprise. I'm Rabbit's senior brother. I'm from the Jiangnan Normal University. I'm truly sorry. It's truly unfortunate. Last night, a thief broke into our school's female dormitory. The few girls were scared quite badly. They were shouting and shouting in the middle of the night. Today, the school's leaders flew into a rage. The dormitory is strictly guarded. They say that it's best if the girls don't come out at night and run around. Liao grinned. So, there's nothing we can do. I'm the only male member of our science fiction association. Rabbit and the rest of them asked me to be their representative to express their sincerest apologies to Teacher Nyo. The few girls all said that there would be plenty of time in the future and that they would find a day off in a few days. During the day, they would come and talk to Teacher Nyo about literature, science fiction, and their dreams. You don't mind, do you? Liao saw Zhang Daniu's face, which had just been shaved clean and still had a few cuts on it, collapse bit by bit. Like an ice block under the scorching sun, it quickly lost its shape. No, of course not. Ha 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 ha. Girls should be careful when they go out at night. There are too many bad people in society nowadays. It's great that you can understand. Rabbit and the others were worried that you would be angry and not go to our school as a guest. So I told them, how could Teacher Nyo, who could write 40,000 years of cultivation, be such a petty person? Liao smiled happily. It's the same today. I have a lot of questions that I want to discuss with Master Nyo, too. Besides, I know everything about Rabbit and the rest of them. You can ask me whatever you want to know. I don't want to know anything, Zhang Daniu said. The main thing I want to know about is the development status of your Sci-Fi association. I'm concerned about the current university students' views on Sci-Fi, their dreams, and their future. What else can I know? Yes, you are right. Let's talk about that. Liao slapped his head. I almost forgot to introduce myself. Do you think it's a coincidence? My name happens to be Liao. I share the same name as the male protagonist in your book. I especially like to read. Really, I even feel like I'm the Liao in the book. I feel connected to Teacher Nyo. I feel like I'm his soul mate. NN. Zhang Daniu seemed to have lost his desire to chat. He replied to Liao half-heartedly. Don't just stand there. It's too hot. Liao pulled Zhang Daniu. Let's eat first. Shall we talk while we eat? Sure. Zhang Daniu replied lethargically. Then he suddenly came back to himself. Where are you going? Crane cuisine. Liao said. Rabbit said that you asked her to cook in Heian. Didn't she? Why yes, that's right. Wait at the entrance of Crane Concealing Kitchen. It's easier to find it here. Zhang Daniu glanced at the low-key and extravagant Hidden Crane restaurant. The corners of his eyes twitched a few times as he said, However, I've been having a stomachache for the past 2 days. It's not suitable to eat these raw and cold things. Those raw fish fillets all have parasites. Why don't I treat you to a casserole made of bones? There's a century-old restaurant nearby. The bones are rotten. It's much better than raw fish fillets. The two of them walked for more than 10 minutes before they left the pedestrian street and arrived at an old-fashioned residential area that was full of life. Liao didn't care what he ate as long as he could confirm that Zhang Daniu lived nearby. While he was walking, he carefully observed that Zhang Daniu was holding his right hand and avoiding passers-by. His right hand was slightly swollen, indicating that he was indeed wounded. Zhang Daniu seemed to have eaten a bellyful of dust. His face had always been gloomy, but when the steaming, mountain-like bones were brought to the table, he seemed to have accepted his fate. A dry smile appeared on his face again. A thief has entered the female dormitory. Rabbit and the rest must be scared out of their wits, right? Zhang Daniu laughed. Rabbit, her boyfriend must be worried sick, right? Rabbits don't have boyfriends. Liao was dazed for a moment. He replied immediately, My junior sister is a girl who pursues the soul and has a great sense of aesthetics. She is a maverick who always thinks about the universe, the future, and civilization. Ordinary people are nothing in her eyes. Oh. Zhang Daniu's smile lit up. What about you? Liao took the opportunity to inquire about Zhang Daniu's situation. Master Niu, you are here for a meal. Don't you need to report to your wife? No. In fact, I'm single too. I've been wandering alone for more than 30 years. How can I have a master's wife? Zhang Daniu smiled and said, Also, fellow student Liao, let me give you a suggestion. We are all fans of science fiction. We are the same kind of people. Don't call me Teacher Niu. Teacher Niu is too short. It sounds like the difference in seniority, but in fact, we are about the same age. You are all in your 20s this year, right? I am also in my 30s. My mentality is especially young. We can be considered to be the same age. Don't call me Teacher Niu. Just call me Brother Niu. Brother Niu. Liao took a deep breath and tried to control his facial expression. He looked at Zhang Daniu's right hand and said, Brother Niu, do you want to drink some wine? With the fresh blood, your wounds will heal faster. All right, let's drink a little then. Zhang Daniu waved his hand. That's right. Don't treat me as a teacher. Just treat me as a friend. Between friends, what can't we talk about and what can't we help with? That's right, Brother Niu. After reading, I knew that you must be a very straightforward and confident person. Indeed, it's better to meet you in person than to hear your name. Come, let me propose a toast to you first. Liao was planning to get Zhang Daniu drunk so that he could ask for some crucial information. After all, his body had been greatly strengthened. Ordinary alcohol was simply not enough to numb his nerves. 1 glass to the left, 1 glass to the right. After 3 rounds of alcohol, 5 dishes had passed. Under Liao's meticulous plan, Zhang Daniu had already drunk so much that his face was flushed red. His legs were shaking, and even his tongue was a little loose. Brother Niu, can you tell me the details of your journey in creating 40,000 years of Cultivator? Liao took the opportunity and said, This is also a task that Rabbit asked me to do. Everybody wants to know how you thought of writing such a work in the first place. Actually, it's nothing. Zhang Daniu chugged down a glass of cold beer and burped loudly. He waved a bone in his hand and said, I've written a few things in the past, but it's completely different. I don't know when it began. but some fragmented, mottled dreams would always appear in my mind. They were like countless shining lanterns floating, circling, and dancing in the depths of my mind. Each lantern contained a planet. Each and every one of them contained countless stories of countless people on a myriad of different types of planets. I didn't have to do anything at all. As long as I put my hands on the keyboard, the wonderful stories that happened on the planets in space would flow out on their own as if they were alive and beyond my control. Another dream? Liao was dazed for a moment. Pondering for a moment, he asked, "Then, did anything weird happen to Brother Niu during his creation? Or was there anything wrong with his body? Strange? Weird?" Zhang Dainiu blinked his eyes. "I don't think so. Just some tendinitis and lumbar strain." "What do you mean?" "Nothing. Nothing." Liao smiled and pretended to pour wine for Zhang Dainiu, only to accidentally knock his cup to the ground. If the other party really possessed superhuman reaction speed, he should have reflexively caught the wine cup, right? But Zhang Dainiu was truly slow to react. The wine glass fell to the ground, splashing beer foam all over his body. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Brother Niu." Liao hurriedly wiped the paper and asked, "Right, did someone mention to Brother Niu that the 400 to 500 chapters of are written in completely different styles? It simply seems as if they were written by two different authors, giving people a very intense feeling of tearing. I feel that from a business point of view, this kind of writing style is very damaging to one's grades. Readers who like the style in the beginning will inevitably become impatient towards the end, while readers who like the style in the end often can't even persist for 400 to 500 chapters. What did Brother Niu consider in the beginning to write in this way? Don't mention it." Zhang Dainiu did not care about the wine glass falling to the ground at all. He slapped his thigh and said, "You won't believe it even if I tell you. I don't know what's going on, either. In fact, this novel has always been written in accordance with the previous 400 to 500 chapters. It's written very smoothly, and it doesn't require much effort. There are still quite a few readers who support it. Isn't it pretty good? I originally thought that I would just keep on writing like this. In any case, I'll just kill monsters, level up, slap faces, and while I'm at it, I'll also pick up girls. I'm planning to find a new girl for Liao every time I change a map. Every time I change a map, I'll find a new girl for Liao, and I'll change another map. Hey, guess what? 2 girls. Alien sisters. I guarantee the readers will cheer for them. Besides, think about it. How many face-slapping, revenge, and messy plots can a girl trigger? You can find 3 to 5, 10 girls, and a few million words will be written out. Isn't that relaxing? Liao felt a bit uncomfortable hearing that, but he still nodded. That's right. Yes, I had it all planned out. The Speaker of Parliament of the Federation, the Empress of the Imperium, the leader of the Holy Alliance is a crystal processor in the shape of a human being. It can also be a metal-featured girl. There are also beauties of the demon race, the deities, the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, and dozens of other species who are competing with Liao in the magnificent sea of stars for the struggle over the great Daos. Just tell me if your imagination is rich or not. Zhang Dainiu's mouth was filled with the smell of alcohol. In the end, when I was writing 400 to 500 chapters, for some reason, I caught a cold and had a high fever. It was truly the worst fever I've ever had in my life. It was 389 degrees for several days. No matter how I took injections or medication, it was useless. My entire body was dizzy, and I felt as if my soul had left my body. I was simply unable to tell whether I was asleep or awake, whether I was in reality or in a dream. Oh! Liao's eyes were shining so brightly that his hands were about to dig a piece of wood out of the desk. He tried to hold back his shock and said, "There's actually such a thing? He's actually so seriously ill. But I've seen Brother Niu's updated record. It seems that he insists on updating at least 2 times a day. He has never stopped updating before. Do you have a draft? Where did the drafts come from?" They were written and sent on the spot. Confusion was written all over Zhang Dainiu's face, too. To tell you the truth, I was really muddle-headed during those few days. Even I thought that I was definitely going to stop updating. I didn't have the slightest feeling of touching the keyboard. I only felt that, indistinctly. It was as if a beam of light fell from the sky and shot straight into my brain. There was also a voice that sounded like a fly. Wong 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 wong, wong 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 wong. It rang chaotically inside my head, almost driving me crazy. I was in this muddle-headed state for 3 to 5 days, or maybe 5 to 7 days before I gradually woke up. I originally thought that I was doomed and would definitely be cursed to death by the readers. In the end, when I opened the manuscript and the website to take a look, I discovered that it was truly strange. As it turned out, I had been updating every day, and not a single day had passed. So, amazing? Liao was deep in thought. You mean to say that, even though you were unconscious, you still persisted in writing, and the things you wrote were very logical, so much so that the plot could be connected? That's right. There were even more chapters over the past few days. 3 to 4 chapters a day. 4 to 5 chapters a day. Zhang Daniu gnawed on the bones until his mouth was dripping with oil. Although he was drunk, he could not hide the triumphant look on his face. At first, I also felt that it was a little strange. How come I didn't know what I wrote? Later, I pondered for a few days and finally figured it out. As the saying goes, what you think in the day, you dream in the night. I guess it's because I'm too passionate about the sci-fi industry, too passionate about literary creation, too passionate about the universe, the starry sky, and the future. Therefore, a lot of novel plots and character descriptions have been stored in my subconsciousness. Writing has become an instinct. It's like breathing and heartbeat. I don't need to use my brain at all. Ha 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 ha. It's not that I'm boasting, but there are precedents. I remember there was a scientist. I don't know which country he was from, but he was the one who discovered the periodic table of the elements. It was said that he racked his brain during the day, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't come up with anything about the periodic table of the elements. In the end, he had a dream at night. Hey, he had a flash of inspiration, and he had a dream all of a sudden. Of course, I can't be compared to other scientists, but that's what I'm talking about. Dreams are all human subconsciousness, aren't they? Is it right? Liao said, your experience is like a heavenly gift. It is too legendary. Can you tell me more about it? Where did you write when you were in a coma because of a high fever? Let me see. It seems to be Huangpu Shi, the first appearance of the immortal cultivators of the Temple of Immortals. Zhang Daniu thought hard for a long time. Do you still remember? In the plot, a refiner's meeting of the Flying Star sector came to an abrupt end. It ended so suddenly that I felt that I was being torn apart. It was during those few days that I started having a fever. It was not said that I would be completely cured within a week. I was tortured for 2 to 3 months on and off. My brain did not feel right. It was not until I reached Iron Plateau, Xianxia, the blood stripe virus, and the apocalyptic strike that my body was fully recovered. No wonder. Liao nodded and said, at first, I was wondering why the Temple of Immortals and the immortal cultivators showed up out of nowhere and ended everything with an explosion when I could tell that you were trying to describe how the protagonist secured the championship in detail in the Refiners' Congress of the Flying Star sector. The whole story felt weird. As it turned out, you had such a serious fever. That explains a lot. Besides, starting from the Temple of Immortals to Iron Plateau to Xianxia and to the strike of the apocalypse, it was almost the turning point of the entire novel. Since then, the pattern and the plot have changed. It seems that you have awakened something during your fever and coma. Awakening? You don't say. That's a good word. Zhang Daniu slapped the table and said, after I completely woke up, it's not that I didn't think of taking back the plot and continuing according to my original plan. Dozens of girls. But on one hand, I've already gone too far in this plot line. On the other hand, how can I put it? It's like something in my brain has awakened. My hands have been controlled. Before I could react, I've manipulated the characters in the novel to spurt out dozens of chapters of dialogue. I've created a lot of mysteries of the universe, discussions of civilizations, and so on. Many readers who don't know the truth say that I'm writing too slowly, but they don't know that I don't want to. I'm also very troubled. Are my hands out of control? Liao felt more and more that he had made the right choice to fool the author. The clues provided by the author while he was drunk were too valuable. However, that was not enough to answer all his questions. Brother Niu, if I may ask. Liao continued to bring the beer mixed with white wine to Zhang Daniu's mouth. Are you going to continue writing the story of 40,000 years of cultivation? Many readers are looking forward to it. Really? Although Zhang Daniu was drunk, the question still made him clearly embarrassed. Well, how should I put it? Everybody is talking so happily. I don't want to lie to you. Zhang Daniu heaved a long sigh. He looked at the bone in his hand and said, It's hard to explain in a long time. What? Liao's heart was beating fast. Don't tell me Brother Niu is really going to give up? Don't get me wrong. I don't mean anything else. I really like this novel and want to see the rest of the story. Aren't you writing quite well? Even if you suffered a minor injury, I can see that your hand has almost recovered. It shouldn't affect your typing, right? If you really can't, there's also the voice input method. It would be a pity if you really give up. What's the use of pity? If it doesn't make money, even a god can't do anything about it. Zhang Daniu was even drunker. His eyes bulged as he tapped the clay pot with a bone. He spoke incoherently. Speaking of which, being an online writer is really the most bitter profession in the world. Can't even be called a profession at all. It's just that, in the early years, it was said that those who sold their art under the overpass were of the lower class. It was lively. There were many who applauded and shouted. There were few who had the support of real money. When the emperor passed away, he didn't even let you sell it. Who knows, he might have violated some taboo. This thing, how can it be justified? As you said, the feeling of being torn apart before and after is especially serious. I like to watch the front, not the back. I like to watch the back and I don't like to watch the front. This saying is completely correct. That's why, ever since the 400 to 500 chapters changed styles, my grades have been sliding down. At the very least, my family wouldn't be hungry if I ate to my heart's content, and I could also pay rent. Recently, my grades have been getting worse and worse. I also know that I can't write like this. Readers read books to relax, to have fun, and to have fun. Who would be willing to spend money to watch you sit there and discuss the justice of dozens of chapters? Society, the future, and so on, right? So if I continue writing like this, I will definitely die. I've tried to recycle it several times, but I can't control myself. Well, Liao didn't expect it to be like this. He nodded his head and said, Even a penny can't kill a hero, right? Zhang Daniu said, So, it's not just a matter of these 2 days. Ever since my style has changed and my grades have plummeted, I've been thinking of finding a suitable and decent way to end this book. For example, let me think about it. After the protagonist finishes fighting a boss, he will suddenly wake up with a jolt and realize that everything he's been doing is a dream. Then, he will forget everything that happened in the dream and focus on his studies every day. What do you think of this idea? Liao said, I think you will be killed by the readers. Exactly. That's why I've been wondering how I should clean up the mess, too. Zhang Daniu said, Anyways, it doesn't matter how this book ends. I'm already thinking about the next book. I'm absolutely not going to make this book's mistake. I'm going to train and level up. I'm not going to let go of the flag of face slapping and girls chasing. I'm going to walk on the path of fantasy, and I'm going to walk on the path of interstellar cultivation. In short, I can't continue writing this damn science fiction. Why? Liao was dazed. Isn't science fiction good? Not good. Of course not good. Zhang Daniu shook his head and said, You know it, right? The most important thing about web novels is desire. Whether it is cultivation, face-slapping, picking up girls, or the courtship of female fans, it doesn't matter what kind of skin you're wearing. It doesn't matter what kind of theme you're talking about. The bottom line is that you have to satisfy the unspeakable desires in the depths of human nature. Whoever can precisely control the desires of the readers and scratch that itching meat will win. But science fiction, oops, how do you say science fiction? If it is really written well, it must be anti-humanity, anti-desire, or rather, it must surpass human nature and desire. The further it is from human nature and desire, the more brilliant it will be. You can't set two bizarre alien species to fall in love on an incredible planet. What kind of thing is that? Do you understand now? To write online novels, you need to make money. You need to set your sights on desire and ruthlessly attack it. You need to satisfy what the readers care about the most and what they are most familiar with. But to write a good science fiction novel, you need to be anti-human, anti-desire, and anti-superhuman. You need to use things that the readers are completely unfamiliar with and have never thought of to create a sense of surprise. These two natural contradictions are irreconcilable. The conclusion is that only a fool would write science fiction online. Wait, Liao said. Brother Nyo, don't you love science fiction and want to contribute to our country's science fiction industry? Zhang Dainiu was stunned for a moment. He chuckled and said, that may be the case, but haven't I not paid the rent for the next quarter? I'd better love the evil money and myself first. When the day comes when I can make a name for myself, when I'm rich, when I have a nice car, and when I have 5 beautiful girls, I'll come back and contribute to the science fiction industry. All right? Liao had nothing to say. Besides, how should I put it? Zhang Dainiu continued. Now that you've asked this, I have nothing to hide. This is probably God's will. Even God doesn't want me to continue writing this book. Oh! Liao's eyes turned sharp again. How so? That's right. The past 2 months have not been smooth at all. I feel that I can't even drink cold water. Zhang Dainiu gestured and said, it's not that it's been a month or 2. It's just that things haven't been going well ever since changed its style. When I was shopping in the neighborhood, a flower pot almost fell off and hit my head. When I went to walk around in the garden, I ended up being fucking bitten by a dog. When I was sleeping at home, the gas valve broke down for some reason. Thankfully, there was no gas poisoning. Just last month, my computer broke down 3 times for no reason. Every time it was repaired, it broke down. Every time it was repaired, it broke down. The repair shop said that they had never encountered such a thing before. Can you imagine how determined and persistent I was to maintain a normal update under such circumstances? Is there such a weird thing? Liao secretly clenched his fists under the table and said, Then has Brother Nyo been involved in any dangerous accidents recently, such as being hit by a car? Not really. Zhang Dainiu shook his head and said, I was already angry enough when I encountered so many annoying things. I didn't go anywhere at home and the car didn't hit me. Anyway, I was in a trance for quite a while. That day, when I went to the toilet, I finally couldn't bear it any longer and wanted to give up. However, after writing for such a long time, I have feelings for it. So, I decided to throw a coin to decide whether to continue writing or to become a eunuch. If I was facing the front, I would become a eunuch. If I was facing the back, I would rot. If the coin was standing up, I would continue writing. As a result, just as I threw the coin into the air, my foot slipped and I dropped my hand. Tell me, if this isn't the work of the heavens, then what is it? At that time, I was in so much pain that tears were rolling down my face. I was really disheartened and gave up on myself. So, I simply cursed. What stupid book is this? I'm not writing anymore. In the end, it was very strange. I seemed to have gotten rid of something. A cool breeze disappeared from my body. Although my hands still hurt in the next few days, the weird things never happened again. I ate, slept, and felt refreshed. Except for the fact that I had no money, everything else was good. So, now you're asking me whether or not to write 40,000 years of cultivation. I can't lie to you about that. I really don't know. Zhang Dainiu was already dead drunk. He kept on slipping under the table. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told Liao the truth. However, yesterday, I heard from your junior sister, Little Rabbit, that many people still like to read this book and are silently supporting Brother Nyo. How should I put it? I feel sorry for everyone. Zhang Dainiu slumped in his chair. In fact, it's not that bad. Today it was you who came. If it was really your little junior sister, I really don't know how I would face her. She was about to give up. How could I have the face to go to your place to be a guest? Then, do you really have many university students who like to read my books? Yes. Liao nodded. They are all college students with long hair and swaying skirts. How about... Zhang Daniu's eyes were somewhat sluggish. For the sake of these enthusiastic readers who support me, I will be a fool again and continue writing? Well, if it were before a meal, Liao would definitely not hesitate to coax the author to continue writing. But as it turned out, if the accident continued, there was no telling what would happen next. Liao felt extremely uncomfortable. He would not allow himself to push the author into the fire pit. Well, it's still up to you, Brother Niu. I will respect your choice no matter what. Liao said. However, you've written the outline, including the vulture plan and the secrets of Earth, haven't you, Brother Niu? Yes, yes. Zhang Daniu was already so drunk that he didn't know whether to nod or shake his head. I have everything. However, these are all my secrets. Even if this novel is of no use to me, I can still continue to use the next novel. Come, let's not talk about these unhappy things. Continue drinking. Drink. Brother Niu, you're drunk. Liao said. Let me take you home. Zhang Daniu struggled for a while. Naturally, he was no match for the stocky Liao. The house he rented was in the old neighborhood next to the casserole bone kiln. Took him 3 tries to find the right door. When he entered the door, he was so drunk that he couldn't even answer the keyhole. Liao took the opportunity to observe the layout of the room. It was a typical old house decorated in the style of the last century. 1 room and 1 living room were packed with yellowing books and newspapers. It was perfect for 1 person. There was barely any furniture or appliances in the room. On the old, model desk was a battered laptop, which was Liao's target. Over the course of the meal, Liao basically understood Zhang Daniu's personality. This was a rather casual fellow. It was unlikely that he would place the outline of a novel in an encrypted USB drive or a safe. However, Liao did not steal the computer directly. Brother Niu, I'm leaving. Let's contact each other via WeChat. I'll see you when I'm free. Liao noticed that the ventilation window of the toilet was not locked, which was enough. After making sure that the other party had heard his words, he closed the door loudly from the outside, went downstairs and walked out of the neighborhood with his hands in his pockets. Although it was an old neighborhood, there were still some surveillance cameras on the side of the road. When he helped Zhang Daniu back just now, he had already been captured by the surveillance cameras, so he had to take another video of him leaving the neighborhood. Zhang Daniu's balcony window was right above him. He was only 1 step away from the desk where he was working. Within 5 seconds, he would take away the computer quietly, find a place to copy all the files inside, and put the computer back quietly. Nobody would notice anything wrong. Then, Liao would be able to search through the files slowly and find the outline of 40,000 years of cultivation. He would be able to figure out the truth of the vulture plan and the secrets behind Earth. Chances were that he would be able to unlock even more powerful superpowers, or, according to the book, superpowers. However, when Liao was about to leap forward, the muscles all over his body suddenly tightened. No, his pupils suddenly constricted to the size of 2 needle tips, radiating with vigilance. He heard a heartbeat. An unusually rapid heartbeat, more than 200 beats per minute, came from Zhang Daniu's bedroom. It sounded both like an intense drumming and like a racing engine in the dead of night. It was impossible. Although alcohol could stimulate the heartbeat and blood circulation of the human body, it was impossible to maintain a heartbeat of 200 beats per minute for a long time. This was a phenomenon that could only occur when one was overloaded with intense exercise. Liao was very sure that when he left, Zhang Daniu was already fast asleep on the bed. His heart was beating fast, but it was still within the normal range. There was no way that such a weird phenomenon could happen. Besides, other than his heartbeat, Liao seemed to hear squeaking noises coming from the top of his heart, which should be Zhang Daniu's head, as if the author's head was full of complicated gears that were spinning at the highest speed because of mysterious forces. Is he drunk? Liao's heart tightened. It would be terrible if an innocent victim was poisoned because of him. Ding! 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 Right then, Liao heard weird noises inside the room, as if coins were falling to the ground one after another. Is he awake? Liao could not hold back his curiosity any longer. He stuck his head out of the window and peered inside. Zhang Daniu was indeed awake. He was sitting on the edge of the bed and looking at the ground. But he didn't look like he was awake. His eyes were deeply hollowed, as if they had been hollowed all the way to his brain. His nostrils were expanding exaggeratedly, and he was breathing fast. There was a mysterious smile on his face, as if he had fallen into an invisible devil's den. He was mumbling something that nobody knew. There was an open piggy bank on the bedside table. He was holding a handful of coins in his hands. Twisting the coins with his fingers, he flicked them up high before they fell to the ground one by one. Then he lowered his head and looked at the coins. Liao stared at his lips for a long time and finally figured out that he was mumbling, "Why can't I stand up? How weird. Bullshit." Liao thought that they were either flowers or words. How could they stand up? Very soon all the coins were gone. Zhang Daniu's hands were empty. He stared blankly for a long time before he suddenly picked up a coin, placed it on the bedside table, and carefully stood up. Looking at the standing coin, he finally let out a strange, satisfied laugh. Then he staggered to the desk and turned on the computer with trembling hands. He tilted his head and stared at the computer for a long time. The corners of his eyes and his mouth were cramping crazily. His appearance was extremely appalling. What is he doing exactly? Liao was confused. Is he drunk or not? Is he asleep or sober? Or is he sleepwalking? That's right. A bolt of lightning flashed through Liao's mind. The other party was indeed sleepwalking. Everything was an unconscious reflex. Squeak. Hardly had the thought occurred to him when Liao heard an extremely high-pitched shriek coming from Zhang Daniu's brain. It sounded like infrasonic or ultrasonic waves. Normal people would not be able to hear it, but it would cause intense stimulation to the brain nerves. Liao was so scared that he almost fell off the balcony on the 5th floor. Then Zhang Daniu's hand moved. He did not look like someone who was drunk or sleepwalking at all. He was simply an extremely efficient typewriter. At the beginning, the sound of typing was still da-da-da-da. But very soon, it turned into sha-sha-sha-sha. After 3 to 5 minutes of warm-up, the sounds of the dozen or so characters typing mixed together and turned into continuous noise. His fingers did not look like the fingers of a human being at all. They were more like bullets from a machine gun that were savaging the poor keyboard. In the dark night, the dim lights, the weird smile, and the weird expression of the author, who was madly typing on the computer while sleepwalking, and the gecko-like superpowered person hanging outside the window. Even Liao himself didn't know what was going on with this scene that looked like the opening scene of a horror movie. And the most terrifying thing was, Liao's eyes were sharp. From his angle, he was able to see Zhang Daniu's computer screen. He discovered that the author was not typing randomly on the keyboard, but had typed out a paragraph that was coherent, logical, and meaningful. He also noticed keywords such as Liao, Ancient Saint World, Dragon Snake Space Zone. It was the latest chapter of 40,000 Years of Cultivation. Cultivator Liao had finally returned to the Federation with the 11th Saint Cultivator, preparing for the final battle between the Federation and the Black Wind Fleet. Liao almost exclaimed, "How could it be?" It was not because the author could not type when he was drunk or sleepwalking, but because his typing speed was too fast. It must be noted that a national certified typist could process 200 to 300 words of text input task every minute. If it was a professionally trained, experienced senior typist, it was possible to process 300 to 500 words at most. If converted to an hour, it would be 10,000 to 15,000 words. But that was something that could only be done once in a while when one was familiar with the script. It could only be done once in a while with the help of some speed recording skills. Could not last long. On the other hand, for an author to think of words, plots, and depictions in their mind, they had to be coherent and logical. At the very least, there wouldn't be any major contradictions. Naturally, it was impossible for their writing speed to be so fast. Even by the standards of web novelists, writing at a speed of 2,000 words per hour was already their limit. Of course, some people said that they had written 6,000 or 8,000 words per hour, but that was a very rare phenomenon. On the other hand, Zhang Danyu's hand speed was apparently higher than 6,000 to 8,000 words per hour. It was even higher than the input rate of more than 10,000 words per hour. Liao didn't know how fast he was. He only felt that his hands were like those in novels where they turned into gray mist. Even the words on the screen couldn't keep up with his speed, leaving blurred shadows behind. Moreover, Liao noticed that his eyes were fixed on the screen from the beginning to the end. He did not pay attention to the keyboard, nor did he look at any electronic or notebook drafts or outlines. So, he had written more than 10,000 words in less than half an hour without a draft? Could a normal human being really do such a thing? Liao suspected that he was seeing things. However, it was not very strange when he recalled that he had ripped a dumbbell into two halves with his bulging muscles in the dormitory yesterday. This was a real world of superpowers. Could it be that Zhang Danyu is the same as me and is actually a superpowered person? It's just that his superpower is that he can write a novel at an incomparably fast speed without his consciousness being clear. He's like a writing man? Alright, there are all kinds of strange things in the world, since can trigger the reader's superpowers. What's so strange about triggering the author's own superpowers? Liao mumbled to himself. He had planned to steal Zhang Danyu's computer, only to discover such a weird phenomenon by accident. There was no hurry. Firstly, Zhang Danyu had been sitting in front of the computer the whole time as if he had gone mad. Liao was not sure whether or not he would turn into a terrifying bomb if he took away his computer. Secondly, Liao knew that people who were sleepwalking could not be scared. If they were woken up suddenly, their soul might be hurt. Liao could only patiently curl up outside the window and wait for the author to finish writing. But after waiting for 2 hours, Zhang Danyu's speed still showed no signs of slowing down. The laptop was almost smoking because of his attacks. This did explain one question. Zhang Danyu had once said that his own computer often broke down. He had sent it to be repaired several times, and every time it would break down. Bullshit. If the keyboard was savaged at this intensity, perhaps other than typing crazily, there would also be subsonic waves, ultrasonic waves, and other strange interference waves. How could the computer not break down? Thankfully, it was in the middle of the night and no one was passing by the neighborhood. Otherwise, Liao would definitely have been discovered after hanging outside the window for so long. Even so, his arms were sore, his stomach was empty, and his internal organs were all jumbled up. Not good. When the first star appeared in front of his eyes, Liao felt that he was running out of strength. Even those with superpowers had to abide by the law of conservation of energy. His body had undergone tremendous changes over the past few days. The strengthening of every cell was at the cost of absorbing tremendous nutrition. Right now, his appetite was more than 10 times that of a normal person. Last night, when he was having dinner with the author, although he had ordered a big pot of meat and bones that could satisfy 2 or 3 muscular men, it was far from enough for Liao's bottomless stomach. At that time, there were too many people and too many eyes. It was impossible for Liao to order 30 to 50 pots of meat and bones in one breath. Later, he thought that he could finish the mission in 5 minutes, but he didn't expect that he would need to replenish his nutrition in advance. At this moment, his stomach was rumbling like thunder. He was hungry in an instant. According to the novels, things such as superpowers or techniques are double-edged swords. The strengthening of muscles and brains, the enhancement of computational ability, and the release of intense brainwaves all require the support of endless energy. The cells of the supernaturals who have been reborn are all ferocious monsters who will devour their masters' bodies without sufficient nutrition. Liao thought to himself, I feel like I'm burning my life force right now. In any case, judging from the author's appearance, he wouldn't be able to stop for a while. It was impossible for Liao to hang on the outer wall all the time. Although it was late at night, there would always be residents coming home from the night shift. It would be very awkward if he was discovered. Liao evaluated his combat ability. Although he could tear the dumbbells with his bare hands when he was at the peak of his physical strength, he did not feel that he could fight against a strong police station when he was hungry. Why don't you go out and replenish your energy first? He tiptoed back the way he had come and walked far away from the neighborhood before he returned to the main road. He found a 24-hour convenience store and bought 5 boxes of chocolate peanut candies and more than 10 cans of functional drinks. Then, he found a quiet and uninhabited place in a poor street and stuffed the chocolate peanut candies and drinks down his throat. Only then did he feel a little better. Looking at the overdraft limit on his phone, Liao secretly sighed. He hoped that all the mysteries could be solved as soon as possible. At the very least, someone could tell him what was going on. Otherwise, just absorbing so many high-nutrition substances every day would be too much for his wallet. It was around 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Liao was not in a hurry to steal the outline. He planned to wait until it was the darkest before dawn, which was also the time when people were the most tired. It seemed that the author was not made of iron and needed to sleep, right? Tonight, he was not planning to return to school. While there was no one around, he would pay attention to the news of the T3 game show. For some reason, Liao felt that the shooting was quite weird and had a lot to do with the death of the famous novelist and the mangaka. When he logged into the game forum again, the news about the shooting gradually spread. There were 4 shooters in total. 3 of them had been killed in the crossfire with the police, and 1 of them had been captured because of an injury. It was quite unexpected. According to the latest investigation, the 4 shooters were all white men with clean backgrounds, normal jobs, and happy families. They had nothing to do with extremist organizations and did not look like crazy terrorists at all. However, when the authorities searched their comments on social media carefully, they discovered that they had joined an organization named Apocalypse. They believed that Apocalypse Arrives 2018 was probably a replica of 2012 Armageddon. It was none other than the apocalypse and the final trial at the end of 2018. A catastrophe that was about to restart the entire world was inevitable, and only by helping the heavens harvest the souls of the addicts would they have the opportunity to be redeemed and live a brighter and happier life in the post-apocalyptic world. It was unclear whether the unknown apocalyptic organization existed or was merely a disguise for the more famous extremist organizations. However, dozens of bloody records were added to the list of victims of the T3 game exhibitions. In the production team of the game Star Ring, Final Battle, other than father of Star Ring Garriott, there were also 2 important producers who declared their death in the hospital. They were a script writer and a scenario architect. They were both Garriott's most trusted assistants and friends who had followed him for more than 10 years. Considering that the progress of Star Ring, the Final Battle, was only around 70%, the departure of the 3 heavyweight producers meant that the game would be out of stock indefinitely. Even if the game was completed one day, the final version would certainly be very different from what the father of Star Ring had envisioned. It was a pity that nobody knew what the final battle that the father of the ring envisioned in the beginning would be like. Liao found a mobile restaurant that was open late at night and ordered a large bowl of fried noodles with eggs, sausages, and slag. He quickly refreshed the web page while he ate. He browsed through all the major gaming forums, animation forums, and fantasy literature forums, hoping to find news of new producers, cartoonists, or novelists suffering accidents. So far, there had been no news as sensational as the shooting at the T3 Game Exposition, but Liao had found a very interesting post by searching the keywords. It was a post posted on a large comprehensive question and answer website. In fact, it was a response to a question. The question was, how to comment on the departure of Drunk Stardust. Liao didn't know anyone named Drunk Stardust. He searched the relevant articles and found out that it was an unknown web novelist who had left the world quietly in the middle of the night due to a heart attack. Presumably, this question was raised by a loyal reader of Drunk Stardust. It was a pity that the web novelist was not very famous. Except for a few readers, he didn't receive many responses. The answers were mostly about the condolences of the author and the appreciation of his work. They were not of much help to Liao. But one of the answers caught Liao's attention. I have never seen the work of Drunk Stardust, but I am not surprised to hear of his death. Do you think Drunk Stardust is just the first? Let me tell you, I'm a crazy fan of fantasy novels, comic books, and games. Over the past 3 years, I've collected more than 100 accidental or fatal accidents among the domestic and foreign producers of fiction, comic books, and fantasy entertainment. Here's the list. The answerer released a list of names of the creators in the field, followed by their age and cause of death. With a quick glance, Liao estimated that the ratio of patients both domestically and internationally was about 50%. The ratio of patients to accidents was also 50%. However, more than half of the patients were under 50. It was indeed a bit shocking. However, most of the creators of the fantasy works were not very famous. Some of them, such as Drunk Stardust, were known by only a few people in their respective fields. Accidents were happening to almost 10 billion people in the world every day. Nobody had ever linked their deaths together before. You may think that I'm crazy, but please believe me, I'm not crazy. I'm absolutely clear-headed. The voice inside my head will not lie to me. The answer continued, the deaths of so many writers, cartoonists, and producers are definitely not due to accidents or diseases, but because some mysterious force is manipulating everything and directing a tragic death. I don't know what this force is, nor do I know what its purpose is, but I believe that this is just the beginning. The reason is simple. The creators who have passed away over the past 3 years do not have enough fame and influence. This is just a few drops of cold rain before a storm. Soon, very soon, even more important creators, some masters who created bizarre fantasy worlds for us, will leave. Believe me, no matter how normal they seem, their deaths are accidents, schemes, and part of an enormous scheme. The answer had dozens of comments, which was quite popular under the question. However, most of them expressed their objection and even cursed the answerers. Many people were cursing the responders for playing to the gallery and using the deceased to attract attention. Whether it was the writer, the cartoonist, or the producer, they had been working day and night for a long time. The mental pressure was high, and the odds of sudden illness and chronic disease were much higher than those of normal professions. What could the deaths of more than 100 people worldwide say about 3 years? The conclusion that a master will pass away very soon was even more shameless. Since he was known as a master, it was only natural that he earned his fame and fortune. He was too old to be surprised by the death of a master in his 60s. In short, no one believed the speaker's words. Most people were cursing him. Liao, on the other hand, became interested in the answer because he discovered that the time of the answer was exactly 8 days ago, which was also the day of the Pegasus Lake International Animation Festival. While the respondent was writing the message, in the West, Gilson, the author of Blood and Sand, a famous master of fantasy literature, was holding his chest and falling to the ground in pain. In the East, the famous cartoonist Gao Wui, who had painted strong colonial hunters, was humming a cheerful tune and walking on the bloody road to hell. Was this a coincidence? Liao paid special attention to the answerer's account. The answerer had named himself Dream Traveler. Clicking on his name, one would be able to see all the answers he had left on this question and answer website. There were quite a few pages. It was his last reply. The penultimate rule, on the other hand, was a response to another question. What happened to you? In this reply, Dream Traveler wrote, when I was in the 3rd year of primary school, I went swimming in the reservoir next to my grandma's house and drowned for at least half an hour. From then on, I became a dream traveler. I know that no one will believe it. Anyway, do you know has long become a temple for braggarts and posers, but I don't care whether you believe it or not. I'm just telling my story. I have a feeling that they will arrive soon. If I don't talk about it now, I might not have a chance to open my mouth in a few days just like those people. Who are they? Liao was dazed for a moment. It was not hard to tell that Traveler Meng did not receive a good education. His words were somewhat incoherent, but the straightforward way he wrote attracted Liao's attention immediately. When I fell into the reservoir, I struggled hard and choked on a few mouthfuls of water. My body was cold, but I felt that my stomach was on fire. It was extremely uncomfortable. Dream Traveler wrote, but very soon, I sank into the depths of darkness. I felt that I was a mosquito that had been embedded in amber for countless years. Some people say that, when a person is on the verge of death, their brain cells will go through their last vigorous activity, allowing the memories of a lifetime to flash in front of their eyes like a racing lantern. I was in the same situation at that time. However, what flashed in front of my eyes, other than myself in this life, were my past life and even my past life. At that time, I was just a primary school student. I had always lived in the small town of my hometown. At most, I had seen the colorful and bizarre scenes of the big cities from the fuzzy black and white televisions. However, when I was entangled in my dying memories, I saw myself turn into a well-dressed white-collar worker who was working in the big city's CBD. In the office, I racked my brains, schemed against each other, and sharpened my head as I climbed upwards. It must be noted that when I was in the third year of primary school, even the capital city and the national metropolises did not have a CBD. And in the white-collar life that I recalled, there were many details of office politics that a primary school student could never imagine. While I was hesitating and confused, the memory suddenly broke apart. I seemed to have become a different person. I was no longer a white-collar elite in the big city of CBD, but a mechanical worker in a certain Western resource city. The new memories are even weirder. I remember clearly many details about the manufacturing and operation of the machines, as well as the natural style of the Western city, including the taste and cooking methods of the local specialties. They were all very unpopular. In the era when transportation was inconvenient and information was scarce, a primary school student living in a third-tier town in the southeast had absolutely no access to relevant information. I don't know if I wrote it clearly enough. Can you understand what I mean? That is to say, a third-grade elementary school student, a child no older than 10 years old, fell into the reservoir. When he was seriously drowning and on the verge of death, he should have been able to recall the short 10 years of his life. But for some reason, I broke through the boundary between previous life and this life, and saw the scenes where I was a white-collar of the CBD in my previous life and the scenes where I was a mechanical worker in my previous life. These scenes were incomparably clear, and the delicacies in the scenes were all delicious and flavorful. To this day, I still can't forget everything that I saw at that time, as well as the scent that I smelled. When I woke up and my soul returned to the body of a 10-year-old elementary school student, I found myself lying in bed at home with my mother, who could not cry even if she wanted to. It was not until later that I learned that it had been more than half an hour since I was rescued from the reservoir. My face was blue, and my hands and feet were pale. I had lost my breath a long time ago. It took me more than half a month to save my life, and I didn't wake up until an entire month later. But this is not the end. Since then, although my body has recovered, my mind has been in a trance. I can often see things that ordinary people can't see and hear sounds that ordinary people can't hear. In the dead of night, when I enter the dream, I often return to the two dreams that I've had hundreds of times. Or rather, I return to the memories of my previous life and my previous life. As I grew older and my brain gradually matured, the past life and the previous life in the dream became clearer and clearer. I even had a feeling that I was very clear that I was dreaming, and the world in the dream was the world of my previous life and the previous life. This was a clear dream, and I was a traveler traveling through the dream, the memories of my previous life. When I was 16, my third dream, which was the memory of my previous life, was awakened. It seemed to be a very dark and miserable world. Wars, famine, and chaos were everywhere. Like most people, I bathed in smoke and cannon fire in the army, and after I was wounded and maimed in the battlefield, I returned to the military factories to provide weapons and ammunition for the front line. Just like that, I lived a bleak life. In the end, 1,000,000 super-large bombs blossomed in the sky of the planet, and a light that was even more intense than the solar storm cleansed the entire world. When my adolescence came to an end, when I was 18 or 19 years old and in my early 20s, I had a total of 7 dreams of my previous life. Other than that, there were also some bizarre, mottled dreams that seemed to be wandering in the sea of stars. They were very sci-fi and futuristic. But these strange dreams were not as clear as the memories of my previous life. It was hard to say what they actually meant. In short, the memories of my 7 lives have something in common. Firstly, they all took place on Earth. Although the general trend and the details are different every time, such as the names of countries and cities, the social outlook, and the international political situation, They are basically limited to the 1970s and 1980s to the 1920s and 1930s. The basic language, technology, and civilization are very similar, too. Secondly, no matter how hard I tried or how decadent I became in every life, I was unable to change the course of the entire world. In the 21st century, the world went from prosperity to decline, from stability to collapse, from peace to war. Hurricanes, earthquakes, tsunamis, ozone hollows, glaciers melting, drastic changes in solar activity, mutated plagues, extremism, fanatical politicians wielding nuclear weapons. All of these pushed the entire world to the brink of destruction. Thirdly, I don't know whether it was a coincidence or not, but I remember clearly in every memory of my life that the collapse of the world began after the accidental death of a batch of science fiction, fantasy, and fantasy novelists, cartoonists, movie producers, and game producers. At first, it was the creators who used their imagination to create an absurd, illusory world. Then, it was the astrophysicists who were more imaginative but not easily understood by the public. Then, it was the scientists in various fields and the cutting-edge scholars who represented the limits of human intelligence. They were like dominoes that had been pushed down. No force could stop their complete collapse. If that's the case, the scenes in my dream cannot be described as past life. Because the memories of my previous life should be one-sided, one-dimensional, and not parallel. This life was born in the 1970s and 1980s, so my previous life should have been born in the early 20th century, and my previous life should have been born in the late 19th century. This is the most reasonable. Why do I see 7 different me in my dreams, appearing on 7 Earths that are subtly different but have equally lackluster endings, around the 21st century? Since I was 10 years old, the question has baffled me for the first half of my life. I tried to find the answer in countless science fiction, philosophy, physics, and absurd books, but to no avail. I can only say that what happened to me is more like a parallel world mentioned in some science fiction novels and movies, or even a concept of reincarnation. That is to say, there is not just one Earth but at least 7, no 8 Earths. The 8 Earths are subtly different, but their development paths are generally the same. The Earths that were continuously reincarnating between the 1970s and 1980s to the 1920s and 1930s are like a self-recycling computer game. Every time an Earth is on the verge of destruction in the 1920s and 1930s, it will be rebooted back to the 1970s and 1980s, and everyone living on the Earth will have their memories of their previous life erased and enter a new cycle in a brand new posture. As for me, perhaps because the memories of my previous life were not completely erased, and also because I woke up from the extreme near-death experience of drowning, I actually saw the scene of the previous cycle and the previous cycle. I don't know why this is happening. What is the significance of such a reincarnation? I only know that it is not far away from the end of our cycle, because the creators of the fantasy worlds in our world are gradually dying, too. This is the horn of doom. Yes, you can say that it was all my nonsense and the imagination of a neurasthenic. But before you mock and attack me, take 5 minutes to think about it and look at the other answers below the question. I'm not the only one who has encountered such a weird, supernatural event. Thousands of other people have experienced weird things that science cannot explain. Even you, who are reading the threads, don't have similar experiences. Tell me, have you ever been to a completely strange place, only to vaguely remember the nearby streets and sceneries as if you had been here in your past life? Did you do something or say something, only to feel that the same thing had been done or said somewhere else? Have you ever seen a stranger who suddenly gave you a very familiar feeling, as if you used to have a very close relationship, but in fact you never had any interactions with him unless it was in your previous life? Do you ever feel that you've lost countless important days in your life? Do you feel that many of the memories that you had at that time are mottled and hazy? Do you feel that you've forgotten the most important things in your life? What the guy said makes sense. After hearing Dream Traveler's words, Liao suddenly remembered that he had had a lot of weird dreams ever since he was a little kid. Not just the T-Rex who had put on lipstick, the yin-yang man who had a bright silver gun under his crotch, the pregnant woman who had given birth to 2 computers, and so on. In some of the other dreams, he seemed to be a middle school student who was sitting in a classroom taking a test. The question of the test was very simple, which was to write the full name of the words England, Europe, and so on. But every time he would answer wrong because the full name of England, Europe, was different every time. Is it possible that there were almost 10 different versions of Earth in my previous life? Liao mumbled to himself. But why were the dream traveler's previous life, past life, and past life in different professions while I was a middle school student in the dream? Liao continued reading patiently. That was the end of the answer. But after 2 days, Dream Traveler changed the answer and added a few more lines, which seemed to be his response to the netizens' comments. You all say that this kind of phenomenon is not strange. There has long been a reasonable explanation in science. It is called feelings. It is a small defect in the evolution of the human brain. When short-term memories are transcribed into long-term memories, there will be interference and confusion. Not bad. Perfect explanation. Including the question below, what kind of supernatural events have you experienced? You've offered plausible explanations for all the answers. They are either coincidences, hallucinations, chronic memory confusion, or even mass hysteria. In short, you just don't want to believe, or rather, don't dare to believe, the existence of supernatural events. You can only bury your head in the sand named science and deceive yourselves. But has it ever occurred to you that the truth of the feelings is not like that? What if the previous life, the parallel world, or the reincarnation space really exists? What if there is a science on the scale of the universe that can completely cover the science on the scale of Earth? Humans are creatures who like to fool themselves. Even if countless people in this thread say with certainty that they have indeed encountered a supernatural event, you readers will not take it to heart at all. You will only blindly believe in the so-called science and laugh at these strange rumors. True, whether they are awakened or not, whether they open their eyes or not, whether they can find the truth or not, destruction is inevitable. When Dream Traveler wrote to this point, his pen was brimming with resentment. The more Liao observed, the more serious he became. Thinking back to the weird things that had happened to him, he was even more suspicious about the authenticity of the world. Then, it seemed that other readers expressed serious doubts about what Dream Traveler said, too. They were probably asking him, if we are really living in the space of reincarnation, is everything, including ourselves, false? I think so I am. Dream Traveler replied, we are human beings who are the spirits of all things. We are not pigs who are driven by our natural instincts. Thinking is the only sign that we define ourselves and distinguish ourselves from everything else in the world. Even if we do live in an illusionary building in the sky, even if the earth below our feet is a beach that can be swallowed by tides at any time, and our civilization is a tower made of sand on the beach that is constantly collapsing and reshaping, our thoughts are real, and our lives are real, too. The tower can collapse, but even the surging tides tens of thousands of meters high cannot erase the fact that it once existed. On the other hand, even if I am an out-and-out lunatic and everything I say is nonsense, even if there is no such thing as reincarnation space or circulation of the earth, even if the earth below our feet, the air we breathe, and the sun, moon, and stars in the sky are all real and the cells that make up us are also real, what if we give up our thoughts and dreams and become blindly obedient lambs, silent bricks, and ignorant pigs? What if we become a cold component on the social machine and are merely satisfied with the stimulation of our natural instincts? Are we really alive then? Life or death, reality or illusion? It will always be a problem. So much for the answer. But Dream Traveler also left a few links that pointed to a few similar questions, including tell me about your weirdest dream. What have you experienced that made you doubt that the world is a fake or a bug? Have you ever come across any cases where the gods are watching? What does the yin-yang I feel like? What does depression or schizophrenia feel like? Etc. Liao flipped through the answers one by one. As expected of the nation's largest website for bragging and posturing, Do You Know had a vast majority of thrilling answers that were full of twists and turns. Its imagination was rich to the extreme. With just a little bit of editing, it was able to produce a series of very wonderful short stories. Liao couldn't help but read them with great interest. Under the question, what kind of supernatural events have you experienced before? Many respondents had experienced telepathy with their deceased family members and even saw their deceased family members directly. Some of them even swore to the heavens that there were really deities eminent monks, and masters in their hometown who could communicate with spirits. And below the question, what have you experienced to make you doubt whether this world is false or if there is a bug? The answers became all sorts of strange and bizarre, making one's blood run cold when carefully pondering. One of the answers left a deep impression on Liao. The person who answered the question said that he was a member of a chain beverage store and liked to drink a beverage named Lemon's Ice. The ingredients of the mixed drink included salted lemon and another mint lemon-flavored carbonated water. The pleasure of drinking a cup of it on a hot summer day was very stimulating. He had drunk dozens of cups of it in the store, but today he was soaked in sweat because of the scorching sun. When he went to the store to buy lemon ice cream, he discovered that there were no air bubbles or carbonated acid at all. It was like cold herbal water and couldn't taste worse. The main point was, when the respondent expressed his doubts to the shop assistant told him that the chain store's lemon cheerful ice had always been mixed with salted lemon, pure water, and special herb packages. It had never been added with any carbonated drinks or sodas, so it didn't have the slightest bit of stimulation. It focused on pure, natural, and healthy concepts. At first, the answerer thought that the shop assistant was new, or that the shop assistant had adjusted the process of making the drinks. But when he questioned the shop assistant, who was an experienced shop assistant, to the agents and trainers behind the chain stores, the answer was the same. Since the establishment of the chain store, every store in every corner of the country had the same process of making lemon ice cream. No soda or soda was added. It was scorching hot with a temperature of almost 40 degrees. But the one who answered felt that he had fallen into an ice cave. A bone-chilling coldness was popping up from the back of his head. I'm a regular customer of this chain store. Over the past 2 years, I've visited this place at least 40 to 50 times. Of the 3 times I've visited, I've ordered lemon caltrops twice. I remember clearly the picture of the bubbles bouncing on the lemon slices. I can feel their burning of my throat and their hissing sounds. Such a refreshing feeling is the greatest pleasure in a summer afternoon. Am I wrong about that? But it's impossible for the staff to lie to me, and it's even more impossible for the trainers in the chain store's headquarters to lie to me. It's true that they never provided the lemon ice cream that I remember. Is this a bug in my memory or a bug in the entire world? To this day, I still don't know what is going on. Liao was dazed for a long time by the reply. He took a deep breath and continued reading the comments. Then, he saw the comment of Dream Traveler. Maybe you remembered it right, and the staff did not lie to you. Dream Traveler said to the responder, "It's not that your memory is bad. It's just that your memory is too good. For some unknown reason, or rather, there is a bug in this world that has restored part of your memory cells to the state of the previous life or the previous version. In your previous life, lemon caltrops was indeed made with soda or soda. Maybe you liked the drink so much that it left a deep impression on your memory cells and lasted until this life. However, in this life, the earth has undergone subtle changes in many details. For you, lemon caltrops is a different approach. There's no need to panic. Bugs often appear on our earth. Look, 170,000 people have paid attention to this question. There are a total of 30,000 answers. Even if 90% of them are bullshit and only 10% are true, it also means that we have already observed 3,000 Earth's bugs. Right? My name is Dream Traveler. This is my personal page and my contact information. I often run into similar situations too, and I've learned a thing or two about them. We can talk more about them if we have the opportunity. It was a new clue. Liao entered Dream Traveler's profile. The content was similar to what he had left on the question and answer website, except that it was more detailed. However, his personal number was left on the bottom right corner of his profile page. 2. He also welcomed calls from friends all over the country who were equally confused or had discovered a Earth bug. Liao stared at the number for a long time, hesitating whether or not he should call it. The question, "What kind of things have you experienced that made you doubt whether this world is false or if there is a bug?" was a real question on the nation's largest question and answer and posturing website. The person who had mixed the flavor of the lemon drink was also a real person. There was no way to release a link here, but if everyone was interested, they could search for it themselves. So far, There were indeed 30,000 answers, or in other words, 30,000 Earth bugs had been discovered. Right now, it was the darkest time before dawn. Blurry mist was spreading between the sky and the earth. The entire world seemed to have been swallowed by a monster and fell into its stinky stomach. Only the lone lamp in the supper stall was resisting the intense darkness. Dream Traveler should be sleeping. Li Yao was not sure whether or not calling him so early would make him unhappy. However, on second thought, judging from the emotional analysis between the lines of Dream Traveler's words, he must have been lonely and desperate to communicate with friends who had similar experiences. Li Yao could not wait any longer. He made up his mind and dialed the number. The gloomy ringtone echoed for half a minute, but no one picked up the call. Maybe the guy had set his phone to silent mode before he went to bed. Li Yao waited for more than 10 minutes. When he was about to call again, the light above the supper stall turned off. The sky in the east was vaguely dyed in a hideous color of blood, while weird stars were blinking in the west. Below Li Yao's feet, the earth was shaking as if it had turned from a solid into a broken half-fluid. A mysterious and terrifying force was about to break out of the ground. The owner and his wife, as well as the customers around Li Yao, were all shaking. An earthquake. Li Yao, the owner, and the other customers looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what was going on. Jiangnan City was located in the eastern coastal region, not in the plate tectonic belt. In history, serious earthquakes were rarely seen, and in the last 30 to 50 years, not even the shadow of an earthquake had been seen. Therefore, it was not until the shaking of the earth became more and more serious, when the pots and pans of the supper stalls collided with each other, that everybody suddenly came back to themselves. The owner and his wife shouted and pushed the food stall to the center of the road, avoiding the skyscrapers on both sides of the road. Other than that, there seemed to be nothing else that they could do. They all lowered their heads and watched the hundreds of windows shake at the same time. Very soon, lights were turned on in the windows of almost all the skyscrapers. Cries of chaos were echoing non-stop. Some people were leaning their heads out of the windows, half-dressed and half asleep. Thankfully, the intensity of the earthquake was not too high, and the people's heads were still clear. No one dared to do anything stupid like jumping down from a 3 to 5-story building. Quite a few people ran down the stairs, panting. They gathered in the middle of the road and in the square, looking at the clear sky in confusion. The earthquake subsided for 3 to 5 minutes. No, to be more precise, it was not an earthquake, but an earthquake. The epicenter of the earthquake should be very far away from Jiangnan City. Such an earthquake could not cause any substantial damage. Since it was already dawn, the people who had gone through a false alarm were not willing to go back to sleep just like that. They gathered in 2s and 3s to discuss and guess where the serious earthquake had taken place. There were also some hot-blooded young men who were grinning as they stared at the girls who were thrown out in a hurry without even wearing shoes. There was not the slightest bit of tension in the air. But for some reason, Li Yao felt cold fear. The prophecy of Dream Traveler was coming true one by one. At first, it was the death of the creator of the fantasy world. Then, it was the earthquake and other natural disasters. Li Yao stared at the news page on his phone and refreshed it time and time again. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, a new message popped up. In the early hours of this morning, a 9.2 magnitude earthquake took place in the western Pacific Ocean. The epicenter of the earthquake was very close to the Edo Bay and has already caused serious chaos in the eastern part of the islands. According to the tsunami warning issued by the Fusang Meteorological Department, there are still tsunamis at least 15 meters high that are attacking the islands one after another. Sources have pointed out that the earthquake may be the greatest crisis that Fusang has experienced since the Second World War. It is even possible that this is just a precursor of a series of strong earthquakes. Since it had just happened, the news was very brief. But Li Yao knew that the shorter the news was, the bigger it was. It was obvious what had happened. The Fusang Islands were a series of islands located in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, but the city of Jiangnan was standing on a solid continental shelf. The earthquake that took place in the east of the islands had even affected the city of Jiangnan, which was thousands of kilometers away. Was such an earthquake really only 9.2? The news websites had their own procedures. It was impossible for them to respond to an earthquake so fast. However, the short videos sent back by the citizens far away in Fusang were already spreading out on social media. Through the shaking videos, one could see that the super metropolis of the planet was soaked in flames and smoke. Ear-splitting alarms were ringing louder and louder, as if they were back to the bombing of World War II. There were also rumors that more than half of the nuclear power plants on the east side of the island had suffered a serious nuclear accident. The radiation index was even higher than that of Chernobyl. The situation had gone out of control. Liao cursed silently. He had a feeling that everything had been peaceful a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, a storm had broken out. Not good. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he ran desperately towards Zhang Daniu's neighborhood. If what Dream Traveler said is true, won't Zhang Daniu be in great danger? Liao had no time to hide himself. He dashed through the alleys like an arrow released from a bow. Although the earthquake in the Pacific Ocean couldn't cause much damage to Jiangnan City, the aftershock of the earthquake should be enough to kill 1 or 2 people. Liao ran into the old neighborhood. At this time, quite a few people had already gathered on the road of the neighborhood. The elderly were light sleepers, and once they were woken up, it would be very difficult for them to fall asleep again. They simply gathered together to discuss what had happened just now, preparing to do some early tempering. Naturally, Liao was no longer able to use the gecko climbing technique in front of everyone. He could only obediently walk up the corridor to the 5th floor. Time was of the essence. The door was locked. Liao simply let out a low roar and kicked open the door of Zhang Daniu's house. Thankfully, Zhang Daniu was still madly typing on the keyboard, letting out a series of dense sounds of impact. The earthquake a moment ago didn't have the slightest bit of effect on him. His pair of eyes turned from deep-set to bulging, completely dyed red. As he expected, the bookshelf on his left was piled up with thick, heavy hardcover books and encyclopedic dictionaries that had been tilted by the earthquake. Along with the author's exaggerated tapping movements, the angle of the tilting became more and more obvious. It was like a crumbling cliff that could collapse upon him at any moment. Many of the hardcover books and encyclopedias were printed on copper paper. They were extremely solid and looked no different than bricks. If somebody was hit in the head, there was no telling what would happen. "Brother Nyo!" Liao roared and lunged forward. The moment he lunged over, the bookshelf, together with the encyclopedia and the hardcover books on it, indeed collapsed. The sharp edges and corners of the book went straight for the author's temples. "Ha!" Zhang Daniu suddenly shivered. He was woken up by Liao's shout and turned around in a trance. "Let's go!" Liao had no time to block or hug the author. He simply jumped up and kicked the author into a corner, while he bore the consequences of the collapse of the bookshelf in the author's place. "Ah!" Liao and Zhang Daniu screamed at the same time. When Liao finally crawled out of the messy pile of books, the first thing he did was not to check his own injuries but to look at Zhang Daniu in the corner. Thankfully, he had restrained his strength in time. Other than a black eye and a swollen face, it seemed that his brain was not hurt at all. Zhang Daniu finally woke up, but he was even more confused than when he was sleepwalking. He stared at Liao in bewilderment for a long time, and his face gradually changed from confusion to pain. He rubbed his hands, his head, and his ass hard. What is going on?" Zhang Daniu held his head and grimaced. "My head hurts. I remember that I was drunk." "That's right." Liao crawled out of the pile of books and stood in front of the author. He nodded and said, "Brother Nyo, it's quite normal for you to have a headache after a hangover. Then why is my hand also in excruciating pain?" Looking at his fingers that were as swollen as carrots, Zhang Daniu discovered that his fingernails were somewhat cracked. He asked in disbelief, What did I do exactly?" "You may not believe it," Liao replied. "You've been writing in your sleep." "Is that so? Did I sleepwalk again?" It seemed that this was not Zhang Daniu's first time doing writing in a dream. He was not suspicious of this. Instead, he touched his ass and said, "Ah, my entire body hurts. It hurts so much, especially my ass." My ass hurts a lot, too. That's not right. When I get drunk, I can even get up my ass. Liao thought for a moment. Brother Nyo, you've been writing in your sleep since 11 o'clock in the morning. You've been glued to the chair for 5 to 6 hours without moving at all. Your blood circulation is not smooth. It's perfectly normal for you to have backache, including hip discomfort. Is that so? Zhang Dainiu scratched his ass and agreed with the theory for now. But after staring at Liao for a while, he suddenly remembered something else. You are fellow student Liao, the senior brother of the little rabbit in the Sea of Stars. We drank together last night. But as I recall, didn't you leave last night? Let me think. You sent me home and you left. You even closed the door very hard. I have an impression that you must have left. Zhang Dainiu reached for his phone. What time is it? Why are you here? It's 5:30 in the morning. Brother Nyo, you don't know? But something big has happened. An earthquake. Liao said. A 9.2 magnitude earthquake just took place in the western Pacific Ocean. Even our city was affected by it. I was worried that something might have happened to you, so I came to check on you as soon as possible. Now I'm in time. What? Zhang Dainiu's eyes were wide open. He was suddenly wide awake. Because of the earthquake in the Pacific Ocean, you came all the way from school to warn me at 5 o'clock in the morning. How did you get in? Well, Liao did not know how to respond. The two looked at each other in bewilderment. Suddenly, the muscles all over Zhang Dainiu's body tightened, and his face turned pale. Wait, you did go back to school last night, didn't you? Even if you didn't go back to school, you just dropped me off at home and left, right? Zhang Dainiu asked in a trembling voice. That's right. What else could Liao say? Then, now that you've sent me home, if you leave, Zhang Dainiu asked. How did you know that I would wake up in the middle of the night to write a novel? Liao was stumped by the question. He scratched his head for a long time, not knowing how to answer it. In fact, after pondering for a while, Liao could only say, Actually, I didn't leave last night. I stayed here to take care of you. Brother Nyo, have you forgotten? Forgot my ass. Zhang Dainiu said. I remember clearly that you must have left. Let's take a step back and say that you really didn't leave and stayed here to take care of me. What happened next? You watched me sleepwalking for 4 to 5 hours? Otherwise, how would you know that my ass was stuck to the chair the whole time? This is too horrifying. Quickly tell me, how long have you been here? How did you get in? How did you know my situation in the middle of the night? Are you really a student of the normal university? Really, Brother Nyo? Liao said sincerely, I'm really a college student. There's been a misunderstanding. Please listen to my explanation. I mean you no harm. I'm here to save you, and I hope that you can help me. Show me your student ID, said Zhang Dainiu. What? Liao was dazed. Cut the crap, student ID. Zhang Dainiu glared at him. You snuck into my house at 6 o'clock in the morning. My entire body is aching and I have a splitting headache. Who knows what you actually do? Who knows whether or not you are a student of the normal university? I didn't bring it. Who would bring that for no reason? Liao stammered. Besides, I was not sneaky. I kicked the door open in a hurry and saw that you were almost crushed by the bookshelf. I saved you, Brother Nyo. Cut the crap. Who is your brother? Zhang Dainiu looked at the bookshelf that had fallen to the ground in a mess. He simply didn't believe it. Weren't you the one who knocked it over just now? Otherwise, how could you have known that the bookshelf was going to fall on me before you even entered the door? It's fine even if you don't have a student ID. Give me the number of your counselor or one of your teachers. I'll call and confirm. Well, Liao did not expect that Zhang Dainiu would be so sharp after being stung by the pain in his ass. It's too early. It's only 5 o'clock in the morning. Everyone is sleeping. You also knew it was too early. You broke in and kicked me into a corner. Zhang Dainiu waved his fists at Liao. From the looks of it, if his thighs weren't as thick as Liao's arms, he would have long since rushed over to beat him up. It's fine if you don't call the instructors and teachers, But it's fine if you call your fellow students, right? You can use a video chat and ask them to go to the window to take a picture of the campus scenery of the normal university. Or you can ask them to send over the coordinates of the normal university. This shouldn't be difficult, right? Very, very difficult. Cold sweat was rolling down Liao's face and back. He didn't know how to respond at all. Well, Brother Nyo, no, Teacher Nyo, we are the graduating class. All the students have gone out for their internships. None of them are in school. You are in the graduating class, but your classmates are not in school. Your junior sister, the little rabbit in the sea of stars, is not in the graduating class. Is she? Zhang Daniu said. You can call her and ask her to confirm your identity. Of course, it will be more convincing if you can take a few pictures of the girls' dormitory. Liao was defeated and surrendered. All right, Teacher Nyo. At this point, I can only speak the truth. But before I open my heart and speak frankly, please believe that I really don't have any ill intentions. Moreover, I am truly a loyal fan of yours. I really have no choice but to resort to this. Liao took a deep breath and made up his mind. I'm not from a normal university. I'm from a technical university. But my name is indeed Liao. It's not a lie. You can prove it however you want. From the Institute of Science and Technology? Zhang Daniu frowned. So what if you're a polytechnic? Why are you pretending to be a teacher? Wait, since you're not from a normal university, then what about the little rabbit in the sea of stars and the Sci-Fi Association? That's right. Liao looked at Zhang Daniu sincerely. He put his hands together and asked for his forgiveness. There is no rabbit in the sea of stars or Science Fiction Association. The girl is just a disguise. The air was frozen for a moment. The atmosphere became subtle. Every word that Liao said was like an intense electric current that was flowing between Zhang Daniu's facial muscles and nerves. The author's expression turned angry at first. It was an instinctive reaction of being deceived. Every pore on his body opened up as if it was a conditioned reflex, as if he was about to spurt out steam. Then, his intense anger turned into deep disappointment. He felt so wronged that he was about to burst into tears. But in the end, when he sorted everything out, he discovered an even more terrifying truth that made him shiver uncontrollably. You are a pervert. Zhang Daniu took a few steps back. First, you pretended to be a woman to chat with me. Then, you invited me out under the pretext of the Science Fiction Association to get me drunk. In the middle of the night, you even peeped at me for 4 to 5 hours. 4 to 5 hours. What exactly do you want? No, it's because you've already done something? Quickly tell me. What did you do when I was drunk? I didn't do anything. Liao took 2 steps forward, trying to explain. Let me explain. Don't come any closer. I'm going to shout for help. Zhang Daniu was so scared that his voice turned hoarse. He didn't know whether he should cover his chest or his ass. It's already dawn. The next-door neighbor should be at work. There are a lot of people coming and going. I'm telling you, get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I will really call the police. I will call the police. No. Master Nyo, don't be agitated. Please don't be agitated. I'm leaving. Liao glanced at the door that was still open. His head was dizzy, too. Helpless, he could only take 2 steps back and comfort the author. Well, I'm going to leave now, but can you show me your outline before I go? I promise that I won't tell anybody. I just want to know the truth of the Vulture plan and the secrets behind Earth. Really, I'm a loyal fan. Didn't you say that the end is coming? I might not be able to fill the 2 holes easily. I really can't die in peace if I don't figure out the 2 things. Really? Just let me take a look. Watch your ass. Zhang Depeo groped among the books and found a penknife, which gave him great courage. He waved the penknife and shouted, "Get out! Get out! Now! Just let me take a look. 1 look. I'll get lost immediately." Liao was both ashamed and sorry. Please, or you can tell me the truth of the Vulture plan and the mysteries of Earth. Just tell me. No, I don't. Who the hell knows the secrets of the Vulture plan and Earth? Zhang Daniu was fuming with anger. He said nastily, I don't have an outline. I don't have any secrets. I haven't even reached that part yet. Who knows the damn secrets of the damn plan? What? Liao's heart turned cold. He stammered. Didn't you say that you had an outline yesterday? Nonsense. It's a lie. Wouldn't it show that I'm far-sighted and confident? Zhang Daniu spat. It's not like I'm writing a fucking world-famous novel. What the fuck kind of outline do I need for a web novel? I only have one secret writing technique. I don't care about the outline, the writing style, or the core ideology. Fuck you. Just do it when I'm typing on the keyboard. Do it wherever I go. Why are you still cursing? Liao was stunned. You weren't like this yesterday. You were very elegant yesterday. Yesterday. You were still a college student with fluttering long hair and swaying skirt. Zhang Daniu said ruthlessly. Get out now, you sick pervert. No. I don't understand. You mentioned Vulture Plan and Mystery of Earth before. Liao hurried to ask. If you don't have an outline and don't know what the Vulture Plan is, how did you write it? This is a button. Do you know what a button is? It's a small secret that I tell you every day so that you can read it tomorrow. Zhang Daniu flew into a rage out of humiliation and spoke the truth. I was originally planning to write 30 to 50 million words as long as the results of this book were good. I would write as many words as I could. If I didn't dig a few pits in the beginning, if I didn't hide a few buttons, how would I be able to entice the readers to keep up with me? Anyway, there's enough time. I'll write while I think about how to make up the Vulture Plan. Huh. Liao did not expect such a trick at all. What if you haven't figured it out in the end? It is the most important trap in the entire book. If I can't figure it out, I might as well become a eunuch or a cripple. Zhang Daniu replied confidently. What's the big deal about writing a web novel? Liao was completely frustrated. He felt that his head was humming. A mouthful of sweet blood was stuck in his chest. He wanted to spit it on the author's face. How could you do that? Liao was extremely angry and heartbroken. Master Niu, I thought that you were a very ambitious author with integrity. How could you deceive the reader's feelings? And you fucking lied to me about my feelings. In short, there is no outline, no secrets. Do you understand? If you do, then get the hell out. Zhang Daniu took out his phone and pretended to make a call. You really think I don't dare to call the police? No, Master Niu. I've thought about it. It's definitely not as simple as you said. Maybe even you don't realize what the 40,000 Years of Cultivators novel is all about. The Vulture Plan definitely has a truth. Maybe you are indeed farsighted and confident, but you don't know it yet. You need someone to remind you. Liao was so anxious that he decided to take a gamble. Truth be told, Master Niu, I was inspired by your novel recently. I found that I had undergone tremendous changes both physically and psychologically. I have awakened. Why are you waking up? Zhang Daniu's face and voice both changed. I'm not interested in your physiological and psychological changes. Get out. No, I have really awakened. Liao took a deep breath and said, I discovered that I was a superhuman. The air froze again. The room was filled with an awkward and weird atmosphere. Zhang Daniu's gaze was as if he was looking at a mental patient. The paper cutter in his hand continued waving as he slowly moved towards the door. It's true. You've written so many bizarre and unbelievable plots in your novels. I thought that your mind should be very open. Why can't you accept that there are some bugs in your real life? Liao clenched his fists so hard that tears were about to fall. Give me 1 minute. Just 1 minute. I can prove it. Looking at Liao's cracking fists, Zhang Daniu did not dare to move. He asked cautiously, how are you going to prove it? Try rubbing a fireball with your superpowers. It's too difficult to make a fireball. I haven't awakened it yet. Liao looked around and picked up a hardcover encyclopedia that had barely been opened and was emitting the fragrance of ink. My current strength has already surpassed the limits of the human body. The day before yesterday, in the dormitory, I forcefully tore open a dumbbell wrapped in metal rubber. Although you don't have a dumbbell here, this 1,000-page encyclopedia is made of very solid materials. It's as thick as half a palm. If I can forcefully tear it from the middle, I will be able to tear it into two halves. This should be enough to prove that I am not lying, right? Zhang Daniu blinked his eyes and stared at the encyclopedia for a long time. He said hesitatingly, "You mean to tear it in the direction of the spine instead of tearing it into two halves along the spine?" "Of course." Liao held the encyclopedia in his palm. His fingers were like 10 burning iron chopsticks that were almost embedded into the dictionary. "If there are no questions, shall I begin?" You may begin." Zhang Daniu had no choice but to agree. However, his eyes were not on Liao, but on the door and the window. "Ah!" Liao screamed 4 times in a row. He clenched his fists so hard that his fingers turned white. The muscles all over his body bulged, and the explosive force almost tore his t-shirt apart. He didn't die until 10 seconds later. He looked at Zhang Daniu. Zhang Daniu looked at him. The two of them looked at the encyclopedia in his hand. It was still intact. Even the cover of the book was intact. "I can explain that to you," Liao said somewhat embarrassedly. "My superpower has just awakened and is still in a very unstable stage. I need to meet 2 conditions in order to maximize my potential. The first is sufficient high-calorie food. Right now, my appetite is comparable to that of an entire basketball team. If I don't eat enough, I simply won't be able to exert my strength. The second is to read your novels. Really, it's ridiculous to say it out loud. Every time I read your novels, I would feel my blood vessels expand and my blood boil. An inexplicable impulse would surge and surge in my body. I don't know how to describe this impulse. In short, as I read, I was suddenly filled with strength. Don't doubt me. Don't look at me like I'm a mental patient or a maniac. I'm speaking the truth. I still have evidence. Just 7 days ago, I was just an ordinary college student with a thin and weak body. But now, in just 1 short week, just because I've read your novels, my muscles have continuously expanded, and my bones have also expanded by quite a bit. My entire body has undergone a complete transformation. I have undergone a heaven-shaking and earth-shaking transformation. I have turned into a stocky and strong man. Take a look if you don't believe me. My muscles are strong, my skin is bronze, and my body is as smooth as a leopard's. Look, Master Niu." Faced with Liao, who was making beautiful poses, Zhang Daniu took a deep breath and screamed, "Help! Help! Help! Don't shout!" Liao panicked all of a sudden. He was even more depressed as he thought, "Why don't you believe me?" He lunged forward, wanting to cover Zhang Daniu's mouth. But the author suddenly ducked past him and stumbled to the door. Liao was both anxious and scared. He punched the wall hard. "I'm telling the truth." Bang! Voila! The punch was as loud as thunder. His fist had punched a hole in the wall. Well, staring at his own fist, Liao felt no pain at all. "What?" Zhang Daniu turned around and looked at the hole on the wall in disbelief. Although Liao did not smash the load-bearing wall but the partition wall inside the room, the strength of his punch was enough to shock everyone for a long time. Zhang Daniu swallowed hard. He hesitated for a long time and moved closer, 1 step after another. He looked at Liao's fist and then at the hole on the wall. He mumbled, "The quality of the building is a problem right now. Did he punch through the wall just like that?" "As I said, this is the strange strength that I just awakened after reading your novel over the past week," Liao said helplessly. "If you still don't want to believe it, you can check your own laptop and see how many words you wrote last night. How many words do you think an author can write in a night under normal circumstances? 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 at most. But what about you?" Zhang Daniu tilted his head and thought for a while. He ran over to look for his own computer and looked at the latest paragraph for a long time. Then, he used the statistical software to calculate the number of words that he had just entered last night. After that, he let out an incomprehensible mutter from the depths of his throat. He sat down on the pile of books and held the computer in a daze. "You noticed that something was wrong, too, didn't you? Maybe you wrote something in the past. But it can't be as crazy as writing 30 to 50,000 words a night, can it?" Liao said very sincerely, "You know very well that you were really drunk last night. You couldn't even walk stably. You only vomited 3 times on the way back. How could you have regained your consciousness in just 1 to 2 hours and write so many new chapters? Even if it was just a running account, it was a running account with regulations and logic. Is it possible for someone who is almost intoxicated? Looking at his red and swollen fingers, Zhang Daniu narrowed his eyes and recalled everything that had happened last night. A minute later, he gave up and shook his head hard, sighing in confusion. If you insist that this is your unique writing method and you can only think about it in your dreams, then I have nothing to say. Liao said, otherwise, can't we calm down and talk rationally? All right. Holding the computer, Zhang Daniu stared at the hole that Liao had made and said, what do you want to talk about? I really don't know anything, except that I wrote a damn novel. It's hard for me to explain everything. The truth is still hidden in the fog. Therefore, we might as well tell you what we know and what we know. Maybe we can piece together the whole story, or at least one step closer to the answer. Liao didn't wait for Zhang Daniu's rejection and told him everything. He started from the strange dream that had been haunting him, the T-Rex that had been smeared with lipstick. He talked about the accident of the Heavenly Horse Lake International Anime Festival and the accident that had happened to the creator of the famous fantasy world. Then, he watched under the recommendation of his fellow students. The strange dream became more and more vivid and real, and his body underwent various mutations. Then there was the shooting at T3, the apocalyptic organization, last night's incident, the series of answers and speculations on the question and answer website of Dream Traveler, as well as the latest news about the super earthquake in the Western Pacific Ocean. Liao had just learned that Class 9.2 of the Richter scale was already a terrifying natural disaster. It was the second strongest earthquake ever recorded by mankind. If the epicenter of the earthquake was close to land, it was entirely possible to destroy an entire city. If such an earthquake was just a sign of a larger earthquake, there was no telling what kind of terrible destruction the Western Pacific would suffer when the real earthquake arrived. Zhang Daniu seemed to be listening carefully. He browsed through the webpage that Liao opened and the answers of Dream Traveler, one by one. It took him half an hour before he understood everything. Then, he crossed his arms and pondered for 5 minutes before he asked, then, what's your conclusion? I don't have a conclusion, but I do have a guess. A very crazy and absurd feeling. Over the past few days, the feeling has been lingering in my head, but I couldn't figure it out at all. It was not until I read Dream Traveler's answer and the epiphany just now that I grasped the most crucial clue. Liao stared at Zhang Daniu and said, one word after another. I feel that I am Liao, not just this Earth's Liao, but also the cultivator Liao that you wrote. I transmigrated to Earth from the magnificent, mysterious universe of 40,000 years of cultivators. Zhang Daniu. Liao. Zhang Daniu. Master Nyo, if you have anything to say, just say it. If you have any opinions or suggestions about my theories, just give them to me. My ideas are still immature, and in desperate need of your enlightenment. I wouldn't dare to give you pointers, but if you really want me to, then I will. Zhang Daniu pondered for a long time and said earnestly, well, student Liao, it's good that your imagination is abundant and you like reading. Yes, it's good. If you have nothing to do, you can read a novel for entertainment. It's not a problem at all. However, although we are reading, we must be clear in our hearts that the novels are all false and that the authors are making up stories. I'm making up stories to feed my family, and you're reading novels for fun. Isn't that great? Haha. I'm done laughing. We still have to study hard. We still have to work hard when we need to work hard. Really. Although there is Yen Ruyu and the House of Gold in the book, this book is not the other book. You understand what I mean, right? In short, it can be seen from the fact that you can train your body to be so well built that you are a young man who is very determined and has self-control. As long as you can withdraw from the fantasy world and focus your willpower and self-control on your studies and work, I believe that you will definitely have a bright future. In short is a lie. I made it up to make a living, and things like they are even more nonsense. You can't have transmigrated from the... Do you understand? Master Nyo. Liao was disappointed. He sat on the ground, holding his head, and said in frustration, "You still don't believe me after all this time?" "Nonsense," Zhang Daniu said. "Although it's true that I love to fantasize, and my mental fortitude is especially good, and I can accept things that are abnormal and beyond common sense, your story is too exaggerated and illogical. Not just me, any normal person would find it hard to believe. What do you want me to believe in exactly? Do you want me to believe that I am a fucking god of creation? That as long as I write a novel, the world in the novel will appear in a certain place in the vast sea of stars? That the characters in my novel will even transmigrate to Earth, appear in front of me, kick open the door of my house, and show me his strong muscles? I fucking am Mal Yang. But, Liao struggled to ask, how do you explain the hole in the wall and the words you wrote while you were sleepwalking last night? I don't know, but no matter how I explain it, it sounds much more reliable than your transmigration from the 4 universities of cultivation. Zhang Daniu opened his hands and said, "Maybe you like to exercise and your strength is very high, and the quality of your old house is very average, so you smashed a hole in it. Then I was a little nervous and I was also a little sleepwalking. This is not a big deal, right? Even if writing in a dream is a little weird, you don't need me to believe in the real existence of the 4 universities of cultivation. Let's take a step back. I feel ashamed when I say what I'm about to say. Let's take a step back and say that superpowers do exist in this world. You are truly a superhuman with boundless strength. So, can this prove that you are from the 4 cultivation universes?" Liao was not willing to give up yet. He scratched his hair and said, "Master Niu, it is a great improvement that you are willing to acknowledge the existence of superpowers. Of course, I don't have any proof to prove my speculation. Therefore, why don't we explore and prove the ultimate answer of this world with the superpowers as the starting point?" "Fuck you." Zhang Daniu was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He didn't know whether he should shout or cry. He pressed his palms together and begged Liao. "Student Liao, please take it as I'm begging you. We don't have any grudges in the past. Don't bother me. Don't get me into trouble. If you want to go crazy, then go crazy yourself. But really, don't get involved in the so-called 4 universities of cultivation. You will get me killed if you do this. It's true. When it comes to online writing, it's a profession that is particularly painful. No. This thing is not a profession at all. According to the crosstalk, this is the old society's underpass where the artists sell their art. They throw down the land, do their hard work, sell their gimmicks, and go down to the 9th class. Don't be fooled by their glamorous appearance. You call yourself a teacher, but in fact, it's just bullshit. There are many people watching the show, but there are few who have the support of real money. Even if you write your fingers off, you can barely make a living. Even so, you can still sell it every day. When it rains, or the emperor dies, they won't let you sell it. If I may be frank with you, your actions right now mean that you want to exterminate me and force the book, 40,000 Years of Cultivation, to death. Think about it yourself. Think about it carefully. With your current mental state, if you go out on the street and do anything illegal, the reporters will interview you and report that you are addicted to web novels and can't free yourself from reading them. Then, you will post the title of 40,000 Years of Cultivation and label it as a spiritual opium. I will be finished. I will be completely ruined. I might even implicate countless colleagues. Do you understand? Liao lowered his head and did not say anything for a long time. Do you understand my earnest words? Or do you not? Zhang Daniu said in distress. It's true. It's really just a random story that I made up to exchange for $2. There's absolutely not the slightest bit of educational significance or philosophical thinking in it. Nor is there the slightest bit of malicious metaphor for the real world. If you can't tell what's true from what's false when you read the book, and you still let your imagination run wild and your body and mind undergo drastic changes, then it's really not my problem, but your own problem. I understand. Liao finally raised his head. 2 sharp eyes beamed out of his messy hair. Thank you, Master Niu. I've figured everything out. Is that so? Zhang Dainiu was overjoyed. You've really thought it through? Yes, I have. Liao slapped his thigh and said, That's right. Of course you are not Marvelous Mark or God of Creation. You did not create the 4 universities of cultivation. Yes, 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 that's all false. It's better to believe that there are ghosts in the world than to believe the mouth of the storyteller. A writer can make up any kind of nonsense just to make some money. Zhang Dainiu heaved a long sigh of relief and said with a smile, I'm relieved that you figured it out on your own. Oh, I'm so happy to see a young man who has lost his footing come to a halt. Do you have Romance of the 3 Kingdoms? Liao suddenly asked without rhyme or reason. I think I saw it on the bookshelf just now. Without waiting for Zhang Dainiu's reply, he groped for a while in the pile of books and found a simplified version of the 2nd volume of Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. He looked at the name of the author on the spine of the book and fell into deep thought. You must have read the book many times. I believe that many plots and characters have left a deep impression on you. While pondering, Liao said, That's true. How many people haven't read Romance of the 3 Kingdoms? Even if they haven't read Luo Guanzhong's original work, they've read his books, comic books, and TV series. They've played games about him and mentioned many famous people, including Cao Cao, Guan Yu, Zhuge Liang, the famous scenes, the 3 heroes fighting against Lu Bu, the 3 visits to the thatched cottage, the burning of Red Cliff. Most people's first reaction was to think of Luo Guanzhong's version. So, answer me a question, Master Niu. Do you think the 3 kingdoms were created by Luo Guanzhong? Ha! Zhang Dainiu was confused. What do you mean? Do you think that Luo Guanzhong is the god of creation? Liao asked. Was he the one who created the end of the Han dynasty out of thin air, the struggle between heroes, and the soul-stirring battles? Zhang Dainiu opened his mouth. It was obvious that he wanted to sneer, but he soon came back to himself and fell into deep thought. It seems that you've got it. Liao said, Of course, Luo Guanzhong is not god of creation, or magical Mark Maliang. Even though his Romance of the 3 Kingdoms is marvelous and classic, he did not create a real world out of thin air. On the contrary, a real chaotic world at the end of the Han dynasty exists. The heroes and the world are real. The information of the history has been passed on from generation to generation with history books, folklore, and storytellers as the carriers. In the end, it was absorbed by Luo Guanzhong's brain. After his integration, refinement, the whole story was dissected and told to more people. Therefore, the real 3 kingdoms were in chaos before, followed by Luo Guanzhong's Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. The former is the cause, and the latter is the effect. Whether Luo Guanzhong writes Romance of the 3 Kingdoms or not, the 3 kingdoms are there, right? If someone who doesn't know the first thing about history reads Romance of the 3 Kingdoms and leaves a deep impression, they will look back at the history books and discover the real 3 kingdoms. They will be shocked and think that Luo Guanzhong is a prophet or even a creator. Isn't that absurd? Zhang Dainiu thought for a long time and asked, What are you trying to say? What I'm trying to say is that maybe the logic of 40,000 years of cultivators is the same. It's not that you created the 4 universes of cultivators, but that a brilliant, real, 4 universes of cultivators does exist on the other side of the universe that we don't know about. Liao continued. For some reason, the information about the 4 universities of cultivation broke through the barrier of Earth and flooded into your brain through a method that we can't explain. You observed it, or rather, sensed it, and then you were able to depict what it looked like. Of course, the content of the picture is very similar to that of a painter who is drawing a model. Hehe. The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. It must be the case. If so, all the suspicious points will make sense. Why is it that the style of your novel before and after 500 chapters is vastly different? And the ideas and aesthetics contained in them are also vastly different. The reason is very simple. The first 500 chapters are about upgrading the face-slapping training methodology, which is the embodiment of your true level. And after the 500 chapters, it involves the discussion of the universe, the starry sky, the future, and society. Those very wonderful and imaginative things were not written by you at all. but written by the force that surged into your brain. With your true level, it is simply impossible to write such things. You are just its puppet. What do you think of my speculation? I think... Zhang Daniu took a deep breath and pointed at the door. Get out. Get out. Don't be like this, Teacher Nyo. Didn't you promise me that I would calm down and chat rationally? I feel that we have already grasped the edge of the truth. Liao hurried to say, besides, don't you find the post of Dream Traveler both weird and reasonable? Bullshit. Zhang Daniu said, I would rather believe that the 4 universities of cultivation is real than any post on Do You Know It? This Dream Traveler is either a fellow writer or an out-and-out lunatic. Please don't jump to conclusions. I think he is a thoughtful, confused, and frustrated man just like me. Liao took out his phone and dialed the number that he had just dialed. Give me one last chance. Let me contact him. If I can't reach him this time, I will... Beep! Beep! The number was dialed. It's through. Liao's eyes were wide open. He was so excited that his nose was sweating. He turned on the speaker and asked in a trembling voice, Hello? Is this Dream Traveler? I saw your answer on Do You Know? And felt that it was very interesting. I have a lot of similar feelings, too. I would very much like to have a deep conversation with you. Is it convenient for you? There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Zhang Daniu's attention was also attracted. He stared at Liao's phone curiously. After more than 10 seconds, a coarse female voice came over. I'm not Dream Traveler. He doesn't use this number anymore. Don't call randomly in the future. Well, Liao blinked. So, you know Traveler Dream? Can you give me his latest contact information? I really need to talk to him about something important. Sorry to trouble you. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while. Rustling noises came over, as if a girl was sobbing. I am his sister. The coarse female voice said, Don't call me again. My brother posted some crazy stuff online. He has schizophrenia and is being hospitalized. Don't agitate him. Just as Liao was about to clarify, the other party had already hung up the phone. Beep, 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 beep. Sounds came from the loudspeaker, making the atmosphere in the shabby room even more awkward. Looking at the pitch-black mobile phone, Liao did not know what to say. He sighed and squatted on the ground, holding his head. Did you know? For a moment I almost believed you. What a shame. Zhang Daniu was heartbroken. I don't know whether you are crazy, I am crazy, or the world is crazy. I actually believed you. Liao raised his head and opened his mouth, only to feel that his entire body was sore and feeble. He was unable to say anything. Even his own beliefs were beginning to waver. Do you have nothing to say? Zhang Daniu said. If you have already calmed down and learned to face reality, Teacher Nyo will treat you to breakfast before you return to school. Right? Liao nodded helplessly. Although it was only 6 o'clock in the morning, the breakfast stalls at the entrance of the neighborhood were already packed with people. The aroma of food filled the air, especially from an enormous frying pan, from which the sound of frying dumplings and fried buns could be heard. It was even more enticing. Zhang Daniu sat down with 10 fried dumplings and 10 fried buns. He then commanded Liao to bring over their wontons, which were filled with chili sauce and vinegar. He happily drank a mouthful of the wonton soup and stuffed 3 fried buns into his mouth. Only then was he satisfied and beaming with smiles. Let me tell you, no matter how frustrating yesterday was, no matter how tired and frustrated one is, as long as one has a hot breakfast in the morning, all their worries will be gone. Zhang Daniu took a deep breath of the rich fragrance. The real world is still quite beautiful. We still have to live our days down to earth. Don't let your imagination run wild. All right? Yes. Liao picked up a fried dumpling and felt that it tasted like chewing wax, but he still forced himself to swallow it. Are you really all right? Zhang Daniu observed Liao's expression and said, Why don't we call your family after dinner? There's no one at home. Liao picked up the bowl and covered his face. My parents left me when I was very young. I was all by myself. My family was not hungry after I ate. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Zhang Daniu scratched his face for a long time and said, "No wonder you've been dwelling in the world of fiction, hoping to find comfort in the imaginary four worlds of cultivation. How should I put it? I'm not asking you to completely give up on fantasy. You just need to pay attention to the difference between fantasy and reality. Don't be too engrossed, understand? How about this? Teacher Nyo is not a completely unreasonable person. Although you are not a female university student with fluttering skirt and fluttering long hair, Teacher Nyo still welcomes you to come over and exchange and discuss when you are free. As long as you don't kick open the door in the dead of night, everything will be fine." Liao smiled. "Thank you, Master Nyo. There's no need to thank me. If you really want to thank me, then stop talking nonsense like cultivating the four universes all day long. Go back and prepare your resume. Find a stable job and live a normal life." Zhang Daniu said, "If you do this, you will be thanking me. Do you understand?" "I understand," Liao said, but his eyes were still in a trance. He ate in silence for a while and could not help but ask, "What is the so-called normal life?" "Just like that." While drinking the soup, Zhang Daniu said, "Find a job that is 9 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock in the evening, a job where you have less money and more work, a job where you have to endure the roars of your supervisor and the exploitation of your boss, a job where you have to work hard for a few years, earn the down payment for a house, shoulder a debt for a few decades, have your own home, find a wife who is in a similar situation to you, and after you give birth to a child, you should spend the extra time, energy, and money on the child. If you do, you should devote all your time and effort to the child. While you slowly become greasy, the child will also gradually grow up. When the child grows up, you will repeat this process. Isn't this the life of a normal person?" Liao frowned. "It doesn't sound very appealing. What else could it be?" Zhang Daniu pursed his lips and said, "Don't say that I'm not attractive. How many people want to live a peaceful life like this but can't? Let's face it, we are neither nobles nor heroes. Isn't this the life of ordinary people? I still think that I have superpowers." "No, we both have superpowers," Liao muttered in a low voice. "I am a cultivator hero. I have super strength, super speed, supervision and hearing, and super self-recovery ability. In the process of my continuous awakening, I also have the ability to move mountains and overturn seas and summon wind and rain. Shooting fireballs and electric arcs is nothing difficult for me. In short, I know all the techniques of the cultivators. And you are a writing hero. Your superpower is to write. The two of us should not live such a mediocre life. We should use our superpowers to fight against the evil forces that govern this world in the darkness." "What did you say?" Zhang Daniu asked. "What is my superpower?" "Writing." Liao replied, "I'm fast." "Then what?" Zhang Daniu narrowed his eyes. "Nope, just writing. This is a very powerful superpower." Liao spoke honestly. "Do you think that you are speaking human language?" Zhang Daniu said, "It's just that Teacher Nyo is a modest gentleman who has cultivated his body and mind for more than 30 years. I won't lower myself to your level. If it were a second person, they would have long put the blame on you." "I was wrong, Master Nyo." Liao held his stomach and said, "Hey, this pan-fried dumpling and pan-fried bun seem to be quite fragrant. Give me another 20. Give me 20 of each." Zhang Daniu glared at Liao. After a long time, he sighed and raised his hand. "Boss!" In a moment, a mountain of fried buns and fried dumplings were placed in front of the two. Needless to say, Liao wolfed down the food. Zhang Daniu had been writing crazily last night and had consumed a lot of his energy. His appetite was much larger than usual, too. A greasy TV was hanging in a corner of the restaurant. Usually, it would only be turned on at night. During the day, it was just a decoration. But today, it was turned on by a regular customer to watch the latest report about the earthquake in the Western Pacific Ocean. It was said that the intensity of the earthquake had been revised to 9.3. It was the second strongest earthquake in history. The epicenter of the earthquake was in the Edo Bay, only dozens of kilometers away from the largest metropolis in the world, which was also one of the top 10 metropolises in the world. At first, The devastating blast caused serious damage to the city, which was then followed by an overwhelming tsunami that turned half of the city into a swamp. Even the Fusang Islands, which were used to frequent earthquakes, were shivering under the deterrence of the catastrophe and entered a national emergency. Because of the natural gas leakage caused by the earthquake, the entire city was filled with explosions, fireballs, and black smoke. It was a terrible battlefield. Buildings dozens of floors high were as fragile as building blocks. The so-called civilization of mankind was nothing in front of nature. To make matters worse, it was said that 8 of the 16 nuclear power plants on the seashore of the islands had been hit by earthquakes and tsunamis, with the potential of a nuclear leakage. That was the official version of the story. According to the sources on the network, several of the nuclear power plants had been seriously damaged. The intensity of the radiation was unprecedented. I didn't expect the earthquake last night to be so serious. It is almost like the plot of Island Drowning. Zhang Daniu grinded his teeth as he said, "Have you ever read a particularly classic science fiction novel? If we go by the logic of you and the Dream Traveler, then the author of the novel must have experienced similar events in his previous life in order to write such a lifelike novel, right?" Ha 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 ha. Liao did not answer. He stared at the city that had been savaged in the news. The collapsed city seemed to be floating on a burning ocean. He felt that the world was coming to an end. Right then, a black shadow suddenly flashed in the corner of the camera. It seemed to be a man who had jumped down from the 20 to 30 floors that were gradually tilting. Then he flew away from the camera. This is... Liao's pupils constricted violently. He could not believe his eyes. What happened to you? Zhang Daniu raised his head and saw nothing in the shaking camera. Nothing. Liao was not sure whether or not his eyes were deceiving him. I think a fly flew past the TV. This kind of small restaurant is like this. It's dirty and won't get sick after eating. What's a fly scared of? Zhang Daniu pointed at Liao's phone on the table. Your phone is ringing. Liao was dazed for a moment. He opened the screen and found a message from an unknown number. Why are you looking for my brother? You've read all his posts online? Do you believe his crazy words? Right, this was Dream Traveler's number. It was from Dream Traveler's sister. The fire of hope in Liao's heart was burning brighter than ever. He held the phone with both hands and typed quickly, "Yes, miss. I don't just believe it. I have experienced exactly the same situation as your brother. Maybe your brother is not crazy. Can you tell me more about him? At least tell me where he is receiving treatment. Maybe he is not crazy. Maybe you are as crazy as he is." The other party replied very quickly, "My brother is being treated in the ARC Psychological Research Center. Maybe you should go there and take a look." An ARC. Liao held his phone in a daze. He had never heard of such an institution to treat mental illnesses. What's wrong? Seeing his ugly face, Zhang Daniu was curious. Liao didn't reply and simply pushed the phone over. Zhang Daniu took the paper and glanced at it. He was not bothered at first, but soon, his face turned pale and weird, as if he had been hit by lightning. What's wrong? It was Liao's turn to ask, "Is there a problem, Master Niu?" I don't think so. I don't know. It must be a coincidence, right?" Zhang Daniu stammered. "The ARC Psychological Research Center? I think it contacted me a few days ago." "What?" Liao almost spat out the scallion pancake in his mouth. He could not wait to grab Zhang Daniu's neck and interrogate him. "What's going on? Do you know this ARC? Tell me the details." "It's..." Zhang Daniu glanced at Liao's phone again. At this moment, Dream Traveler's sister sent him a new message. It was a link to a website. He clicked on it and his face turned even paler. "Yes, that's right. It's this ARC. A few days ago. Didn't we have a group chat where some authors often chatted and discussed ideas? Then, a stranger in the group came looking for me. He claimed to be a staff member of the ARC Psychological Research Center. He was doing a questionnaire on the lives and mental states of the self-employed in our country as well as free counseling. I filled in some of the basic information, including my contact information and address. Right, there's also my neurotic and sleepwalking status. Of course, I didn't say that I could write when I was sleepwalking. I'm not too sure about that myself. How could you reveal such important information? Liao almost slapped the desk. You don't know who the guy is at all, whether he is a liar or not. How could you tell him such an important thing as your contact information and address? At that time, I didn't know either. Even if he was a liar, how could he lie to me? Zhang Daniu explained. The staff member was a girl who had just graduated from college. It was not easy for her to find a job. The questionnaire was included in her job evaluation. If she didn't meet the requirements, she would be fired. I felt sorry for her and thought that there was no need for her to be so unreasonable. After all, she had to support the young woman's legitimate job. Besides, she promised to send me small gifts and keep in touch. Taking a deep breath, Liao was rendered speechless. Is there really something wrong? Zhang Daniu said. At that time, she also told me that their organization was not researching a very serious mental illness. They were only intervening in the psychological problems and sub-health states that are commonly seen in modern times. Freelancers like us are often under a lot of pressure or even criticized by society. Therefore, if there are any psychological deviations, we must not abstain from treatment and contact her as soon as possible. I think that it makes a lot of sense. All right, stop it. Let me think carefully. Liao closed his eyes and rubbed his nose. Yes. Have you figured it out? Half a minute later, Zhang Daniu asked cautiously. Yes. Liao suddenly opened his eyes. There was a sharp gleam in his eyes as he said solemnly, Master Niu, I'm still a little hungry. Can we get another 20 buns and dumplings? No. 30. No. Why don't we just take all of them? Zhang Daniu. You see, I do have superpowers. How can I eat so much without superpowers? Zhang Daniu. I believe you. I believe you have superpowers, all right? But Teacher Niu really doesn't have any money. I'm not lying to you. I'm a dog if I lie to you. That can't be right. Last night, you promised that you would treat the rabbit in the Sea of Stars to hidden crane cuisine. I've looked it up on the net. The most basic package there costs 400 to 500 credits per person. If the two of us were to order wine and add a few other dishes, we wouldn't be able to finish it without 1,300 credits. The bone casserole we ate yesterday was 280 credits, which means that you still have at least 1,000 credits in your pocket. I've calculated that it's enough for me to eat my fill and recover to my strongest state. At that time, I will really tear off the dumbbells for you to see. Zhang Daniu. Liao said, Hey Master Niu, don't go yet. What do you mean by walking away? Running away is not going to solve the problem. We can be sure that the Ark has its eyes on you. You can ask me to get lost, but can you really ask the staff of the Ark to get lost? Are you even sure that the girl who did the questionnaire was really a girl and not a brawny man with a beard and hair? If you really don't want to see me, I will leave right now. Really. But what if 10 or so muscular men from the Ark sneak into your house in the middle of the night? I won't hear anything even if you shout for help. Zhang Daniu suddenly stopped. There were tears in his eyes when he turned around. Who the fuck did I piss off? The author shouted in grief and indignation. In the end, they didn't buy fried buns and fried dumplings. Instead, they went to a nearby bun shop and bought a few hundred pieces of high-rise bread. There was no filling. It was pure flour. The hard bread was like lumps of stone. Seeing the surprise in the lady boss's eyes, Liao explained that they were from the construction site next door. Energy-rich sports drinks were expensive, too. Zhang Daniu was reluctant to buy them. But with a gloomy face, he bought 5 bags of sugar and 2 bottles of mineral water from the supermarket and handed them over to Liao. When he returned home, he watched Liao mix 5 bags of white sugar into the water and eat 30 to 50 high-rise bread with the water. Liao didn't even burp once. Zhang Daniu sighed and realized that he was in big trouble. Now, do you believe me? Holding his half-full stomach, Liao said, Dream Traveler predicted the tragic death of the creator of the fantasy and was sent to the Ark for treatment. The Ark was still active in your group of authors a while ago. If you think that it was a coincidence, your IQ will be too low for the series of schemes in 40,000 years of cultivation. Therefore, you are the one who should face reality. The reality is that you have been targeted. The enemy is very clear about your identity and address. It seems that they have unimaginable resources in their hands. Of course, you can run away, but where can you run to? How long can you run away? Will there be a series of accidents on your way to escape, like the creators of Blood and Sand, Strong Colonization Hunters, and Star Ring World? Do you see? Your only way out is to cooperate with me. We will take the initiative and find the truth together. Faced with Li Yao's invitation, Zhang Daniu was silent for a long time. Then he said, I'm wondering what the people of the Ark will do to me if they find me. You have written similar organizations in your novels, right? What do you think they will do? Li Yao opened his hands and said, the bottom line is 3 to 5 sessions of electric treatment, right? Zhang Daniu shuddered and stopped talking. It seems that you have understood your situation. Of course, my situation is no better than yours. Right now, we are in the same boat. If we don't work together, we will really be screwed. Li Yao said, I need your help. First of all, tell me more about the Ark and the questionnaire at that time. Do you have a backup draft? Zhang Daniu turned on the computer and found the electronic version of the questionnaire. Li Yao quickly glanced through them. They were all very common and irrelevant questions. It seemed that the purpose of the other party was to trick the author into giving him his contact information and address in order to pave the way for the next contact. There was also a link at the end of the questionnaire. It was the other party's official website, just like the link sent by Dream Traveler's sister. Entering the official website, the first thing he saw was the abstract icon of a large ship with wings. It seemed to be the emblem of the organization. Of course, Li Yao had heard the word Ark, which meant the last shelter before the world was destroyed. The appearance of an Ark meant that an apocalypse was coming. It was not until he observed more carefully that he realized that the Ark was not just a center for psychological research and the treatment of mental illnesses. In fact, it was a foundation whose influence spread all over the world. The Ark Foundation was supported by countless mysterious funds and financial groups and specialized in the study of life sciences, brain mysteries, genetics, neurology, and so on. Its purpose was to explore the mysteries of life and even the soul and to surpass the limits of human beings. At least, that was what the official website said. I've asked a few friends who are writing books. They've received similar questionnaires. Some of them have even investigated the Ark Foundation. There's nothing wrong with it. Zhang Daniu said, this is truly an international charity organization. They have a good cooperative relationship with many psychology associations, brain surgery hospitals, and neurological research organizations in many countries. They have branches in many developing countries and even war-torn countries. They pay attention to the mental and mental health of the local people. They have even unearthed many genius children with extremely high IQ from war-torn countries. If it weren't for the Ark Foundation, these genius children would definitely have been buried. Is that so? Li Yao didn't believe a single word. There was no telling what was going on the official website. He thought for a long time and had to summon his courage to call the sister of Dream Traveler. He had a vague feeling that the attitude of the Dream Traveler's sister was not that firm. If she really believed that her brother was a lunatic and Li Yao was a lunatic, she would not have taken the initiative to send a message and simply ignored it. Since she had sent 2 messages and sent the official website of the Ark Foundation, was it possible that she was not sure either? This time, the call was picked up very quickly. The fire of hope in Li Yao's heart was burning brighter and brighter. He said in a hurry, hello, miss. I've read the link that you sent me just now. I've read it carefully, but I still believe that your brother is not crazy but has encountered something that cannot be explained by common sense. Can you give me a chance and your brother a chance so that we can have a good talk? Really, schizophrenia is a very serious mental disease. Once it is diagnosed, it is almost impossible to recover in a lifetime. Do you want your brother to be locked in a mental hospital for the rest of his life? There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment. Then, somebody took a deep breath and said, what do you want to know exactly? I want to know your brother's current status, especially the entire process of his illness. Li Yao was overjoyed. He held back his excitement and asked, what's your name, miss? My surname is Dong. The man seemed to have made up his mind. He asked, "Where should I start?" Our family is on the edge of a mountain in the central area. Although our family has been poor since childhood, my brother has shown his talent for studying since he was very young. He is not only the pride of our family but also the pride of our town. He was admitted to a famous university with the highest score in the city. After graduating from university, my brother found a very good job in the provincial capital and was highly valued by the leaders. In just a few years, he became the head of the department, bought a house in the provincial capital, found a girlfriend, and was about to get married. What I meant was that my brother's career was on the rise, and his future and love were both perfect. There was nothing that could stimulate him. Moreover, he has always been sunny and cheerful since childhood. He likes reading and exercising. He doesn't have any bad habits. He doesn't eat, drink, gamble, or smoke. He doesn't even smoke or drink. In our town, he is simply a weirdo. As for our family, although we were poor, we didn't drag him down in any way. When the two of us were young, our environment was a bit poor, and we were short of money when we were studying. But ever since he went to college, he had scholarships to support himself. Over the past 2 years, Mom and Dad have rented orchards, and our living conditions have gradually improved. I graduated from college 2 years ago, and I have also found a stable job. In short, do you understand? Our family's life is getting better day by day. There is simply nothing to worry about. But my brother is crazy. That was last year. In the beginning, he often called me to complain that someone was following him and that someone had planted a bug in his office. At that time, I thought that it was a business dispute or some internal strife in his office. I was just a college student who had just graduated. What could I do? I could only ask my brother's colleagues in the company to take care of him. But my brother's close colleagues in the company all said that my brother was the most valued middle-level officer in the company and that he was at the peak of his career. Who would follow and eavesdrop on him? After a month or two like this, my brother's condition became more and more serious, and he gradually experienced hallucinations and auditory hallucinations. He called me and told me that he had found his stalker, who turned out to be his shadow. He said that there was a very mysterious force that could manipulate his shadow and even use it to interfere with and hurt him. It was only then that I realized that there was something wrong with my brother. I scrolled through my brother's social media and his online comments and saw those bizarre articles such as Dream Traveler. I then contacted my brother's colleague. One of my brother's best friends said that my brother had been using kitchen tinfoil as a hat to cover his entire head every day. He said that it would block his brainwaves from being sent out and prevent certain evil existences from locking onto his coordinates. The leader of my brother's company thinks very highly of him and has been very kind to him. He didn't fire him even though such a thing had happened. But one time, in a meeting to welcome a certain important partner, my brother pointed at the other party's boss and shouted that he had seen that the other party was a brutal murderer in his previous life and ruined a great cooperation plan. After such a thing happened, naturally, I could not stay in the company any longer. I should have sent my brother to the provincial capital's hospital for treatment. However, in our small town, someone in our family has been diagnosed with mental illness. It wouldn't be nice if word got out. Besides, my parents and I still had a bit of a fantasy. We thought that my brother was under too much pressure because of work. Maybe he would be better off after resting at home for a while. Therefore, we brought our brother back to his hometown from the capital city and asked him to rest at home. In the beginning, my brother's symptoms were indeed much better. He no longer had those messy, strange dreams, and he no longer pointed at other people's noses and said that he had recovered from his previous life. We were all very happy and thought that my brother was about to recover. As it turned out, one day, my brother seemed to have read some news online about a playwright's accidental death. His illness acted up again. He found a stainless steel frying pan at home and held it over his head. He kept mumbling words that no one could understand. His 10 fingers twisted into a ball as he made some very strange gestures. I have to send him to the hospital now. You said that my brother is not crazy. Please believe it. We, his family, hope that he is not crazy. But right now, he is covering his head in tinfoil and carrying a stainless steel pot. He is talking about his past life to everybody he meets, and he is scared of his own shadow. What is he if not crazy? Liao turned on the hands-free mode and listened to the conversation with Zhang Daniu. The two of them looked at each other for a long time and thought for a while. Then, Liao said cautiously, "Miss Dong, thank you for your frankness, but you can't judge a book by its cover. Your brother said that he had the ability to travel through dreams and see his past life after he drowned in the reservoir in his 3rd year of primary school. Have you ever heard of it before?" "You are referring to his answer on Do You Know?" The stranger smiled bitterly. "Do you really believe what he said?" "I don't know," Liao said. "Therefore, I'm verifying it with you right now, a bold guess. Just be careful." "False," the stranger replied straightforwardly. "They are all fakes. He made them up." "Why are you so sure?" Liao said. "Even if your brother's mental state right now is really unstable, you can't say that what happened to him when he was a kid is definitely false. Because my brother has never drowned before. Do you understand?" The other party said, "I'm 2 years younger than my brother. When he was in the 3rd grade of primary school, I happened to be in the 1st grade. I can already remember a lot of things. I never knew that my brother was in a drowning coma for half a month. Even if I'm too young and my memory is bad, my parents are not even 60 years old and their minds are very clear. It's impossible for them to forget that their son drowned and was in a coma for half a month when he was young, right? Also, many of my brother's primary school classmates are our next-door neighbors. They still live in town. After my brother's illness flared up, I went to verify with these neighbors. None of my brother's primary school classmates remember him drowning. The most crucial evidence is what my brother wrote in his answer. He said that he drowned because he went to the reservoir behind my grandmother's house to play. However, my grandmother passed away before we were born. Our place is considered a mountainous area. It is very dry. There is no reservoir within 100 kilometers. Well, Liao was dumbfounded. "Is there such a thing?" "Yes," the stranger replied. "Most of the people there are landlubbers. My brother is no exception. He doesn't know how to swim at all. How can he drown himself in the non-existent reservoir behind his grandmother's house?" Liao was rendered speechless. He was soaked in cold sweat. "I'm sorry, Miss Dong," he stammered. I don't know. Your brother's answers were too real and immersive." "Wait, his answer was sent not long ago, and you said that he had been ill for a year. Does it mean that he wrote the answer in a schizophrenic state, including many previous articles?" "That's right," the other party said. "At that time, his mental state was still all right. We were afraid to agitate him, so we didn't dare to take away his phone. He held his phone and desperately wrote and posted. Many posts were posted at that time. I can't blame you for that. It's not right to say that there are no anomalies at all. Something very strange happened when my brother was hospitalized for the first time." Liao raised his eyebrow. "What weird thing? About your grandma's house, the reservoir, the drowning, and the dream travelers?" The other party said, "When I first saw his answer, I thought it was nonsense, too, because I was very clear that my brother had never drowned before. But one time, when I visited him, he told me in a low voice that drowning was real. Not in this life, but in his previous life. He told me that he lived in a small town named Lambang, in Jiangdong province. In his previous life, there was a huge reservoir not far away from the town. He also told me a lot of local specialties, even snacks, as well as the living habits of the locals. He even spoke a few local dialects. The tones he uttered were completely different from the local dialects of our hometown, which gave me quite a scare. My brother asked me to go to the River East province to find this place named Liaojiang. Although finding this place might not prove that he is not crazy, at least I can prove something." Liao was fascinated. He couldn't help but ask, "You went?" "I'm going," the other party said. "Maybe I shouldn't go. I shouldn't waste my time on a lunatic's crazy talk. But he is my brother. The two of us have a very good relationship. He paid for most of my college tuition fees. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I am willing to give it a try. I went to Jiangdong province, but I didn't find a place named Lambang. However, According to the terrain that my brother described and the few dialects recorded, I found a county named Lambang. Do you know? The appearance of the place is exactly the same as what my brother described, including the reservoir in the southeast of the city, the lonely pagoda on the west side of the reservoir, and the dialect of the locals. I played my brother's dialect for the locals, and they all said that he was a native of the area. My brother also mentioned a special local snack. It is to dry and grind the local specialty yellow flowers into powder before sprinkling it on the sour pulp noodles. It is sour and sweet and has a very unique taste. There are many places in the country where one can eat sour pulp noodles, but there is only one place where one can sprinkle yellow flower powder. Even in the towns 30 to 50 kilometers away, there is no such way of eating. I have never heard of such a way of eating in places further away. Liao felt goosebumps all over his back. They looked at each other and noticed the coldness in each other's eyes. The narration was as creepy as a ghost story in the middle of the night. Liao seemed to see a picture where somebody was singing a folk song in the local dialect next to a reservoir in a remote town in the south, and a confused girl was staring at the reservoir with yellow flowers floating on the water. Liao shook his head hard to calm himself down. Of course, there were many reasonable and scientific explanations for this matter. For example, Dream Traveler had once gone on a business trip to this small southern town, Chachuan, or maybe he had gathered the local customs and terrain online. But why? Why did he scare his own sister with such a thing when he had been diagnosed with schizophrenia? The whole thing simply didn't make sense. Besides, there was still the Ark. Liao asked solemnly, "What's with the Ark Foundation? You couldn't have sent your brother to the Ark Psychotherapy Center in the first place, could you?" "Of course not," the other party said. "In the beginning, we sent our brother to our local hospital. However, our hospital is a small place. The scale of the specialist hospital for mental illnesses is very small. The doctor's level may not be very high. People simply don't know much about mental illnesses. They only know the concept of lunatics. Our hospital only locked up these lunatics so that they wouldn't run out and harm society and cause trouble for their family. That's all. One can only imagine how terrible the treatment environment is. I've been to that place 3 times. It's simply not a place for human beings. When I think of my brother suffering in that place, I feel as if my heart has been cut by a knife. I want to cry but have no tears. Of course, the conditions of the mental hospital in the provincial capital are better, but I've read a lot of files and found that they don't have any effective treatment for mental illnesses. They can only provide conservative treatment. At most, the environment is better, and the nursing care is more standard. If my brother had really gone mad, I wouldn't have been able to say anything about such an outcome. However, the conversation with Chuan gave me a deep suspicion. This suspicion was the only reason I was willing to be honest with you when I got in touch with the Ark Foundation. After I returned from Tanchuan, I grew suspicious of everything. I couldn't bear to see my brother locked in a mental hospital with a harsh environment any longer, but I had no other options. Therefore, I wrote down my experience and sent a request for help. Oh, Liao did not expect that Dream Traveler's sister would post something about it, too. But when he thought about it, he realized that 99% of the amazing incidents that popped up on the internet every day would be buried in the invalid messages and therefore could not be seen by him. A few days later, a woman who called herself a worker of the Ark Foundation contacted me and asked about my brother's condition, especially the course of his illness. The stranger continued, "After I told them everything, they said that it might not be schizophrenia but a new special mental disease. The psychotherapy center under the name of their foundation has a 1 in 10,000 chance that the disease can be cured. Even if the disease cannot be cured, their treatment environment will be much better than that of the county hospital or the provincial hospital. They will try to make sure that the patient is in a very comfortable environment and that the care is more standard and thorough." "Is that so?" Liao thought for a moment and said, "Sounds good. It must be very expensive. Besides, such a private medical center might not be reimbursed. Can your family afford long-term treatment?" "No, they don't want money," the other party said. The staff said that the elder brother could be placed into a charity medical program. All the hospitalization fees would be paid for by the Ark Foundation, at the cost that they might try some untested, cutting-edge medical treatment on the elder brother. It's quite understandable. How could they cure diseases such as schizophrenia without the most advanced and dangerous medical treatment? So, you agree? Liao asked. We don't have a solution. The doctor sobbed again. I know that the treatment plan provided by the Ark Foundation is very risky and even treats my brother as a mouse. But my brother was already in a very bad condition at that time. He tried to kill himself 3 times when he was hospitalized. He bit his wrist so hard that it was full of bruises because he didn't have any tools. The last time, he even broke the veins on his wrist in the middle of the night and stuffed his hand into the blanket so that nobody would notice. Otherwise, he would have almost succeeded in the ward rounds. When he was conscious, he told me that he did not want to die, nor did he want to kill himself. Something was controlling him. His shadow was trying to kill him. What can our local hospital do? If we don't want him to commit suicide, we can only inject high-intensity tranquilizers into his body 24 hours a day. Such tranquilizers can cause irreversible damage to the brain, too. What's the difference between my brother and death in 3 to 5 years? Through the previous owner of my brother's company, a psychiatrist from a major hospital in the provincial capital has also come to give my brother a consultation. Although it is not explicitly stated, it can be seen that they don't have any particularly effective targeted treatment plans. Even if they are sent to the provincial capital, it will still be the same. Wearing clothes and tranquilizers, my brother used to be such a smart and proud person. I don't want him to become an idiot and lunatic who will commit suicide at the drop of a hat for the rest of his life. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I am willing to give it a try. Besides, I've investigated the Ark Foundation through a lot of channels, and there are no problems. I've visited their office and a temporary medical center in person, too. The environment there is indeed much better than that of the county hospital and the mental hospital in the capital city. It is said that a lot of well-known mental and neurological experts will be consulting each other. What is there to worry about? Yes, Miss Dong. You've done the best you can. Liao could tell that her voice was shaking. It was not easy for a girl who had just started her career to do so much for her brother. He hurried to comfort her and said, "Then, can you tell me where your brother is being treated right now? Can you visit him often?" "I'm afraid that's not possible," the stranger replied. "Brother might not be in the country right now." "Not in the country?" Liao blinked quickly. "What do you mean?" The Ark Foundation has several offices and temporary medical centers in the country, but their real medical center is overseas. They also have a very advanced medical starship that seems to have been modified by a supertanker. Can accommodate more than 10,000 patients at the same time. The other party said, "The staff of the Ark Foundation told me that many of their treatment methods and drugs, such as the intervention of the human brain with nanotechnology and the neural restorative drugs retrieved from the brains of monkeys, were all approved by medical organizations around the world. Since many of the methods and drugs were highly controversial and even ethically risky like the cloned sheep in the old days, it was very difficult for them to be approved by the medical institutions of other countries within 3 to 5 years. It means that they cannot establish medical institutions in the territories of the major countries, nor can they engage in activities in the fields of medical treatment, drug sales, and so on. Therefore, they resorted to such a method and employed a starship registered in the Republic of Java as their mobile hospital to avoid legal problems. Those things were explained to us in advance, including the risks. We understood everything and respected our opinions to the best of our ability. Our family thought for a long time before we sent our brother to the Ark Foundation. Although I can't see my brother often, we do video call him every week. I can tell that my brother is much better after only a few weeks of treatment. He has put on weight, and his skin is darker than before. He is as cheerful as before again. What is there to worry about now that the treatment is so effective? That explains a lot. A medical starship that comes and goes without a trace. Liao narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you sure it was your brother who talked to you on the video call? Now that his illness has been relieved, did you say when he will be cured and return home?" "Of course I'm sure. He is my brother." The stranger laughed. "Are you suspecting that somebody is pretending to be my brother?" "Why, my brother is not a big shot. As for when we are going home, I've asked him before, but he said that the Arc Foundation does not just treat mental illnesses. Their main research field is the limit of the human brain. They believe that there is only a thin line between a genius and a lunatic. Only by starting with a seemingly crazy brain can we break through the limits of human intelligence and the soul. In short, the Arc Foundation has gathered countless elites from all over the world. My brother has made many good friends there, and it is possible that he will stay and work at the Arc Foundation. My brother's schizophrenia has been recorded in the hospital. It will be difficult for the major domestic companies to recruit such a person who has gone mad, right? If it is possible for him to stay and work at the Arc Foundation after he recovers, my family will have no objections. Understood. Thank you, Miss Dong. Liao thanked him solemnly. Then, he asked him about the workers of the Arc Foundation. However, it sounded no different from regular medical facilities. In the end, Liao simply recorded the addresses of several offices of the Arc Foundation and temporary medical centers. After thanking him again, he hung up the phone. Liao and Zhang Daniu stared at each other. What should I do next? Zhang Daniu asked. First of all, let's be sure of 3 things. First, this is a world where superpowers exist. Whatever seems illogical and scientific can happen. Do you agree? Liao asked. Agreed. Zhang Daniu nodded solemnly. He pointed at the empty plastic bag and said, You've eaten $100 of my bread. Don't be so petty. I've tried my best to keep my stomach in. Secondly, it is definitely not a coincidence that the Arc Foundation found you and Traveler Dream at the same time. Is it? It is very likely that this is an organization that specializes in searching for superpowered people. As to whether they are kind or malicious, and what they will do when they find the superpowered people, there is no telling. Liao said, But we must prepare for the worst, mustn't we? Yes. Zhang Daniu thought for a long time but still could not think of any other possibilities. He covered his face and lamented, I just wrote a novel. Why am I so unlucky? Thirdly, you are very likely to be the next target of the Arc. This is just my speculation, Liao said. I don't have any direct proof, but even if the possibility is only 1 in 10,000, it is still worth it to try your best to find the answer. You don't want to be dissected and studied in a laboratory, do you? Nonsense. But the evidence right now is not enough to prove that the Arc Foundation is malicious. Chances are that they are good people. Don't you see that Dream Traveler is living a good life under the protection of the Arc? Yes, this is what we are going to figure out next. Liao snapped his fingers and said, All right, now that we've reached a consensus on the 3 points, let me give you my suggestion. I suggest you contact the Arc Foundation. What? Zhang Daniu jumped up. Are you crazy or am I? I'm not going to contact them. Assuming that the Arc Foundation is malicious, there is no way that you and I can get away from them. I guarantee that, as time goes by, the people of the Arc will gather more intelligence about you and even me and devise a perfect plan of action against us. By then, we will have no secrets at all and will be at their mercy. This is the disadvantage of being in the dark while they are in the light. Liao opened his hands and said, But right now, the day after I contacted you, the Arc Foundation should still be unaware of my existence. As long as you contact them or even enter the secret base of the Arc Foundation, I will have a way to sneak in and protect you in secret. Even if you are chopped into pieces and dissected for research, I will definitely avenge you, Master Niu. Zhang Daniu glared at Liao for a long time. This is not funny at all. All in all, a blessing is not a curse. A curse cannot be avoided. This is our only chance. I can't keep my identity a secret for long, Liao said. If you want to take action when the Arc Foundation knows everything about me, it will be too late. Wait, Zhang Daniu asked. What if the Arc Foundation is friendly? If the Arc Foundation was kind, how did the creators of the fantasy worlds die? Liao said, even if some of them were suddenly ill and some died of accidents, at the very least, Father of the Ring Galiot was killed by a shooting. The shooter admitted that they were from an organization named Apocalypse. The organization must have been malicious. In order to avoid serious harm from the Apocalypse, It is better to seek the protection of the Ark Foundation as soon as possible. Sounds reasonable, Zhang Daniu said. Hey, why do I feel that your thinking is getting sharper and sharper, and your will is very firm? Your two eyes are shining like two light bulbs. This is all because of you, Master Nyo. How should I put it? I feel that you are a star and I am a planet. There is an inexplicable attraction between us. The more I get to know you, the more I remember many things. Incredible instincts even burst out from the depths of my every cell. Liao warmed up his hands and feet at a super high speed that was invisible to the naked eye. His fists pierced through the air and even drew obvious white lights. Stop, Zhang Daniu said. I will never have any inexplicable attraction with a muscular man in my life. Just tell me what I should do next. Let's do it exactly. Liao's mind became incomparably clear. He spoke with complete confidence. Next, I need to spend the entire day to purchase a few things, mainly electronic components. I need to use them to make miniature detectophones and trackers. I also need to purchase weapons. Rest assured. Of course, I won't purchase those particularly eye-catching, murderous-looking controlled knives. But I need to have the necessary self-defense ability. Oh, that's right, there's also high-energy food. I'm still in the state of rebirth, cell reconstruction, and supermetabolism. I can't always rely on bread and sugar water to survive. I have to go to the military goods store to purchase some true compressed military food. Rest assured, I feel that once my cells are completely reconstructed, I can eat much less food. After purchasing everything I need for the operation, I need to go back to school and erase all the traces I left in the dormitory, especially the notebook in which I recorded my dream and the dumbbells that I tore apart. After all the traces are cleared, I will meet you here. I hope that you can stay at home in the meantime and make sure that the gas and the circuits are safe. Don't ever go out. Can you do that? Sure. Zhang Daniu also realized the seriousness of the problem and nodded vigorously. Buses, trains, and planes are too revealing. I'm planning to rent one and modify it myself. By the time we move, the odds of US being discovered will be much lower. Liao was tapping his fingers when he suddenly frowned, as if he had encountered an unprecedentedly complicated problem. He said, Right, there's another tricky problem. What is it? Zhang Daniu was shocked by Liao's solemn attitude. I'm out of money. Liao extended his hand towards Zhang Daniu. Master Nyo, purchasing electronic components, weapons, and high-energy food is very costly. I also need to rent a car. How much savings do you have? Can you give it all to me? Ah! Zhang Daniu was dumbfounded. He looked at Liao's hands in disbelief. You don't have any money? That's right. I'm a college student, and I don't have any income. Over the past week, I've already used up all my money. Liao said, when my parents passed away, they left me a small house in my hometown, but I didn't have much money to rent it. Every month, I would have to pay 1,000 credits in rent, and I would have to work part-time to study. My life was quite difficult. Over the past week, I overdrafted 3 credit cards and took out 2 online loans. I really don't have any money left. Master Nyo, you've been roaming the online literature world for so many years. You must have some savings. How much do you have? Zhang Daniu's eyes were filled with tears. His lips trembled for a long time. It was obvious that he wanted to curse. He held it in for a long time before saying in a trembling voice, Nonsense. If I had money, would I still live in such a place? I don't have money. I really don't have money. I only have 20,000 bucks left. I haven't paid the rent for the next quarter. 20,000 is enough. Liao said, You don't have a wife anyway. Why do you need a wife? Zhang Daniu. Liao. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you in the novel. Really. I'm going to kill you in 40,000 years of cultivation. Don't be rash, Master Nyo. Our operation is either a success or a failure. Liao said, If you succeed, it is very likely that you will be able to crack the ultimate secrets about the Vulture plan and the origin of Earth. You might even be able to save the entire planet. If so, 20,000 credits are nothing. It wouldn't be unreasonable to offer you 100 or even 1,000 times more in return. True. Zhang Daniu thought for a moment. What if it fails? If we fail, the two of us might be captured and dissected by the Ark Foundation or the Apocalyptic Organization. Liao said, if that's the case, what's the point of you saving 20,000 credits for your wife? Zhang Daniu took a deep breath. Let me see. I have to think very calmly. Are you really trying to cheat me of 20,000 bucks with such a lousy excuse? Liao smiled. It was a smile that was filled with confidence and could suppress everything. Master Nyo. He picked up the encyclopedia from the ground, which he hadn't torn apart yet, and stabbed his fingers into it. The veins on his arms and neck bulged out, and he tore the dictionary, which was tougher than a brick, into two halves. Well, Zhang Daniu looked at the neatly cut dictionary. There were still 10 deep indentations that still carried a burning smell. He was speechless for a long time. Master Nyo, now you should be clear what kind of terrifying power you have awakened, right? Liao grinned hideously. Give me the money now. Is this considered robbery? Zhang Daniu shouted desperately. This has to count as robbery. Earth will remember you. Liao snatched the bank card from Zhang Daniu's hand and said solemnly, the 6 billion citizens of Earth will remember your 20,000 credits of rebellion funds. Leaving the author's home, Liao went directly to the largest electronic components market in Jiangnan City. With the awakening of his brain cells and his soul, countless information about refining and maintenance from the 4 universities of cultivators flooded into his brain every second. Although the world of cultivators was different from that of Earth, magical equipment and electronic products shared similar principles. Liao did not intend to make any complicated electronic products. They were just simple detectophones and trackers that were not difficult for him at all. After purchasing some of the most basic components in bulk, which was enough for him to produce a dozen or so detectophones, trackers, and alarms, Liao went to the construction material hardware market not far away. Although he had told Zhang Daniu that he was going to buy weapons, he did not intend to buy any controlled knives or guns. Firstly, he did not have the relevant channels to find the controlled knives or guns. Although it was not difficult for him to find the so-called underground black market, with his current capability and computational ability, how could he solve the problem of transportation and usage? In most of the countries in the world, firearms were still very sensitive. They would cause endless trouble both in possession and in use. The mysterious Ark Foundation and the even more mysterious Apocalyptic Organization both involved enormous resources and forces. Even if Liao armed himself to the teeth and carried 3 to 5 heavy cannons, he would still be no match for them. Guns were absolutely useless against superpowered people. On the other hand, as long as he could further stimulate the cultivation force inside his body, even if it was an ordinary tool that wouldn't raise any suspicion, it would still be able to display a destructive power even greater than a bullet. Liao bought a batch of nails of different lengths and sizes from the construction material market. They were as heavy as bullets. Then, he bought an imported special toolbox with screwdrivers and other tools. With his amazing strength, they were as good as military daggers. Most importantly, these things were not afraid of inspection at all. Although they might not be able to send him to a train or a plane, he could store them in the trunk of the car in case he ran into a checkpoint. After thinking for a bit, Liao bought a few sets of hard work clothes, labor gloves, and rubber boots for himself and Zhang Daniu. In the books, most of the techniques were released in the form of fireballs or electric arcs. The heat-proof clothes, insulated clothes, and rubber boots could reduce the damage of the techniques to the minimum. Then, Liao bought a few electrician vests, the kind with a lot of pockets, as well as a few very solid leather belts that could hang screwdrivers of various sizes and leather bags filled with nails. The pockets all over his body could also store a lot of high-energy food, which would help him recover during the gaps of combat and ensure his continuous combat ability. In the end, Liao bought 2 extremely large canvas bags, stuffed everything inside, and left the construction material hardware market. Following the introduction of a famous sports forum, he went to a very famous outdoor sports club in Jiangnan City and purchased a large batch of energy bars and energy chews. Energy bars were compressed from various nuts, chocolate, and high-energy materials. The heat contained in the same volume was several times more abundant than that of military compressed biscuits. Energy chews were also essential tonics for high-energy sports such as marathons and triathlons. A small stick was enough to keep an athlete burning for half an hour to an hour under extreme fatigue. Although it was expensive, it was Li Yao's best choice when he didn't have the nutrition drugs and strengthening drugs from. The energy bars and the energy chews alone had cost him tens of thousands of dollars. Li Yao did not even bat an eye. To save the planet, he should spend what he needed. Petty was never in his dictionary. After purchasing everything, Li Yao reversed 3 times and went to an industrial area in the northern suburbs of Jiangnan City. It used to be a very famous heavy industry district in Jiangnan City. There was a large-scale steel smelting base there. However, with the establishment of the development concept of financial establishment city, real estate strength city, the northern suburbs industrial zone had declined. Right now, heavy industry companies such as steelmaking factories and affiliated processing factories had all moved and closed down. All that was left was an empty factory and a labyrinth of intricate pipes waiting to be demolished and auctioned. Li Yao had seen this place on the news, and it had left a deep impression on him. It was the most suitable place for his training. Although the abandoned steel factory was patrolled by a few old guards and security guards, the vast factory district was like a small town and simply couldn't be managed. In this day and age, scrap iron and copper weren't worth much. Few people came here to steal things, so they simply gathered in the reception room to play cards. Li Yao was like a transparent leaf as he silently floated into the abandoned steel factory. No one noticed him. Deep inside the steel factory, Li Yao found an area where tubes and blast furnaces were everywhere. He extended his senses to the maximum and made sure that nobody was following or spying on him. Then, he put on rubber boots, an insulated suit, and an electrician's vest, filling his pockets with iron nails and energy gel. At first, he jumped up and down on the ground, sensing the effects of the heavy load on his body. After warming up, he squatted slightly and sprinted a few steps forward. With a burst of strength in his legs, the cells inside his body exploded with pa-pa-pa-pa-pa sounds. His entire body soared into the air and actually rushed towards a tube that was 5 to 6 meters in the air. Seeing that he was only half a meter away from the tube and that his momentum had run out and that he was about to fall, Li Yao waved his right arm without any hesitation and caught a hat with his index finger. Hoochie, hoochie, hoochie. Li Yao swayed in the air as he breathed in large mouthfuls of the air filled with the smell of rust. The familiar memories spread out like an intense ink. The smell reminded him of the magical equipment graveyard a long time ago. It was the same pungent smell of rust from the depths of the garbage heap. This is me, Li Yao mumbled to himself. This is the real me. As far as his eyes could see, his eyes seemed to have turned into X-ray machines. Everything within his sight became clear and transparent. The entire abandoned steel factory had turned into a 3D map. He could easily distinguish the most vulnerable points and the tubes that were suitable for crawling. Moreover, at the periphery of the abandoned steel factory, the laughter of the security guards and the gatekeepers, as well as the footsteps and splashing sounds of a security guard peeing, could be heard clearly. With a vague smile on his face, inexplicable strength surged out of the bulging veins all over Li Yao's body and transmitted to his index finger that was supporting his body. He curled his index finger and stretched out his arm. He was blown more than 10 meters away and jumped to another tube. How relaxing! It's even more natural than walking and running. Li Yao was jumping up and down between the tubes, the steel structure, and the blast furnace like a giant monkey. He was jumping up and down, and performing all kinds of thrilling movements that even extreme athletes would not be able to do. Sometimes, he crossed a distance of 30 to 50 meters and landed lightly on the ground from the blast furnace. Other times, he relied on the strength of 1 or 2 fingers to swing himself through extremely dangerous angles. He even relied on the strength of his toes to hang himself in midair. Finally, he crossed his arms and touched his leather belt. 2 screwdrivers appeared between his fingers. Hew, 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 hew. The screwdriver tore through the air like a real military dagger, leaving gray blurred shadows. In the beginning, Li Yao's movements were clumsy, as if he had never learned close combat before. When he waved his saber, it was redundant and cumbersome. He didn't even know how to control his strength. His body swayed violently, and he almost fell off the tube several times. Very soon, he tried to reduce the unnecessary movements and strength while he practiced and recalled. Like a viper that was slowly waking up from hibernation, he resumed his deadly attack. Hiss! Hiss, hiss, hiss. Vipers were hissing between his fingers, which was a sign that the screwdriver was about to break the sonic barrier. Li Yao felt that he could still increase his speed by 30%, but there was no need to try it here. It was not easy for him to choose a suitable training ground. It would be terrible if the security guards were summoned. Then, it was the practice of absolute strength and speed as well as remote weapons. Li Yao found an abandoned factory and happened to find a bundle of steel bars that had not been moved away yet. The steel bars that had not been processed yet might not be as tough and durable as the standard ones, but they were good enough to test his strength. Li Yao bent 1, 2, and 3 iron bars easily. Then he bent 4, 5, and 6 iron bars that were tied together. It was not until he tied up the iron bars that were as thick as 9 fingers that he reached the limit of his strength. His arms seemed to have been corroded by venom, and his shoulder blades seemed to have been burnt and could not be bent or broken. The physical strength that he had just gathered was running out, too. That was good. Li Yao took out the energy bars and the energy gel and started testing his recovery speed. He calculated the rhythm of his strength that he should maintain during the battle and the likelihood that his combat ability would rise again. That's the limit of my current strength. There's no need to pursue the matter further. The strength of an individual is limited. It's impossible for me to fight them recklessly. Li Yao narrowed his eyes and looked at the factory, which was more than 20 meters tall. Without any warning, he accelerated, sprinted, and jumped, leaving insignificant traces on the walls and the steel beams above his head. What an inhuman motor force! If I go all out, I can even dodge bullets. Li Yao hung upside down on the steel beam and took out 3 nails of different lengths from his belt. He was not in a hurry to fire it. Instead, he held the nail in his palm and placed it horizontally and vertically on his fingertip. He sensed the weight, center of gravity, material, and shape of the nail and calculated the rotation, offset, and fall of the nail when it was breaking the air, as well as the perfect mode of movement of every muscle fiber and every bone in his arm. Although he hadn't made a move yet, he had thrown the nail in his brain 30 to 50 times, 300 to 500 times, 3 to 5,000 times, calculated and corrected time and time again. Countless data were crashing inside his brain cells. Found it! Li Yao's half-closed eyes suddenly opened, emitting brightness that was sharper than nails. His arm was like a weird boa that had just molted and was more flexible and stronger than before. This is the perfect plan. In the blink of an eye, Li Yao's right arm turned from a monster python into a whip. With a crisp and melodious bang sound, the 3 nails on the palm of his hand shot out like the fragments of 3 meteoroids. The nail in the middle walked in a straight line, letting out a whistle that was sharper than a bullet. The 2 nails on the left and the right drew a mournful arc, sealing the imaginary escape route of the enemy. 0.1 seconds later, the 3 nails shot one after another into the wall of the factory. It was as easy as chopsticks stabbing into tofu. Li Yao did not stop. Instead, he took out nails from his pocket and shot them at the wall in front of him. While he was shooting, he corrected the errors between his muscles and his fascia and adjusted his shooting trajectory. He also imagined all kinds of emergencies to train his speed and accuracy in the wrong posture. In the end, he emptied all the nails in his pocket, which were evenly distributed on the wall, forming a dense cross. Li Yao clapped his hands in satisfaction. He jumped off the beam and walked to the wall to check the status of the nail. Almost all the nails sank into the wall, leaving only the last nail cap exposed to the air, and that was when Li Yao had restrained 2/3 of his strength. He estimated that, if he went all out, he could easily shoot through the composite ceramic armor of ordinary rebar, concrete walls, or body armor. Of course, shooting the moving civilian vehicles was not a problem either. Different from many movies and TV shows, civilian vehicles were the most fragile things. Whoever dared to dodge the bullets with the non-engine and tire parts of the civilian vehicles would be committing suicide. Took Liao a lot of effort to dig out all the nails from the wall. He had tried the techniques of controlling objects remotely or rubbing his hands against each other at a high speed, hoping to summon a fireball or a bolt of lightning from his palm. However, it was a pity that his strength of cultivation had only just awakened. It was possible that there was some sort of encryption, suppression, spiritual energy lock, genetic lock, true energy lock, and the like on Earth. His capability was far from that of the cultivator Liao in the novels. Even with all his strength, he could not make the nail in his palm float. There was not even a shadow of the fireball or the electric arcs. His hands were almost scratched to the skin, but all he could do was turn his palms into an abnormal crimson color. Thankfully, he felt that he was still far from reaching his limit. He estimated that, as Zhang Daniu wrote more chapters of his power of cultivation, still had the potential to be greatly improved. On the other hand, the enemies on Earth should not be as insane as the 4 universities of cultivation, should they? Liao packed everything up and left the abandoned steel factory along a winding road paved with fallen leaves. It was not until he walked for a long distance that he hailed a taxi and returned to Jiangnan University town. On the way, the car radio was still broadcasting the news of the super earthquake in the western Pacific Ocean. The rumors that were flying everywhere in the beginning had been confirmed. Several nuclear power plants on the east coast of the island of Fusang had been hit by both an earthquake and a tsunami. Several units had suffered serious accidents due to the leakage of radioactive materials. Although the authorities had admitted the accident and guaranteed that everything was under their control, several international authorities had listed the accident as the most serious Level 7 nuclear accident and asserted that the situation could get worse. It was impossible to control the situation without sacrificing tens of thousands of lives. It was a pity that the islands today were not as fearless as they had been decades ago. It was impossible for the authorities to fill a nuclear power plant with tens of thousands of lives. The news further validated the prophecy of the dream traveler. Liao felt that a storm was brewing. If the ultimate earthquake in the Western Pacific was not over yet, an even more intense earthquake that could sink all the islands was coming. It was not just the Pacific Rim that was going to be affected, but also the entire Earth. Liao returned to his dormitory with a heavy heart. He discovered that the door was ajar. Zhao Kai's laughter came from inside. His heart could not help but tighten as he thought of how he could explain to Zhao Kai the 2 large bags he was carrying. However, when he pushed the door open and entered, he discovered that Zhao Kai was on the phone facing the wall. There was no telling what kind of joke the other party had said, but it made him burst into laughter. He did not notice Liao's strange behavior at all. Liao was somewhat relieved. He quickly packed up his belongings, especially those that could potentially expose his uniqueness, and packed up his laptop. Now that everything was done, he was somewhat relieved. He took out his phone and looked at the time. It was 5 p.m. He had accomplished so many things in one day. Everything was going well. However, Liao looked at the notification that popped up on the top of his phone. Another chapter of had been updated. A few days ago, he had deleted the entire reading app. However, after talking things over with Zhang Daniu in the morning, he had installed the reading app again. He had only collected and subscribed to 1 book, and had even opened an update notification. Liao opened the reading interface and carefully checked the directory. He discovered that not only had Zhang Daniu posted all the chapters he had written during his sleepwalking last night, he had also written 2 new chapters while his brain, fingers, and ass were all in excruciating pain. It can't be that this guy is sleepwalking again in the middle of the day, right? Or are his thoughts really flooding? Liao tilted his head and thought for a moment. Or maybe there really is some kind of mysterious connection between us. We are like magnets or quantum entanglement. Once the 2 of us get in touch with each other, it is easy for us to activate each other's superpowers. When I read his novels, the power of cultivation inside my body gradually awakens. And when he meets me, he will be inspired and receive more revelations. Crap. I forgot to tell him that he shouldn't have uploaded the chapter. If we do that, he might be in even more danger, just like the creators of the fantasy worlds who died miserably. The problem is, if he doesn't write a new chapter, I won't be able to awaken a stronger power of cultivation. My body of flesh and blood, which is as tough as a monster's, is not enough to fight against organizations such as Ark or Apocalypse. While pondering, Liao skimmed over the 2 chapters that Zhang Daniu had just published. Very good. It was still the same as before. Every detail had to be described in detail. The style of the long conversation between the 2 proved that it was indeed written by Zhang Daniu. If he was not drunk, sleeping, or sleepwalking during the day, it meant that he could still receive the mysterious information when he was sober. However, when Liao flipped to the end of the latest chapter, he saw this paragraph. Hello everyone, I am Master Snail. I'm very sorry that I haven't updated recently, mainly because I have been involved in a soul-stirring, bizarre, and absolutely unbelievable mysterious event. My time is limited, so I can't describe the full picture of the event to you for the time being. I can only say that it has to start from a female college student with fluttering long hair and a swaying skirt. In short, in the coming period of time, this old bull's updates may not be very stable. I hope that my dear brothers and sisters can forgive me. In addition, this old bull is carrying a very sacred and important mission. I am in dire need of an activity fund. I earnestly ask for all the rich and powerful to extend a helping hand. This old bull's bank account is... This old bull will make a solemn promise to everyone here. After the matter has been successfully resolved, not only will I write down the story that the female university student and I had to tell, I will also give you 100-fold in return for your support today. At that time, each of you will be given a villa. It's true. Believe in me and support me. I won't be at a disadvantage. I won't be fooled. I'm a man of integrity. What the hell is this? Liao stared at his phone in bewilderment for a long time. This is too. Right then, Liao heard movement behind him. It was the sound of Zhao Kai climbing out of bed. Zhao Kai seemed to have said something to him. Zhao Kai, what did you say? Liao hurriedly put away his phone and checked the things on his desk again. There were no loopholes. Clang, 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 clang. Zhao Kai said. What? Liao's pupils suddenly constricted. In an instant, the pores, muscles, and bones on his back all shrank to the limit. It was as if the person standing behind him was not his university classmate, but a wolf that had been starved for 3 days and 3 nights. Before his brain realized what was going on, his muscles, bones, and joints had already contracted under his control and dodged to the side like a crooked spring. The moment he dodged, Zhao Kai had already lunged to the place where he was just a moment ago and slashed at his neck with an extra-large utility knife in his hand. If he hadn't dodged, it was very likely that the knife would have opened the artery on his neck. Zhao Kai. Liao looked at his university classmate in disbelief. Zhao Kai's hair was glistening with oil, and it was covered in hot sweat. Every muscle on his face was twitching, but it was condensed into an incomparably cold expression. His pair of eyes were clearly darting in 2 directions, making him look a bit like a cross-eyed clown. Yet, he had clearly scanned every detail in his surroundings. Seeing that his first attack had failed, he seemed to have realized how awesome Liao was. He didn't launch a second wave of attacks in a hurry, but he rolled his eyes and swallowed rapidly, uttering a series of rapid and rhythmic syllables. It was a foreign language that was full of rapid tongue twisters. It was definitely not English. Liao knew that Zhao Kai was the same as him. Zhao Kai was a long-lived 60-points slacker. Even after learning English for more than 10 years, he was still unable to open his mouth, let alone speak a second foreign language. He was certain that Zhao Kai had never learned a second foreign language. It was even more impossible for him to speak as fluently as his mother tongue. That's right. Although Liao didn't understand what Zhao Kai was talking about, human emotions were always interlinked. Zhao Kai spat out a series of rapid words that were full of retroflex and retroflex sounds. The words flowed like water without any obstruction. The sharp syllables perfectly blended with the hideous expression on his face. It was as if he was speaking the language from his mother's womb. What else could it be if not his mother tongue? The corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Ruthlessness and indifference gradually spread out in his eyes. He did not care about his own life, nor did he care about the lives of other people. Liao didn't know how to describe Zhao Kai's temperament. He was like a well-trained professional assassin, or a government agent who specialized in dirty work, or even a drug lord from the jungles of South America. That's right, he was grimacing, and his canine teeth blossomed with a faint cold light. He was truly like a piranha from the Amazon River. He is not Zhao Kai. A thought suddenly occurred to Liao. It was like the soul of a professional assassin, agent, or even a drug lord had been stuffed into the body of his roommate. Or maybe, Zhao Kai had awakened the memories of his previous life and turned into a different person. Shua. While Liao was pondering, Zhao Kai had already grasped the large penknife in his palm and, as if holding a dagger, slashed at Liao's throat again. Ding! The screwdriver on Liao's waist moved out of instinct. The two sharp blades drew a sharp arc at the same time and collided perfectly. The screwdriver was much harder than the utility knife after all. It broke the blade at the front end of the utility knife and shot out, hitting the bed frame first before bouncing back and embedding itself into the wall. Zhao Kai's expression didn't change in the slightest. A bubbling sound came from the depths of his throat. He lowered his head and bent his knees, using all his strength to ruthlessly crash towards Liao. His movements were clean and precise, full of the brutality of perishing together with the target like a precise and fatal machine. He was using a very ruthless indoor close combat technique. Liao had seen it in some action movies and knew that it was a fatal technique practiced by the elite special forces of the major countries. Zhao Kai's hands and feet seemed to have turned into 4 boas. They stuck to Liao's skin and ruthlessly coiled upwards. If Liao was still himself from a week ago, he would have suffocated within 3 to 5 seconds. Unfortunately, his opponent was Liao, who had already awakened. Zhao Kai! Liao shouted. His limbs and torso were suddenly filled with blood. His muscles expanded in an instant and forcibly pushed away Zhao Kai's arm that was wrapped around him. Then, a vicious headbutt hit Zhao Kai's nose. There was no telling whether or not the nose was broken, but at the very least, Zhao Kai's head was pushed back. Liao took the opportunity to use both his elbows to ruthlessly strike Zhao Kai's chest, causing him to fall to the ground. Zhao Kai, wake up! You've been controlled by a certain force. Liao discovered that Zhao Kai was still wearing the Bluetooth earpiece. Beside the earpiece, a small blue dot was blinking, indicating that he was still on the phone. When he thought of Zhao Kai's strange laughter, how could he not understand what had happened? Zhao Kai was his roommate for 4 years. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Liao was absolutely unwilling to harm Zhao Kai's life. Instead, he took out a nail from his waist, bent his finger, and flicked it towards the Bluetooth earpiece in Zhao Kai's ear. He was almost sure that he would win, but Zhao Kai suddenly tilted his head. A mysterious and weird smile appeared on his crying face again. The syllables in his mouth suddenly changed from what seemed to be the native language of South America to a simpler, ancient, and rough language. It could not even be called a language. It was purely a whistle for primitive people to call their companions when they were hunting. Moo! 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 Zhao Kai said. His eyeballs, which had been covered in brutality and coldness, seemed to have been broken by an invisible membrane. Brutality and hunger were leaking out. His eyeballs turned as brown as those of wolves, tigers, and leopards. Blood streaks that were almost black exploded, and the corners of his mouth were torn to an unbelievable degree. His canine teeth were growing at a visible speed, and a disgusting stench was spurting out of his throat, as if his stomach was not his internal organs but full of corrosive liquids. Like a primitive man or a furious gorilla, Zhao Kai lunged at Liao again. His strength was as terrifying as that of a gorilla. Liao could bend 3 to 5 rebars at once, but it was difficult for him to completely control Zhao Kai without hurting him. Bang! Voila! The two of them hugged each other and crashed into the desk below Li Yao's bed. The desk made of hardwood and steel was as fragile as a matchbox. Zhao Kai, wake up. I don't want to fight with you. Li Yao reached out to grab the Bluetooth earpiece in Zhao Kai's ear, but the other party shook his head violently and opened his mouth as if he was going to bite him. Li Yao had no idea where to start. Shwa! 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 The tip of the penknife was pushed an inch away by Zhao Kai, drawing streaks of silver brilliance in the air. The steel pipe supporting the bed frame was easily cut in half. There was no doubt that Zhao Kai's strength far exceeded the limits of human beings. After 3 to 5 seconds, Li Yao's hands went limp, as if he had lost all his strength. A mixture of ruthlessness and ruthlessness appeared on Zhao Kai's face as he stabbed his saber at Li Yao's throat. Suddenly, Li Yao's Adam's apple moved. He spat out a nail from below his tongue and pierced it into his Bluetooth earpiece. Zhao Kai was so focused on Li Yao's hands that he didn't realize there was a nail hidden in Li Yao's mouth. In a moment of carelessness, the Bluetooth earpiece was shot into pieces. Zhao Kai's expression suddenly turned blank. Now it was Li Yao's turn to play the role of an anaconda. He flipped over to Zhao Kai's back in the blink of an eye. His 2 thumbs pierced deeply 3 inches below Zhao Kai's ear, cutting off the carotid artery from supplying blood and oxygen to the brain. 3 seconds later, Zhao Kai passed out. His mouth was foaming, and his limbs were still cramping. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao went to the bathroom and took out Zhao Kai's towel. He folded the towel and stuffed it into Zhao Kai's mouth to prevent him from suffocating or biting his own tongue. There was no time to clean up the room. He first snatched Zhao Kai's phone and looked at it. He discovered that the other party had already ended the call, and the other party's number was simply not displayed on the screen. Licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, Li Yao turned on the speakerphone and called back. Then he threw Zhao Kai's phone to the ground. His fingers were full of nails, and he was extremely vigilant, as if an invisible devil would jump out of the phone at any moment. I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is not available. I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is not available. A hollow female voice repeated itself. At this moment, footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. It seemed that his fight with Zhao Kai had attracted the attention of his fellow students or the dormitory manager. At least 5 or 6 people were walking towards their dormitory. Li Yao cursed silently. He grabbed his 2 packages and jumped out of the window. The conditions of the male dormitory were always a bit worse than those of the female dormitory. Their dormitory was located at the back of the 6th floor. Fortunately, there weren't many pedestrians coming and going outside. Li Yao jumped from the 6th floor to the 4th floor's window ledge, then from the 4th floor to the 2nd floor's balcony. In the end, he silently landed from the 2nd floor, brushed off the dust on his body, and calmly walked out of the school. Under the setting sun, the campus appeared exceptionally tranquil. The lackluster sunlight was like a layer of pink mist. The football field and basketball court were filled with students who were drenched in sweat. The boulevard and small garden next to them were filled with couples who were so sweet that they could not be melted. But no amount of tranquility and sweetness could extinguish Li Yao's anxiety. How did Zhao Kai become like this? Just through the control of the Bluetooth earpiece, he was able to turn a person into a monster with boundless strength like a gorilla. He even grasped so many fatal combat skills. Is the ARC Foundation behind this? Or is it some other superpower organization or anti-superpower organization? The enemy has his eyes on me. What did I do wrong? The drunk racing incident? Or the contact with Zhang Daniu? Not good. Now that I have made my move, Zhang Daniu's side will certainly not be peaceful. He is in great danger. I have to go there immediately. Half of Li Yao's brain was filled with an ocean of ice and half with flames. One side of his mind was burning with anxiety, while the other side was reflecting on all the possible plans calmly. Li Yao took out his phone and resumed the factory settings. At this moment, a garbage truck that recycled slops slowly drove out from the back of the cafeteria. Seeing that there was no one around, Li Yao directly threw his phone onto the garbage truck. Thankfully, he had anticipated that his cell phone would be followed and eavesdropped on. Therefore, he had redeemed more than 3,000 credits of cash in advance and brought it with him. Otherwise, in a city where mobile payments were scarce, it would have been a major nuisance not to have a cell phone. Schwa, 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 schwa. With every step he took, endless information would pour out from the depths of his mind, including the major traffic routes from Jiangnan University Town to downtown, the detailed topographic map of Zhangdanyu's residential area, all the weapons that could be used along the way, and so on. Liao had calculated every detail clearly. It's time to unleash the full power of my racing prince, Liao calculated in his mind. First, I'll go to a random car in a shabby alley next to the school. Then, I'll rush there at the limit of 180 kilometers per hour. With my amazing driving skills, I should be able to arrive at my destination in half an hour. While thinking, Liao walked out of the school gate. Then he saw the surging traffic at 5:30 p.m. The steel dragons seemed to have extended from the ancient past to the unreachable future. Liao pondered for a moment. Forget it. Let's take the subway. It's quite fast to take the number 1 train to the No. 4 train and ride a shared bicycle. The subway station at night was packed with people, too. Everyone's face was as gloomy as a solar eclipse, like a bunch of burnt-out zombies. Maybe it was because Liao was dressed like a construction worker, but the tools in his pocket did not cause much trouble when he went through the security check. Liao bought a one-off subway ticket with cash and waited in front of the platform. When the first subway arrived, there were too many passengers. He did not find a suitable candidate and had to wait for the next one. When the second subway entered the station, a suitable candidate appeared. It was a tired, groggy, and staggering office worker. Yawning, he walked out of the subway and put his phone back into his pocket. It seemed that he had just finished browsing a web page and his phone was not locked yet. Liao walked towards the office worker and quietly bumped into a young girl who was dressed very avant-garde next to him. The young girl was pushed into the arms of the office worker. While the office worker was in a flurry or secretly happy, Liao passed by and took the still shining mobile phone. When the doors were closed and the subway slowly opened, the office worker was still in a hurry to apologize or strike up a conversation with the avant-garde girl. This was probably a rarely seen bright color in his boring life. Through the glass window, he could see that his neck had become thicker from excitement. He didn't even notice that his phone was missing. Liao was somewhat relieved. He dialed Zhang Danyu's number without changing his expression. "Pick up the phone. Pick up the phone now." Liao screamed in his heart and roared at the deities, hoping that he would not see Zhang Danyu's cold body when he arrived. 5 seconds was as unbearable as 5 days and 5 nights. Finally, the call was connected. Cough, cough. Liao coughed twice first. Cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. The guy was dazed for a moment. Then he coughed too. It was a code that the two of them had agreed upon. If they both coughed, it meant that everything was normal, and if they both coughed, it meant that one of them was in danger. So far, nothing had happened to Zhang Danyu, but the alarm deep inside Liao's brain was getting louder and louder. "Listen, we are being watched. My roommate has just been hypnotized into a monster with immense physical strength who is adept at assassination techniques. He is trying to kill me. I estimate that the root of the problem lies with you," Liao said. "The people who are targeting you should be on their way and will find you soon." "What?" Zhang Danyu was shocked. Then what about me? How long until you arrive?" "It will take me half an hour to 45 minutes to reach you," Liao said. "In the meantime, you must calm down and protect yourself in order to survive the disaster." "Calm down? How can I calm down?" Zhang Danyu screamed. "This morning, you just told me that this is a world with superpowers. Then you ate an entire sack of bread right in front of me. Then you tore open a dictionary that was thicker than a brick and snatched away the 20,000 bucks that I had painstakingly saved. At night, you will tell me that I've been targeted by a certain evil superpower organization. How am I supposed to calm down? This won't do. Call the police. There's a police station in our neighborhood and a community police station in the neighborhood across the street. At the crucial moment, I still have to believe in the government. No, it is not a question of whether or not to believe in the government. but how to make the government believe in you. Liao said, think about it. If you call the police, what are you going to say? That you have discovered the existence of superpowers in this world, and an evil organization of superpowers is hunting you. Zhang Daniu said, well, if you really say that, you will definitely be controlled as a drug user. Liao said, the community police can't resist the superpowered people, but they can control your movements and reduce your only advantage in mobility. Such a warning is tantamount to walking into a trap. Then what do we do? Zhang Daniu sounded like he was about to cry. I'm coming out now to meet you? That won't work either. I'm not sure whether or not somebody is spying on you. Maybe they will be more than happy to see you leave the house. A fully enclosed van will take you away from the gate of the neighborhood within 1 second. Pondering for a moment, Liao said, listen, what you are going to do next is to follow my instructions strictly for every step. Maybe you can make it to the next hour. Firstly, do you have any flammable materials in your house? Books. Oh, that's right. You have so many books. Look for a few books that are old, have crisp paper, and are easier to burn. Then look for some pillowcases, clothes, or even plastic bags. Secondly, you have a pressure cooker in your house, right? If you have one, then that's good. Throw the flammable material into the pressure cooker, ignite it, and then throw in pillow covers, clothes, cotton wool, plastic bags, and the like to burn. Remember, of course, I don't want you to really start a fire, but I want you to create intense black smoke. Thirdly, when the black smoke comes out of the pressure cooker, bring the cooker to the balcony and let the black smoke drift out of the window. It would be best if everyone in the neighborhood could see and smell it. Fourthly, you know what to do, right? Call the fire alarm and let the fire department handle it. Fifthly, after you're done, leave the room immediately, but don't go downstairs. Turn around and go to the rooftop. I've observed the structure of your residential building. It's an old-fashioned water supply system. There's a very large water tank on the rooftop, so you can definitely go to the rooftop from the stairs, right? It doesn't matter what method you use to open the lock from the corridor to the rooftop. If you want to go up and hide, it would be best to hide in the water tank and make sure that the high vantage points in all directions can't directly aim at you. Don't be nervous. This is just in case. The domestic firearms control is so strict. I estimate that the other party won't be as brazen as the T3 game show shooting. If they really want to make a move on you, it would be through an accident. They wouldn't be so arrogant as to get a few sniper rifles, right? Right before that, leave your phone at home and don't bring any communication equipment. I will look for you on the rooftop within the next hour. Do you understand? Zhang Daniu shouted a few times. He seemed to be frightened by Liao's words. Then what if someone else besides you comes to the rooftop to find me and drag me out of the tank? Whoever is pretending to be a police officer or a firefighter. Don't trust them. Liao said solemnly, activate your courage and fight him bravely. Fight. Zhang Daniu said, are you joking? Of course not. I know that you are no match for him, but what can I do? Liao said, I'm just a superhuman who has just awakened the power of cultivation. I'm not an omnipotent god. My enemy is so mysterious and strong. I'm not confident that I can defeat him. I can only try my best to save you if I can. At the very least, one piece of good news is certain. Oh, Zhang Daniu said, there's more good news? Judging from the experiences of Gilson, the author of Blood and Sand, Takaya Ibo, and Garriott, the father of the Ring of Stars, the guy is a well-trained professional. He is decisive and will not make his target suffer for long. Liao said, therefore, you don't need to worry that you will be captured, interrogated, or chopped into pieces. Chances are that everything will be over before you know it. Zhang Daniu said, are you really fucking here to help me? You can't be sent by my mortal enemy to play with me. All right, I'm not joking. I have a situation here that I can't talk about. Liao said, I'm dead. Remember, save your own life. Wait. Zhang Daniu suddenly panicked. Hey, what's wrong with you? You haven't been attacked by the superpowered people again, have you? Liao. No, Liao was pinned to the glass window by the crowd and could not move at all. He struggled to breathe as he said, "I was on the subway and just passed by a big station. All of a sudden, more than 10,000 people rushed in. I was completely suppressed. Hoo-hoo. Many people. Hoo-hoo. I can't even move my hands and feet. Don't push. Can't you have some manners? Hey, where's my phone? Where did I drop my phone? Who stepped on my phone? Can you please move your feet? My phone." Liao brought his superpower to maximum and finally made his way out of the subway. Of course, the stolen phone was still nowhere to be found. Maybe it had been stomped into pieces. Liao apologized to the innocent office worker in his heart and left the subway to find a row of shared bicycles. The latest model of shared bicycles had an anti-stealing alarm system. Liao didn't have a cell phone, so naturally, he couldn't scan the QR code to unlock it. Fortunately, nowadays, the competition for shared bicycles was fierce. Many first-generation, old-fashioned bicycles had been left behind. The rusted locks were just a decoration for the deaf. With a light pinch and a twist of 2 fingers, one of the locks broke. Liao flew up and rode the shared bicycle with the imposing aura of a racing motorcycle. In less than 5 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of Zhang Danyu's neighborhood. At this time, the urgent cry of a fire engine could already be heard coming from the residential area. A small support car had just entered, but a large fire engine had been blocked at the entrance of the residential area because it had occupied the road and was parked illegally. The local people raised their spirits to watch the show and gathered in 2s and 3s inside and outside the residential area. They waved their fans while pointing at the residential building rented by Zhang Danyu and whispering to each other. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening, but the summer days were particularly long. The sky was still full of gray brightness. Hundreds of eyes around the residential building saw everything clearly. Since the Ark Foundation had chosen to disguise itself as a charity, it was apparently wary of the consequences. There was no way that it would attack somebody in public, was there?